I've got to say that this now that I'm home and now that I've sort of watched some of the commentary of it, I've got to say the prospect of a DeSantis presidency seems even more remote. I invited Laura Loomer in here. We'll see if she shows up. Um, but she says that there's a whole lot of like no energy down at the Four Seasons in Florida, where this is supposedly going on, and I'll bring her in if she wants to speak. Jeremy, did you get a chance to catch it?
Yeah, some of it, a little bit. Definitely it's low energy, raw meatball stuff, and it was yeah. I mean, it's pretty telling that Ron has does not have the charisma to be president, and that's not to mention all of the problem of his background with torture, and the problem of his background in terms of very nebulous, shady groups in Congress. I just replied with a tweet from Dana about a whole slew of things that includes a congressional special group of JAG officers and military components that includes people like Tulsi Gabbard, Ron DeSantis, Lindsey Graham, all hosted by Ivan Reichlin, who's a very suspicious character. And the last thing that I note is that they seem like they tried to use the presence of Thomas Massie, who is one of the people who has criticized aid to Israel in a very controlled manner, to then make it somehow some kind of wide spectrum viewpoint that was being allowed to ask Ron question. But of course, this is all going down at the very same time that we have Deborah Lipstadt, the czar of anti-Semitism, who is the long-term agent protege of Les Wexner and the next generation of Natan Sharansky, trying to push the IHRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Association, definition of the new anti-Semitism, especially as we see Ron as basically an agent of Netanyahu in Florida, trying to shut people down on boycott, divestment, sanction in relationship to Israel, Palestine, and all of that.
What do you think people should know about Ron DeSantis' ties to the Israelis that they don't already know, Jeremy?
Well, much of it that I know is just on the surface that it was one of the earliest trips. Now, this is similar to the Governor Eric Greitens, who became the first Jewish Navy SEAL. Again, here's this issue here. Governor of Missouri. Both Greitens and DeSantis made sure that their very first trip, and very pretty soon into their administrations, was to Israel to visit with Netanyahu, and then to bring home an escalation of things like quote unquote hate speech laws that really are meant to shut down free discourse. That was one of the earliest things that DeSantis did, was try to deploy this Ministry of Strategic Affairs Israeli weaponization of the American state governments to shut down speech. And we were able to beat that back a little bit in the Kansan context here. We had a Mennonite woman math teacher who was able to push back the Kansas legislature in terms of proving that it was an anti-constitutional thing to demand loyalty to Israel and be against boycott, divestment, sanctions here. But it seems like that it's basically DeSantis made Florida an outpost of Netanyahu and his Ministry of Strategic Affairs as maybe one of his first quote unquote foreign policy agendas.
Well, I'll say when I first like really got to know DeSantis, and I think I've told versions of this story before, but I was with Amanda Milius, who of course worked in the State Department and who was dating an Israeli spy at the time, and it was in the Trump Hotel, and in particular we were discussing the whole importance of moving the embassy to Jerusalem, which seemed to have been an obsession of DeSantis for quite some time. I first met him even before that, when he had just written a book and he was sort of like making kind of neocon lecture circuit, for lack of a better phrase. And he was very much plugged into the David Horowitz network, which was interesting to see down in Florida. Um, any thoughts on Kent Sturman and the whole situation there, Jeremy? I know you've maybe followed some of the stuff with the Iraq War, but obviously he was his landlord, subject of some inquiry, right, as to whether or not he was, that was totally on the up and up. Any thoughts there? Or?
I don't remember the details of that. No.
All right. Well, for those who are unfamiliar, Ken Sturman was listed as Ron DeSantis's bestie, and he was recently found shot in the head in Jacksonville after carrying on an affair with I guess raping his babysitter, and there was like a whole lot of questions about that. He ran a very controversial operation in Florida, in Jacksonville. And there was sort of a lot of corruption involved in this Jacksonville issue, which of course culminated in the Jacksonville police, being under investigation. It's like a whole kind of crazy situation. Um, I shared some of the stuff that Loomer did. I think the Daily Mail story isn't totally correct. I think there's a lot more shady stuff about Ken Sturman's, relationship with the state of Israel. He was involved in a business moving people all around the country, kind of like the, urban moving systems, maybe, right? There's sort of many examples historically of basically these moving companies being fronts for foreign intelligence. And of course, there was this question of him like losing soldiers' military equipment, losing soldiers' clothing, and so forth. But he was Ron DeSantis' roommate, actually his landlord as well as his roommate, and there was all sorts of weird stuff going on there that I thought was quite interesting as well. So,
Did you say that they had a moving company, like an urban moving company?
yes, like an urban moving company. Yes, precisely. I'll put some stuff up in the jumbotron about that. But any other thoughts on him on Ron DeSantis and the Israel connections? Do you think people should know?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom, and then we'll do Jeremy.
No, I was just going to say, so the other day I was reading that, you know how he went over, like, right after Trump got inaugurated, he took that trip to Israel, and then he's in the press, like, talking about, oh, yeah, we know President Trump's going to definitely move the embassy. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. And the reality is that when you look into it, he was pushing to get the embassy moved before the 70th birthday, I believe, of Israel. So that's part of why he was so zealous about it. And it's very, that always, when you look at that, that's very strange. I mean, it's alarming, to be honest with you, but it just shows that, uh, like what Jeremy, the way he was framing it was him trying to make it an outpost for Netanyahu, the state of Florida. And when you think about the controversy that was kind of leveled at him for, having a private militia, I think that came up, or his own little private army. And then you had the IDF on the ground in Surfside condos, and you can just go on and on.
Right. The Surfside condos, of course, being built by a guy who worked at JINSA, the Jewish Institute for, what is it, National Security or National Affairs? What is it, Jeremy? What does JINSA stand for?
It used to be Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs, but then at some point down the road, they changed it to Jewish Institute for National Security of America. Sounds like the Les Wexner, Frank Luntz Iraq War study of how to frame the Iraq War as an American interest rather than Israeli interest.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if anyone saw the news today. I tweeted about this, but somebody was let out of prison today who'd been in jail for 30 some odd years and was sent there by the discredited bite science that Frank Luntz's father pushed, which is quite interesting. Luntz's dad was very much in favor of using bite marks and all that stuff to basically put people away. that was sort of how he made his fortune, was as an advisor on those topics.
Very interesting. And by the way, I just got an email maybe an hour earlier. I keep track of, I think it's called the No Labels movement. They're like setting it up as like this independent kind of run for the presidency. And they're hosting a Zoom call with Frank Luntz tomorrow, which I think gives the sense of what they're about.
Yeah, it gives the game away. It's totally discredited kind of thing. But yeah, it's interesting how these things kind of travel in families, over time. It's quite telling in a way. But all right, Tom, is there anything else you think we should go into on DeSantis and the Israel stuff? I know you've got some great videos, which maybe we could share. I shared some of the stuff from the Daily Beast about the Ken Sturman stuff. I think there's a lot more than just that, but I think that's a good start for those who are curious
Yeah,
about it.
I've got some, I've got some video clips, and as soon as I get, I'm driving right now and talking, but I will throw them up in the jumbotron because uh, you really get a sense for kind of like what he, well, definitely what he isn't, which is like charismatic and and whatnot. He is the way that he describes like the torture is really disturbing. Uh, and I guess one thing I'm going to continue to try to research is, I'm sure everybody else will that's interested, is how in the world did he get picked to be on this path? Like, what was it about him uh, that has, kind of put him in Congress? And it's interesting because it is very difficult to find stuff on him prior to him announcing his, I think his run for, was it State House first in Florida? um, or for House of Representatives, but I think it might have been for a state house position. I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to go back and look. But I was going through newspapers.com, for instance, and trying to find any write ups of him from like the mid 2000s or maybe earlier. And there's not, there just seems to be not much about him. So,
And by the way, on the torture question, in terms of DeSantis being, in the room, deliberating, cover up these, facilitating these kinds of things, there's been much covered up journalism. Much of the early stuff was done. I'm trying to think of the name of that leading British journalist who died a few years ago. But there's more there about the actual torture policy of the U.S. military in Abu Ghraib actually being facilitated directly via American contractors who were bringing in Israeli contractors. There was even a guy named, I think his name is John Israel, was one of these khaki employees, Steven Stefanowitz and John Israel. And a lot of this ties into this deeper psychological warfare dynamic of the Israeli security state, where they talk about the Arab mind and they try to make it seem that the Arab can't be reasoned with. They only respond to humiliation and violence. And that goes on both in terms of this individual torture aspect, but also in terms of this much larger a war in the Middle East, I think.
Yeah, I think Tom is the one who found the stuff about how Brett Kavanaugh okayed a lot of that torture stuff back when he was a federal judge before he became the Supreme Court justice.
I think I picked that up from one of Jeremy's episodes with Greg on the Antidote, where they were just going through some of the really crazy stuff that Brett Kavanaugh was a part of, as a, given, legal opinions and things like that, and his involvement around the Bushes, 9/11, and the beginning of, the Iraq War, and subsequently following after. But it's some scary shit, man.
Yeah, it's disturbing as all get out. Like the through line between the Clinton impeachment, the Iraq War, and sort of the modern Supreme Court in the Trump years. It's quite telling, the through line through it all. It's disturbing. I think we've seen Lev Parnas has talked a lot about his relationship with DeSantis. Obviously, Lev Parnas got in trouble for trying to move money in. We obviously also saw the relationship that DeSantis had, with all kinds of weird figures in Florida politics, staying at the home of Ike Perlmutter, like basically living at that home and vacationing with his donors. Always found that very strange, very telling. Um, it's always challenging too to the disconnect between the people you meet, versus the presentation that they make of themselves. And for me, Matt Gaetz and I worked on DeSantis's COVID policy, which of course he's made a huge fuss about. That was his whole policy. But that wasn't the initial thing that they wanted to do. That was sort of something that was kind of forced on DeSantis by a lot of the redneck business people all throughout the state who didn't want to lock down lock down their businesses, and who knew that they needed tourism as a lifeblood of the economy. So it's just interesting how he's kind of like rewritten that history. It's quite telling in a way.
Yeah, he was doing checkpoints between, I think, Alabama and Florida. He's the only guy that can say that they actually had checkpoints set up, interstate checkpoints at one point. It was an early part of COVID, but it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, and Susie Wiles, who ran the campaign, who was close to Matt Gaetz and the Jeb Bush family, she was his campaign manager, and Matt was involved in the debate prep of DeSantis, speech writing of DeSantis, ran the transition and everything, and they started having a falling out when DeSantis brought in Leonard Leo to pick all the judges in Florida and to pick a lot of the positions within Florida. The same Leonard Leo, of course, who's involved with picking a lot of Supreme Court justices and federal judges generally in the Trump years. So it's interesting. And Leonard Leo, of course, has gotten in trouble for getting all that money given to him by Barry Side, who is that pro-Israel guy, operating out of Chicago, who gave $1.6 billion to Leonard Leo. I'm gonna make Tom the co-host real quick, or maybe Jeremy the co-host. But I have somebody whose call I've got to take, who was at the event. So let me just bounce and take that real quick, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, Dana, what do you think? What's your thoughts on this?
I just think it's so bizarre that he did it on Twitter, for one. I think it's bizarre that, it's free. He didn't have to spend any money on it, right? It just seems cheap to me. Like he rides on everybody's coattails, and I don't know. I don't find him leadership. I don't get him. I don't understand why people think he's so great in Florida. I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And he what seems kind of somewhat obvious to me, the more I've observed, is that he doesn't have any of his own ideas. So all the legislation, this is where woke goes to die. Whether if you agree with that or not, that's not really the point. The point is that he just does a lot of political stunts that there's no there. And it's just to virtue signal so he can make a little commercial and then have his shitty little endorsement people tweet it out. Oh, Ron DeSantis is really the way America needs to be governed. It's pathetic. It's just very it's very strange.
Well, it's obvious to me that somebody's running the state for him. Like, he can't be coming up with all these policies and ideas all by himself. So somebody's in his ear saying, now I want you to go do this. Now I want you to go do that. Especially, it's got to be somebody else that's behind pushing him to be president, to run for president, I should say.
Yeah, I think the more, it'll be interesting to try to identify exactly who those people are. Because, yeah, exactly like what you're saying, he's just kind of an empty vessel that can be used by different nodes of power. That's about it.
That was Congressman Gaetz just calling me about we were making fun of the DeSantis opening. It's like no one can listen to that and think nailed it, which I think is very telling.
Think about he had you and Gaetz, who could be better at debate prep than that. And yeah, I mean, it had to be breaking a wild horse or something to try to get any type of performance out of him.
No, what he is he's such a grind. Like, he's the type where you can be like, no, sit down, do what you're told, and then he'll just study. Like, I think that's how he got through, basically. Like, that's how he got the accomplishments he's had, right? Is he's a very good study. He's not like a creative mind, right? But he's got a very good memory, and he's very good at just like doing what you tell him. Like, if you give him a script, he's kind of unbeatable.
So he's like
You know?
a good golden retriever.
Yeah, kind of actually. Yeah. No, but
He's not even a pretty golden
no,
retriever,
but
though. He's not pretty.
there are politicians that you meet that are like way more. They're like Bill Clinton, right? They like feed off of the energy of the room, and they're like really good at like hugging people, retail politics, all of that. Like, I've met Rick Perry like a total of 3 times in my life, and he every time he sees me, he says, "Oh, Charles Johnson, like, how are you? Birthday is October 22nd, 1980." Like, he remembers all of this shit because like he's really good at this, you know. And I think that the problem DeSantis has is he's sort of anti-charismatic, and I just don't think that's going to work in the modern political context. I don't think it's kind of like when Clyburn was endorsing Biden, he said that Biden has been among us. That was the phrase he used, among us, as in blacks. And basically, the way the political parties work is, the blacks get a vote, get a veto, basically, um, for the Democratic nominee, and the rednecks get a vote on the Republican nominee. And so that's kind of the only thing that really matters in the early stages is who are the rednecks who are being peeled off. Because I remember in 2016, Ted Cruz had all of the preachers in all of these places in South Carolina and elsewhere. But Donald Trump had all of their parishioners, right? Because he spoke directly to all the rednecks. And I think that this is the central problem that DeSantis is going to come up across. So I think he's going to get like a lot of compromised tech guys. I think he's going to get a lot of Israelis throwing him money. Certainly all the weird Chinese are big fans of his. But I don't see how he translates that into votes. It's hard to imagine at this stage.
I'm even suspicious of.
He made Tim Scott look like he had the potential to be a great man of history when you compare the two presidential announcements.
Charles, what did you make of Congressman Gates counter-signaling DeSantis with his tweet, DeSedative?
Well, I mean, we don't believe that DeSantis. So, I mean, DeSantis is not a loyal person, and if you're a Republican, so Matt got all of the congressional delegation to support Trump for re-election. So the entire state of Florida's Republican delegation, I think they're like, there's like 18 members or something like that, support Trump for re-election. And I think that gives you a sense of like, Matt obviously orchestrated that. So Matt's view is that DeSantis is not trustworthy, that he's, the way it has been explained to me in the past is that the Israelis tried to blackmail Matt, and he suspects that they succeeded at blackmailing Ron. So he's not a fan of him. And they have a lot of like difficult relationships because of that. I was on a friend of Matt's and mine's back porch when DeSantis called and offered Matt the Senate, the U.S. Senate position, because Rubio apparently was going to go take a job with Norman Brayman or one of these like oligarchs down in Miami. And Matt turned him down and said, "Oh, I just want to be a TV host and go to Disneyland or Disney World," I think he said at the time. And DeSantis didn't like that. There was a lot of like clashing between the two of them. I think what most people don't really realize is that like Trump is extremely popular among rednecks, and that's kind of the only group he has to be popular with. He's the redneck Obama, and you're not going to move until you could figure out a way to get the rednecks to not like him. You're not going to like have an effect on the 2024 election in terms of the primary, because for one, every time he's attacked by these people, they see themselves in him. They see themselves as like put upon, trampled on, mistreated. And many of them, like if you think about like redneck culture, like they think of themselves as outlaws, as rebels. Like they fly the rebel flag. They like, what is that? Like Dukes of Hazzard, like where they like drive around committing crimes, right? And like you go to redneck parts of the country or you live in redneck parts of the country, and these people worship Donald Trump. Like it's not a close call. And there's a lot more of them and they vote. And the way the whole structure is set up, their votes count for a lot more because of the sort of southern nature of the South Carolina, then Super Tuesday kind of thing. And I just don't see, if you're Trump, you want as many people running as possible because from a strategic gambit, you want Tim Scott running, you want all these people running because they'll just blow the money and you can do what you did the last time. I mean, remember, Trump won the primary with comparatively little money spent. Like, I think it's actually Trump winning the primary in 2016 was the most under resourced presidential campaign in history in terms of like the return of votes to dollars. So I think that's kind of where we are with which. So Gates is close to Trump. You know, I have my own complications with Trump myself. I mean, I will be supporting Trump in the I will be supporting Trump in the in the primary and Biden in the general because I think both of them. I think a debate between the two of them again. If you don't like Trump, you actually want Trump to win the primary because you want him to be decisively defeated. If you do like Trump, you want him in the primary because he's the only one actually putting forward real ideas for the future that aren't a negative vision of things. Um, and of course, he's much more moderate. Like he was against DeSantis's 6-week abortion ban. He thought that was too extreme. He, has been in favor of of basically a single payer healthcare system, which I think we will ultimately trend toward. So I just think from the perspective of Matt can read his district, and he knows that his district, they still fly the Trump flag everywhere. And that's sort of how I think it's going to go down. If you're a Republican politician, now from the perspective of Thomas Massey and I are friends. I don't really know what's happened to Thomas Massey because he used to be like way more Israel skeptic, and he used to be hated by the Israelis a lot more. And I find it really interesting that he's endorsed DeSantis. I find that very like surprising almost. But maybe that's a combination of how they have similar donor networks. I don't know.
Well, and I'm quite skeptical of the entire network in
Let's hear. How
America.
about Paul Scalistown?
Oh, hold up. Jeremy? Tom? Can you hear Jeremy?
No.
Drop down
I
and
can.
drop down and come back up. Jeremy, I can hear you. Can everybody else hear Jeremy?
I can.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just that I'm quite skeptical of what I see as like a culture war pincher move in terms of the nature of the networks that surround both Trump and DeSantis and someone like Massey and I would say someone like Gates represents that in terms of the closeness, for example, to the Tim Pool network where they go into Congress and they then have Bannon at the table there. And in general, I see the Trump operation in a larger way as a very dangerous, very largely foreign sponsored with domestic seditious elements to actually divide and conquer and destabilize the American body politic. And this is why I think DeSantis uses so much of these talking points around something like COVID, for example. This is the way that DeSantis got people who said that they were libertarians, like the Dave Smiths and these kinds of folks from the Mises caucus, which is really tied in, I think, deeply to something like the Chicago school, the disaster capitalism economics, that they really resonated a lot with DeSantis's talking points on COVID. And now even the term lockdown in an American context is largely disinformation. Now there were businesses and churches, right, and that were locked down. But as far as I know, in our context here in Kansas, we were never locked down. We always could leave our house and all of that. And so in general, I see there's a lot of payload for both sides of the weaponized COVID dialectic, so-called debate between the COVIDians on one side and the COVIDiots on the other side. And it is the case that DeSantis's policy, COVID policy, although it helped in terms of the quote unquote lockdown aspect of things, it really hit the Floridians hard in terms of the COVID side of things. And so I think that we need to figure out how to de-escalate this culture war part of the ongoing aspects of the Trump operation.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look very closely at a lot of Ron DeSantis's donors, and you look at like this Disney fight, for instance, there's a huge overlap between those two groups. And there was clearly like an effort to kind of like use the power of government to wrest control of Disney. And ultimately, I think that effort failed with the restoration of Bob Iger, which is kind of interesting, or Michael Eisner, who's now there. So yeah, I think you're onto something, Jeremy. Look, I just don't think the culture war stuff works anymore, because I think it's like, if you look at this coming election, the largest cohort of the electorate will be the millennials, and the Republican Party has like fuck all to offer the millennials. Like there's not like a single policy that they push that's like net beneficial to millennials. Period. Full stop. So I think just the Republican Party has real existential problems, particularly as it becomes a Gen X party. And I don't see there being any way in which we can really like roll that back in a serious way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's going to take until 2028 to even revisit the issue. I mean, my kind of takeaways from this evening. I mean, first, DeSantis announcing his running on Twitter Spaces could have been an incredible media moment, but it was a total flop. It was completely boring, and it was more controlled and safer than any of the cable news channels, right? So that was like pretty fascinating. Was surprising just how, I knew DeSantis was boring. Dana, maybe can you mute please? I knew DeSantis was boring, but man, he was even more boring. Like, I'm more charismatic than he is, and I'm not that charismatic. Like, he was really boring. And then the third thing, I think Jeremy nailed it when, at the end of the day, I'm totally against. Yeah, I supported Trump in 2016, as you guys know, but I'm totally against Trump now. I think the main storyline is that he is the most dangerous and destabilizing figure. And the pincer effect is that he can kind of squash, he can attack DeSantis both from the left and from the right. So I think, and I see Laura here, she has a different opinion, which is great. I always love listening to her, but I'm totally against Trump in this election. And Charles, I would call into question your strategy of even supporting him in as a Republican nominee, because I think there is a scenario in which he actually wins the general too. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I'm totally with you. I'm
Yeah, I mean,
supporting Biden,
just on the
but I
demographics,
do think there is a
on the
scenario.
demographics of it,
Yeah.
on the demographics of it, it's very, very, very hard for Trump to win re-election.
Agree, but that's a little bit of a dangerous game to play, in my opinion. So I'm opposing him for the nomination and for the presidency personally.
Well, the question is, of course, do you believe that Trump has been turned by federal law enforcement or not? That's always like the big question. And if you believe that Trump is actually like helping Jack Smith, notwithstanding, I mean, he's turned over video footage. He's been very, very helpful to the government at trying to figure out what happened in the Mar-a-Lago situation. So I don't know. I'm much more sympathetic to that. But let's hear it. Laura, you're down there right now, right? Like, tell us, what do you see? What's your read on things?
Hey, so let me get to like a quiet area, I suppose, because I'm in the Four Seasons right now. So I've been down here since this afternoon, the Four Seasons in Miami on Brickell Avenue, where they are hosting this kickoff event. And honestly, it's so low energy. The protesters across the street consisted of hundreds of, people from the left and the right. There were Trump supporters there. There were also leftists. So the media will say, oh, it's just, the radical leftists. Like, sure, you had people with Black Lives Matter flags and tranny flags and gay flags and whatever, but there was equal representation in both political parties and a wide variety of opposition to DeSantis. There were conservatives who thought that he was anti-free speech. There were LGBTQ activists who don't like his position on LGBTQ issues. There were Blacks for Trump who were protesting him with signs, and all types of people. And honestly, the, the Twitter space was a bit of a disaster, as you all saw. He started 25 minutes late, and then Elon Musk titled the space as preparing to launch. It's more like failure to launch. It was just a totally dead Twitter space. And then I guess David Sachs created the next space where they said they were live with Ron DeSantis. But he started reading. He started reading from a script. And, regardless of whether or not, I was listening to what Jeff just said, regardless of whether or not people want to support Trump or not, I support Trump. But regardless of their views on him, you can't dispute the fact that Trump has charisma. And you put Donald Trump on a Twitter space, and he will not be reading from a teleprompter. He will not be reading written remarks that are prepared for him. He will be able to entertain the conversation. He'll actually take questions from the audience, as opposed to Ron DeSantis, who had this really fake and deceptive launch. Okay, David Sachs, they said was a moderator. Well, does anyone want to talk about the big tech relations between David Sachs and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Joe Lonsdale and all these guys who make up the PayPal mafia and all these big tech investors who clearly see some type of financial interest? I find it to be rather strange that all of these tech guys who have investments in artificial intelligence technologies like Clearview AI and Palantir, all these guys are getting up and lining up behind DeSantis. I just saw there's a tech reporter named Teddy Schleifer who's here. He does a lot of reporting on Silicon Valley, and he was here and we were chatting tonight. And Joe Lonsdale, right? The guy like viciously attacked me online and said that I was like a liar and crazy for saying that he was having a fundraiser for DeSantis. And then lo and behold, right, he has this shady event with all these tech investors in Austin, Texas on April 22nd. And now Teddy tells me that he's going to be having another fundraiser. Lonsdale's having another fundraiser for him in California. The guy doesn't even live in California. He lives in Austin, Texas now. And all these tech people, it's very bizarre. They like to say, oh, we're going to make sure that big tech isn't involved in your elections anymore. But they're just trying to use DeSantis as a Trojan horse to co-opt that mantle so that they can still interfere in our elections. What gives David Sachs the authority to moderate? And also, it's not a debate, so why are they calling it moderation? And also, why are we pretending like all these questions were impromptu? Every single person, whether it's Chris Rufo, Dana Lash, or whoever else was on that call tonight, they were all spotted at the Four Seasons in Palm Beach back in, I believe it was February or March, when they first had the DeSantis donor retreat that was hosted by the PAC. And so all these people are influencers who are either paid, and they'll profusely deny that they're paid, or they have some type of arrangement, either through access or monetary payment, whatever it may be, to get access to the governor. And those were all scripted questions. You see they have the DEI guy and the CRT guy ask him a question about CRT. Then they have Dana Lash ask him about guns and, payment processors banning people. Well, I hate to break it to people, but as the first deplatformed candidate in United States history and the only deplatformed candidate in Florida, I'll tell you that DeSantis has no problem with big tech interfering in our elections. And here on the ground, like watching all these donors now leave because they're all about to go get drunk at the bar and go to have their fancy little dinners here at the Four Seasons and other restaurants nearby. It's a lot of investors, and I've been taking pictures of people's name tags and keeping names and looking people up. And a lot of these guys are hedge fund managers. There's a lot of people in tech, and kind of makes you wonder, like, why are all of these investors who have heavy ties to surveillance technology like Palantir and Clearview backing DeSantis? What is in it for them? And that's what I'm really interested and intrigued by, is why is big tech rallying around Ron DeSantis? Like, what has Ron DeSantis done that shows that, one, that he's a free speech absolutist, and two, like, is this his whole shtick where he's just going to pretend to be a free speech absolutist and crack down on tech and then be funded by the worst offenders in big tech? So, I mean, I could answer other questions about what I've seen here
Yeah.
too, but
What else have you seen? Who have you talked to that you're comfortable sharing that you talked to them?
I mean, I see a lot. There's a lot of reporters here. They didn't let any media in. So it's very bizarre to me. All the reporters were laughing their asses off. Like, these are leftist reporters. Like, when I say leftist reporters, like, they work for publications like CBS or the New York Times or Politico, and everybody who's here is in agreement. It's the first time ever that I've seen Republicans and leftists and, people on the right and left in media unite. And it's the fact that this is the most retarded announcement ever. Why would you not
I
allow
will say,
media inside your event? They could have just had a Tim Scott style rally and invited everybody, and then you couldn't even hear the audio in the Twitter space because it kept glitching out. And then they said, "Oh, this was the most ridiculous part," and I really hope that people call them out for this shit. They said, "Oh, he crashed Twitter. Ron DeSantis is so popular, he crashed it." There were 675,000 people at the max at the time that this space was preparing to launch, as Elon Musk said, and at that time, you can see that Elon Musk turned it off after about 21 minutes or so. The recording's still there, and then they had a second space because nobody was speaking on the first one. Didn't Elon Musk have millions of people who listened or saw his Twitter space with BBC? So they want to act like Twitter doesn't have the technological capabilities to handle Ron DeSantis's subpar announcement, but like Elon Musk has had bigger Twitter spaces at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I don't understand like what they're trying to do, because they seem to think that all of us are as stupid and that all of us have short-term memory like everybody on the DeSantis campaign. But I don't know, like, screenshots are forever, I actually keep receipts, unlike some of these people.
Laura, what do you think is going to happen when people learn about, you know, Christina DeSantis and Ken Sturman? And I mean, what do you think? Like, do you think DeSantis will survive like a national vetting? What's your kind of read on that?
DeSantis will not survive a national vetting. Um, he's been very protected by the Florida media, especially with this legislative session, because he threatens people. So he threatens the press with like revoking access to his events. Okay. They bullied the legislators into endorsing him and said, okay, if you're a freshman legislator in the Florida legislature, we're going to kill your legislation unless you come out in support of Ron DeSantis. And now these people, they're going to face primaries because there's 67 counties in Florida. There's 67 RECs, and the RECs are with Trump. Like, the grassroots oppose resign to run. Governor DeSantis had the Florida law changed for himself so he could run for office. He's having them change the law so that they cover up his travel records to hide the fact that he's been using FDLE resources paid for by Florida taxpayers, okay, to do his private security for his book tours. And they're not going to have it. The people are not going to tolerate this. And when they start to see stories about Ken Sturman, because now the gloves are off, and I think that Trump's people were hoping that they were going to, and this is the terminology that, is often used, to kill the baby in the cradle, right? To kill the baby in the cradle. They thought, okay, we're going to kill this baby in the cradle, and DeSantis is not going to even file to run. But he's filed to run. So now they're going to have to be more heavy-handed in the attacks, like not just talking about Social Security, Medicare, and the insurance crisis, all of which is very important, of course. But excuse me, they're gonna have to start talking about his cooperation with the FBI and Capitol Police, welcoming them into Tampa, Florida, to track down and hunt down Trump supporters for J6. Florida has the highest number of J6 defendants in the country. They're gonna have to start talking about how one of his donors and biggest bundlers and his best friend, Ken Sturman, killed himself, and that DeSantis gave him governor appointed positions and gave him access on boards to groups like the Boys and Girls Club of Florida, even while Ken Sturman was under investigation for sex crimes with a minor. DeSantis lived in this guy's house. Ron DeSantis lived in a pedophile's house. And so he's going to have to answer to this. And unless they're planning on having some kind of like Biden-esque style campaign where DeSantis hides out in a bunker while he pretends to be at the Four Seasons, or who knows, maybe he's in Tallahassee, maybe he's here. There's no media allowed, so nobody even knows if Ron DeSantis is in the building or if he's in Tallahassee. Like, why would
Laura,
you
so
have
so
a,
Laura, you introduced me to Yair Netanyahu, and like you and I've been friends for what, like 10, 15 years, like a long ass time,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And you're very, like, fair to say you're plugged into like Israeli, politics, Israeli pro-Israel causes, right? Fair to say. Um,
yeah.
what's your
I mean,
read? Like, it seems to me the pro-Israel community is split between Trump and or like the pros, I guess, Bibi side is split between Trump and DeSantis. What's your read on, like, what is like, what do they want? Who do they want? Who's their candidate? Is it Trump or is it
well, look,
DeSantis or
so, I mean, we already saw this recently when Ron DeSantis traveled to Israel to sign the hate speech legislation. So, or the hate crime legislation. He tried to take credit for moving the embassy from Jerusalem. So it's just unbelievable. Like Ron DeSantis literally said when he was in Israel on this trip with Florida legislators that he was the one that was behind moving the embassy to Jerusalem. And the fact of the matter is, it's not true. It was President Donald Trump who did that. And they're all just trying to compete for Adelson money. And, there's no surprise that some of the wealthiest donors in the GOP happen to be Jewish, happen to be dual citizens with Israel. And these people host events. And when Ron DeSantis was in Israel, okay, pretending like he was on some kind of diplomatic trade trade tour in the UK and Japan and
which
Israel,
was
he
which
was he
which
was
was
actually
fucking weird, by
spotted.
the way.
I
Which
believe
was
it was
weird.
Axios. I believe it was Axios that broke the story. And he was with donors like Larry Mazzell, Miriam Adelson, and he was meeting with some of the wealthiest Jewish donors in the GOP. Why is he meeting with GOP political campaign donors? His campaign for governor's over. He's twice termed out. He can't run again for governor. The guy just took his oath in January. Obviously, he's fundraising for a presidential campaign on taxpayer dime. So um, it's going to be a pissing match as to who's like, the biggest supporter of Jewish and Israeli causes. And I'm sure they're going to use the Mar-a-Lago dinner against President Trump to attack him. I mean, look, I ran for Congress in the most Jewish district in the country. I'm Jewish myself. And like people love Trump, like the right-wing Jews love Trump. Unfortunately, we have a problem, a sickness in the Jewish community where, over 73% of Jews in this country vote Democrat. You're never going to win these people over, no matter how pro-Israel you are.
You're talking,
But
Laura, you're talking about the Jews who opposed the Iraq War. The majority of Jewish Americans who opposed the Iraq War, when the entirety of the Israel lobby to a single organization pushed the Iraq War on behalf of Netanyahu and the Likud party.
no,
That's who you're trying to
I'm
disparage.
talking I'm not disparaging anybody. I'm talking about factual numbers and breakdown of political demographics. Like I'm not
Okay,
disparaging anybody.
Jeremy, let's let her.
Over 70 over
Let's let her.
73. And look, I'm Jewish myself. I
Hold,
have
hold on,
no
hold on,
love.
hold on, hold on, hold
I
on,
have
Laura.
no love for groups like APAC. Like they
Laura,
campaigned
hold
against
on.
me. Okay.
Laura, hold on. So yeah, I mean, look, the reason I ask, yes, Jeremy, and Laura, both friends of mine, fair to say, represent vastly different views of how to be a Jew in America or how to be a Jew in the world, and God love them both for it. I like having what is the old saying, like two Jews, four opinions, right? This is just sort of how it goes, and I think having the debate
Have your
is
Jews
actually
fight.
very,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
jujitsu or whatever.
there's nothing more that Charles loves. Charles once told me, there's nothing that I love more than Jew on Jew crime. That's why he's been
Yes.
baiting me all night to come into his space. He loves Jew on Jew crime.
Well,
It's
well,
true. It's
Laura,
true. I do find it
I'll admit
entertaining.
you are my favorite self-hating Jewish supremacist.
Oh, well, I would
Yes.
probably call you a self-hating Jew too, so
It's funny to me.
whatever.
It's funny to me how you can get all the Jews going just by having them talk to each other. And it's like, why don't we just, not fight and, like, hear each other out and be kind
Speaking
of
of
Gentile?
Jews, speaking of Jews, let's talk about David Sachs, right? Right. So
Yeah. What did you
DeSantis,
think of
like I
David
said,
Sachs? I mean, you and I have talked about David
it was
Sachs before.
ridiculous.
It was
I
creepy,
mean,
wasn't it?
If I was RFK, I would be insulted. So David Sachs tonight during this ridiculous Twitter space was like, "Oh well, you're just he." I mean, he couldn't have had his tongue further up DeSantis's butthole. Okay, let's just put it that way. And he was like, "Well, it's just so incredible. You're just so amazing, and thank you so much for your time." As if like this wasn't planned for the last 2 years or 8 months that they were going
Or
to
for
announce and
DeSantis'
have
whole
this
life. For
for his.
DeSantis' whole life.
Well, let's be honest, not his whole life, Jill's whole wife, his wife,
Yes.
right? Because she's the one that's really running things. Let's be honest here. Um, and then
By the
David
way,
Sachs goes,
I've noticed, Laura, when you and I called, Casey DeSantis or Jill Black or whatever, when we called her
Lady
Lady
Macbeth.
Macbeth, now the press is calling her Lady Macbeth.
I
So
know,
we
I
have to
love
be
it.
very careful. We have to be very careful about what we call people, lest it become like their sobriquet or
Well,
nom de
they
politics,
all
I
read our
guess.
stuff. Like all the reporters tonight, like from CBS News and New York Times and all these different publications, they're all coming up to me and chatting with me. And I don't drink. I was sitting at the bar, and they all read my Twitter account. They all were, coming up to me when the cameras were away. Oh, you're Laura Loomer, right? Oh, I follow your work. Yeah, because they're all reading my reports about Ron DeSantis because I've been reporting on this probably before anybody has been reporting on this, me and Roger Stone. And for months, I've been called crazy and unhinged and obsessive because I've been calling it like it is. Going back to David Sachs, though, he said, "Oh, DeSantis, you're the first candidate to ever have an event launch like this," which is absolutely not true because RFK launched his presidential campaign on Twitter Space, and then it was like a dig for RFK where he said, "Oh, well, I mean, serious candidate or serious challenger, serious presidential candidate." You'll have to go back and listen to it. But not only did he lie and say that DeSantis was the first candidate to have a Twitter space to announce, which is not true. But what, RFK is not a serious candidate? If I was Biden, I would be scared about RFK. I think that he's a very serious candidate. I know a lot of Republicans who are only Trumpers who said that if Trump's not the nominee and DeSantis is, they'll be voting for RFK. Me personally, I'm an only Trump voter. I've made this very clear, and I will
Well,
personally lead the write-in Donald Trump, on the ballot initiative if Donald Trump isn't the nominee. Like, I don't care if it costs Republicans the election because we
yeah,
need to
I
teach the
agree with you.
Republican.
By
We
the
need
way,
to teach these people a lesson. I'll
I
do
agree
it.
with you. I mean, it's
But
very obvious,
RFK is
Laura.
much more impressive than DeSantis. Let's just be
It's
honest.
it's very interesting to me. Yeah, I don't know necessarily that you and I would agree on RFK. I haven't studied him enough to have a full opinion of him yet. I'm gonna maybe do that next weekend. Is just read all of his stuff. But my impression is that Suarez character, he just got in serious trouble for corruption, right? And he's somebody else that David Sachs has given lots of money to. This Miami guy. Do you know anything about this? Are you following this story at all, Laura?
I saw it was behind a paywall. Honestly, these last few days, I've just been very busy trying to, prepare everything and travel down here. And so, when you sent me the article the other night and it was paywalled, I had too much on my plate to really look into it. Um, but feel free to indulge everybody.
Now, what's your sense on like why the tech people are so pro, other than money, right? Which I guess is like moves
Well,
everything around them.
all these guys have investments in artificial intelligence technologies. So you have Palantir, which is surveillance technology. I mean, you have the executives for Palantir bragging about how they torpedoed right-wing political movements in Europe this last election season. You have
Yeah, I
Clearview.
saw that. I
Um,
saw that. That was very weird.
you have Clearview board members, and so why are all these investors and tech millionaires and billionaires who have vested interests in surveillance technologies, facial recognition technologies, and artificial intelligence technologies? Why are they all rallying around DeSantis and pretending like they don't know each other? Like Elon Musk, look, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm grateful that he gave me my Twitter account back, but personally, I think that it was really, really low of him tonight to have that Twitter space without disclosing the fact that, he and David Sachs were, I guess you could say they were business partners, right? As part of like the original PayPal mafia. To not introduce the fact that David Sachs is a DeSantis donor and you know what, like this is just some some random moderation. Not everybody is
Yeah, it was weird,
obsessive
right?
like
Because
all of us, right? Like we are
yeah, they tried to
political
make it.
animals.
Well,
Let me just really quick. Let me just
yeah,
finish the
go
sentence.
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
just say like we consider ourselves to be like political animals, or at least we all have, a political hobby, if not our career, right? And so we are talking about this because we're all crazy enough to be spending our, what is it, Wednesday, right? Our, what's today? I don't even know my days anymore. Wednesday evenings at 9 o'clock at night talking about this space. Your average person doesn't know these things. Your average person hasn't seen the FEC reports to know that David Sachs was a DeSantis donor. And so there's like this level
And
of
a Hillary donor,
deception, and a Hillary
and a
and a
Hillary.
Mitt Romney donor. So there's this really sinister level of deception here. And I see Elon now saying, "Oh, any presidential candidate is welcome to come on," but it's not about whether or not you're welcoming them on. It's about, why are you withholding certain facts and pieces of information, and what's your intent behind doing so? Like, what was the intent in not disclosing their financial and business relationships tonight, and what was the intent in not disclosing the fact that David Sachs is a DeSantis donor? Just think it's
Do you
important for
think it would?
people to know.
I think they should all get badges, on there. They should be able to get, little icons with the big Ron DeSantis on their foreheads on these platforms.
Well, oh, it's so funny that you said they should get badges. So another really weird thing that's happened here at this conference is I don't know, they need better marketing or something. It's just very weird. These donors are walking around with these badges because this is like a 36-hour, or I guess you could say like 48-hour event, 2 days, right? These donors have come here, and apparently these bundlers are all required to raise at least $3,300 tomorrow. So they have to dial for dollars all day long from the Four Seasons. They have these packets they're passing out called investor toolkits, okay? And you have all these donors walking around with these toolkits. And then on the badges, right, it says like, oh, investor, donor. And on the back of the badges, it says schedule Rama. It's just so weird and kind of gay, if I might say. They're calling this event Rama, RON-A-RAMA. Very weird. I don't know. You'd think that it would have a more serious name if it's a presidential kickoff, but even the media is laughing about it. I mean, everybody's sitting at the bar and chatting with each other and talking about how they, these reporters talking about how they couldn't even listen to this space because he was so boring. I think Matt Gaetz called it DeSedative because he was so boring. He had no energy. I mean, between DeSantis's scripted unlikability and his inability to, be charismatic, combined with the monotone voices of pretty much every other speaker on that space. It was awful.
What do you make of? I mean, it seems to me Sachs is obviously very worried. I mean, the SEC is supposed to be investigating him. I mean, I can understand Sachs's motivations, right? Like, he probably wants like a better SEC, a better FBI not coming after him for being a crook. Like that, I can understand and appreciate. But what do you think? Like, why do you think Elon was like down for this? Like, do you think he's a secret DeSantis supporter? I mean, we know he's a Kevin McCarthy fan, and maybe Laura, you could talk about the relationship of Kevin McCarthy and Marjorie Taylor Greene to
Yeah, look,
to Ron
Elon,
DeSantis, because it's stuff I didn't know.
and I'll have to go in about 5 minutes or so. But if you're on later, I can get back on because I have to go to a dinner meeting in a few minutes. But listen, Elon Musk said, "Oh, every candidate's welcome to come on," and he said he hasn't endorsed anybody, but that's not really true because months ago he's even quoted there's screenshots that said, "Oh, well, if DeSantis runs in 2024, would you support him?" And he said yes. So he's on the record publicly saying that he would support DeSantis. Um, he retweeted Tim Scott's announcement video the other day, so that was interesting. But it's not like this whole relationship between Elon Musk and DeSantis is secret. I wrote an article about this on my Substack, and if you haven't already, it's free to subscribe. I encourage all of you to go to lauraloomer.substack.com, and subscribe for free. And you can read all of my exclusive content and my exposés about DeSantis that ties in all of these big tech relationships. And what Chuck's referring to is
There's this investor who I mentioned earlier named Joe Lonsdale, who's in big tech. He's one of the co-founders of Palantir with Peter Thiel. He's based out of Austin, Texas. He's very good friends with Elon Musk. He just recently hosted an event on April 22nd at his home, and for this, they said it was for the Cicero Institute, but that's bullshit. It was a fundraising event for DeSantis, and Lonsdale's son, no, McCarthy's son works for Joe Lonsdale. And so the Speaker of the House's son works for this investor who's tied in with all this surveillance technology. And, you kind of wonder why McCarthy hasn't endorsed Donald Trump. Well, his son is literally working for DeSantis's donors. And he, even back to the time when Mick Mulvaney was chief of staff in Trump, I included all the screenshots and the receipts in my article. Joe Lonsdale and Connor McCarthy were having meetings with Mick Mulvaney. And so, when the story came out, Lonsdale attacked me and called me crazy. He said I was a conspiracy theorist because I blew the whistle on the fact that, this is why McCarthy won't endorse Trump, because they're trying to screw him. And McCarthy's tied in with all these donors. Lonsdale's been a longtime Kevin McCarthy donor, okay? And look, you don't see MTG pressuring her buddy McCarthy to endorse Donald Trump. She's willing to spend $100,000 on his disgusting used chapstick the other day, but she won't publicly call for him to endorse President Trump. It's very weird, I might say. And of course, this comes after I recently exposed MTG for paying for the Yay24 domain and setting President Trump up at Mar-a-Lago, something which she doesn't want to take any personal responsibility for. But I think that all these tech guys are really just trying to get in with government contracts because there's serious money to be made in artificial intelligence, in space exploration, in all of the stuff that Elon Musk himself is doing. All these other guys.
Well, let's also be aware that they're all Gen Xers, right? They're all Gen X males who have a certain view of the world, right? And this is not really a world that has space for anyone really in this room, irrespective.
Yeah, I'm a Gen X male. Could I pose a question?
Well, it doesn't. Go ahead, Jeremy. But you and I both know that they have no space for you because of your politics.
True. And
by the way, as I type this, just so you get live updates from the Four Seasons right now, I've probably received 3 emails from Ron DeSantis in the last hour and a half asking for money. So, like I said, the whole point of this whole Four Seasons event was a way for them to raise a lot of money because DeSantis was supposed to have an event in Dunedin. We'll all go right now in a few minutes. I'm just finishing up this space. He was supposed to have an event in Dunedin, and now today it was announced by the press that he canceled that event, and who knows if it was even ever scheduled. He just wanted to kind of portray this whole, country boy, hometown facade, and
he's not really from there, right? Like everybody kind of knows that that's all fake. But Laura, I know Khaleesi and Dana both wanted to ask you a question. If you would be so kind as to indulge them, and then we can let you go back.
And then I'll get back on later tonight. I just have to.
I'd love to hear. I go and schmooze or whatever and kibitz and come back. And tell us,
I'm chatting. I'm getting serious intel. So it's.
Yeah, well, I enjoy it when you go out there into the world and cause trouble.
Definitely.
Luring them and all that. But go ahead, Khaleesi. Ask her real quick, and then we'll.
Thanks so much, Charles, and thanks, Laura. Great to have live updates from you. Laura, just very quickly, you talked about the I would call it the interview as opposed to the launch. And somebody who sat in the UK, I just thought, I've heard President Trump, and President Trump is presidential. And I was expecting a presidential launch today, and it did seem like a fundraiser. It seemed like a really boring, lackluster interview, as opposed to really forward-looking policies, nothing about the war, nothing. I mean, America's at the pinnacle in terms of its future right now. It's never been in this position. And I think there was a lot missing from it. It was just dull. I don't know if you agree with that. I don't know what people in America are thinking, but there was nothing about foreign policy in there. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. There was nothing in there about foreign policy. It was just all culture war nonsense, right? Because that's all DeSantis can talk about. And that's why, they have these people like Elon Musk and David Sachs and all these tech investors who are trying to prop him up because, who's controlling the culture war? It's big tech. And so that's going to set the stage for, the differences between a real America First leader and somebody who's just, punching way above their weight class. And that's Ron DeSantis in the sense that he has no foreign policy experience. That's why he just had to go to Israel. He went to Japan and went to the UK. pretending like he has foreign policy experience, but he doesn't. He doesn't have the
Like
experience. And
my British friends who were meeting with him in the UK were like, why are you here? Like, what's going on? Like, what's this about?
And also, I
Nobody
do
could
find it.
figure it out.
I find it a little weird. So what? They didn't. He couldn't go to the UK when when his sister suspiciously died while in a relationship with her foreign. What is he? Russian or Ukrainian boyfriend?
Polish, allegedly,
Polish
yeah.
boyfriend. So he couldn't go to the UK to transfer the body back to the family. And then on the death certificate, it literally says that the boyfriend allowed for the body of DeSantis' sister to be cremated in the UK. So what? So where's the priority? You won't go to the UK to get your sister's body and bring it back home, but you're going to go to the UK to like pretend like you're president? I mean,
His
let's just talk
only,
about
his
it, right?
only, his only sibling.
Let's just take the fucking gloves off, right? Because now we all know. Now we've all seen it, right? So let's just go there. Because these are the questions that DeSantis is going to be forced to answer whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think, it's weird to me to have all these DeSantis people attack me over a death certificate that I went and found in the UK, which has all kinds of problems just by itself. I mean, we don't even know what's happened to the boyfriend. Supposedly there was a fiance, situation. But like, yeah, it's very strange. I mean, we had a
This is the first time people are hearing about this too. So, you know, you and I have been talking about this for months, obviously, because you're the one that, flew to the UK and uncovered the death certificate. But you should put this in the nest, as they call it, so that everybody can see what we're talking about, so that they can see. And look,
I will.
DeSantis was running for the United States Senate when this happened. He never wants to talk about the
He's
circumstances
literally
surrounding his
never talked
sister's
about
death.
his sister publicly,
And it
ever.
was only after the death certificate that Chuck uncovered in the UK got leaked. I don't know. I think Chuck planted it, but he profusely denies
No,
that.
I
But
swear to God, I didn't do it. In
yeah,
fact, in fact, in fact, I have nothing to do with the Daily Mail because
I
they're
mean,
way too.
I wouldn't hold it against you. I'd actually
I,
applaud you for good work
I,
if you did plant
I
it. But
promise you, I did not do it. I gave it to some friends in Florida, and then you know how
yeah,
that place is. They leak like a sieve.
well,
Um,
either way, you guys need to look at this death certificate and see for yourself. It's very bizarre. And just ask yourself, like, if you were married, or not even married, if you were a parent and you had a daughter that was dating some guy, or you had a son that was dating somebody foreign, and they were overseas, and they tragically died like randomly without, it's not like she was terminally ill. They had like a freak incident where they died. Okay. Would you would you be okay with that person who was the boyfriend and not yet the spouse, sending the body, to get cremated in a foreign country instead of sending the body back so that you could give your child a burial? I mean, on the actual death certificate, it says that the boyfriend authorized the body for cremation. And so I just have a lot of questions about that. And then shortly after that, DeSantis dropped out of his Senate race, and he never wants to talk about it. He
he's
never
literally
wants to
never
talk about
mentioned
it.
his sister
He
publicly
never mentions
ever.
his. And what's also really weird is, like, if you type in Christina DeSantis, which is her name, if you type in her name, she if you type in her name online, nothing comes up. Um, hold on one second.
All right. I guess.
No, I can talk. 1 second. I
Yeah. Go
just
ahead. Go ahead.
um, if you type in Christina DeSantis online, things about Christina Pusha comes up online, and so nothing ever pops up about Christina DeSantis, his sister. And it's kind of interesting because when you
Yeah.
type in the name, it's like they just assume that that it's Pusha, and
Yeah.
it's not Pusha.
No, I was threatened when I first found the document. When I first found it, there was a lot of people who were DeSantis supporters that were threatening me over talking about the family.
Yeah.
They were so to me that's the tell like a normal person would be like, listen, my beloved daughter, my beloved sister died under very difficult circumstances. Like there's so many ways of handling it if you're normal, right?
Yeah, and it's
And
not
yet,
it's not it's just very bizarre to me that, like, they wouldn't want to fly, like, if you had a kid that died overseas, you wouldn't want their body to be flown back home. Like, you would just allow for somebody that wasn't even married to them to authorize, like, cremation. It just seems very weird. And I don't have kids, right? But and I'm not married. But if I had kids, and I had a kid that died overseas, and they were in a relationship, and they died under weird, suspicious circumstances, and then the partner of my kid decided to have the body cremated. Like, that's some weird sus.
Especially when the boyfriend is like in the Polish mob,
Well,
right?
that's what Charles says. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
Chuck's
it's
theory
pretty
is.
clear. I mean, it's pretty clear like which banks he's worked for. It's pretty clear that he was like running this weird video company that was shut down for money laundering.
Hey,
There's like a lot of weird stuff
Charles,
there.
didn't she work for KPMG, which is like a large auditing house, financial
Yes,
firm?
yes, she worked for a large auditing firm that had all sorts of its own problems. But she died in the prime of life. I mean, she was 30 years old. It's something that doesn't kill a lot of people. So the whole thing is very strange. And it's something that I think is going to continue to haunt them unless it's addressed in a satisfactory
Oh, I
way.
agree.
Um,
He's going to get asked about it. Let's take the last question. I apologize for the noise. I've
yeah,
just
yeah. Go ahead, Dana, and then come back. Go do
a
your
lot of
work, and
people
then
have
come back,
come
Laura, and
out.
give us the full download.
One
So happy
one
to have
last
you as
question.
always.
One last
Yeah, go ahead.
question, since I promised to do two, and then I'm going to have to go.
Yeah, go ahead, Dana.
Yes, Laura, you tweeted a tweet about Hal Lambert and how how DeSantis has a Chinese connection financially through an ETF software, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so the woman who was just busted for January 6th is who DeSantis put on his state board. She was a massage therapist, and he put her on the board after he knew that she had been,
What do you mean, woman who was
part of
just busted
January
for
6th.
January 6th? What do you mean by that?
Sandra Atkinson
Yeah,
was
there was this
just
woman who was just
indicted.
arrested, who is indicted, who's involved in this like weird Chinatown thing.
Yeah. Okay. So
Oh, okay.
she was staying in Chinatown when she was at the hotel in January 6th in Washington, D.C. So I find it interesting that we just had Chinese underground police, indicted or busted for being all over the country. And I would imagine with her being a massage therapist and on the board for the last year and was, and then what's his name? The NFL guy, all of them getting busted having sex with massage therapists, which everybody knows anything on the Eastern Shore, on the all through Florida and Fairhope, their massage therapists are giving hand jobs, blow jobs, all kinds of shit. I mean, it's happening here where I live. They get busted all the time,
Bob Kraft.
and they're all
Bob Kraft, Bob
and
Kraft
they're
of
all
the
Asian.
NFL.
So they're also paying with Bitcoin and stuff like that. So my question: they have these apps for them. So what is Ron DeSantis's connection through that? Because she was just busted in Okaloosa County, and that is in Matt Gaetz's district.
Well, it's funny that
Yep.
you asked that, because like tonight, one of the specific questions that David Sachs, you could tell that DeSantis was thrown off guard, because one of the questions that Sachs asked him about was Bitcoin, and DeSantis, being so unaware. DeSantis doesn't dabble in Bitcoin and crypto. The state of Florida does. I mean, look, if you want to talk about corruption and scandal, let's talk about the $1 billion that apparently the state of Florida had invested through, various FTX investments, and nobody wants to talk about it anymore because of this FTX scandal. And you don't have any accountability for Sam Bankman-Fried and his family, which was carrying out this massive Ponzi scheme from Broward County, Florida. But then DeSantis just happened to support Jared Moskowitz, the Democrat who was elected in Broward County, who received over $250,000 in PAC donations from FTX money. I mean, look, it's so shady. Okay, I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah,
But the
the
guy doesn't even
Moskowitz
understand
is
crypto. He
very
goes,
shady.
"This is what he said." He goes, "Oh yeah, I think that people have a right to do Bitcoin." You don't do Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a currency. Okay, Bitcoin's a currency. I don't understand like how brain dead somebody has to say, oh, people have the right to do Bitcoin. You don't do Bitcoin. Like, it's just,
Well, there's
he
another
doesn't,
there's
you could
another
just see
thought
that
to this though, because
he's pretending to be somebody he's not. And these tech guys are trying to use him to basically push their own agenda, like some Trojan horse, right? To kind of come in and co-opt the MAGA
but
American
Laura, this
dream.
And
also has
remember, there's a
integration.
Hong Kong
Can I
background to
finish? Hold
FTX too.
on.
Hold on, one at a time. Yes, Jeremy's quite right. There's a Hong Kong connection there with FTX, and DeSantis has always been very quietly pro-Chinese in all kinds of ways, which people know. who've had any dealings with him. But I think Dana is quite right about the underground, mobs,
Immigration. What about the
immigration,
immigration?
sex
This is
issue.
it could
Yeah.
be more not just the Hispanic immigration, but the Chinese immigration.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, this is the
absolutely.
first year where new housing purchases in Florida, there were more houses purchased in Florida by Chinese than were purchased in California. So
Well,
it's an issue.
also too, a lot of the migrant boat crossings that have gotten worse under DeSantis, because Florida is experiencing a 7-year high of migrant boat crossings. So actually, the invasion into Florida has only worsened under DeSantis. A lot of
Correct.
those people are Chinese migrants, and let's not forget they're
Correct.
washing up on the shore of Palm Beach Island.
Correct.
And when they washed up, this was like 2 years ago. You can look it up. These Chinese
Yep. My whole
migrants
point.
came
Thank you.
and
Yes.
they arrived and they went to Mar-a-Lago and they tried to sneak in through the waterfront of Mar-a-Lago, and they had the USB with them. These were Chinese spies, and they were trying to like break into Mar-a-Lago, and I don't know what they were going to do with their USB, but yeah, there's been multiple attempts, and these Chinese are just washing up on the shores of Palm Beach Island, and DeSantis likes to pretend like he's so anti-illegal immigration, but I hate to say it, you're not reducing illegal immigration by busing illegal aliens to other parts of the country. You're just further endangering other American citizens and widening, the geographic spread of these invaders. So, his immigration policy sucks. It's not America first at all, because true America first immigration policy would be mass deportations and an immigration moratorium. So I have to go. I'll hop back on
Yes,
later
come
tonight.
back, Laura. Always good to have you. Be well. Have fun.
All right. And then I posted some videos too, so you guys can see the different videos that were floating around tonight, like the different LED light trucks. Those were cool. So,
Yeah, we'll put those up in the Jumbotron. Good to have you,
all
and
right.
stay safe. Bye.
Yeah, you too. Bye. Sorry
I
about
still,
that.
I still have a lot more questions on this woman. I've vetted her a good bit. There's still more I'm going to do, but she has LLCs that are interesting, or who does own her businesses, and that's not in her name, but are her businesses. So, because they are
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, look, there's a lot of weird stuff around DeSantis and January 6th, and DeSantis's weird connections with like the Chinese that are friendly to the Israelis, the
with the
organized
sheriff's
crime
departments.
aspects, the sheriff's departments.
Mhm.
There's just like there's a lot of strange behavior there, for sure. And I think as time goes on, we're going to kind of learn more about this aspect of like financing him and where that all came from and where all the money's from and all the rest of it, because it is a real going concern. Um, so we have some other people in here who I don't know, but you're welcome to come up. Paul, did you have anything you wanted to say? And Jeremy, I know we cut you off, so if there's anything you want to add or thoughts that you have, let me know. We'll happy to have you. And yeah, we'll go from there.
Jeremy had me bring up a friend of his as well, uh, Sebsol. So anyway,
Yeah, I should say too, for those who are curious, like Laura and I've known Laura for going on. It'll be 12 years this coming November, maybe even 13 years, and we're friends. We don't have to agree on everything. And what I like about Laura is that she actually goes places, and she actually goes and like puts a microphone in people's faces and asks them questions, kind of like Jeremy does. And it's so invaluable to have people like that who are in the room asking the questions. I think that that's just so important, and we really owe these people a debt of gratitude, even if we don't agree with their conclusions. So long as they're providing us facts, that's kind of enough, right? Because we're all smart people. We can draw our own conclusions from what they're able to get on camera or what they're able to get in audio or what have you. So that's a big reason I sort of have her in these spaces, and I'd encourage her to speak. We obviously we disagree on a lot. She's also changed a lot in the time that I've known her. She's become a lot more interested in just like going and meeting people of all different types, and she's herself wherever she goes. And I will tell you, when I was having issues with the Israelis a number of years ago, she literally called up Yair Netanyahu and told him to knock it off and stop harming me. And they did. The Israelis, for a time, left me alone. So that level of access to, the prime minister of a country's, son, that level of access is pretty powerful. So that's another reason I also kind of keep her close and ask her questions or whatever. And she's pretty, she's a spunky person, to put it mildly. Very strange girl, but she's my friend. So, I appreciate you guys showing her some respect. And I know that there's a lot of people who ideologically disagree with her and whatnot. So, anyway, Richard, who's in the audience, Richard and I speak about her a lot, where she's a sui generis figure. She's just like a ball of energy, and she just does her thing, and it's amazing. I will call her up, and she'll talk to me, and we'll sort of speak for like, you never speak with her for more than 10, 15 minutes because she's always like darting from one place or another. But I'll tell her things, and then she'll tweet about it, and then 3 to 6 months later, it'll be like in the Miami Herald or in Politico or whatever. So she basically lives in this kind of like weird zone where she launders things that I tell her into the mainstream media, which has been very interesting to watch over the years. But anyway, where were we? Seb, you wanted to say something, so please go ahead. Welcome. Sebs? Going once? Going twice? So Jeremy, this is a friend of yours, or?
Yes, and she hosted me to do a deeper dive on the Sam Bankman-Fried FTX operation, and she has a lot of receipts on the questions of the tech sector, crypto alliance, finance worldwide, really. And so she brings a lot to the table. And I think she just needs a moment in order to talk on that.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
That's
I
right.
wasn't in. I had to walk back upstairs. I heard you saying something about the Suarez and David Sachs, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. For those who are unfamiliar, the Miami Herald did a major story the other day about all these kind of corrupt payments that were going to Mayor Suarez, which was something that was long
He
rumored for quite a while.
he was just at the Bitcoin conference too. I know that he's like a big like Bitcoin guy, kind of in that whole realm. Anarchapulco. He's kind of like a bridge between that libertarian / conservative and kind of like that Cuban, dissident, I guess, realm. He operates as a bridge, but like very heavily into the crypto world. So I was just curious as to what the connection was with David Sachs.
For those who don't know, David Sachs has hosted a number of fundraisers events for Mayor Suarez. Mayor Suarez is very close to an Israeli intelligence officer who allegedly ran a moving company. Stop me if this sounds familiar. And then is now a major real estate broker in Miami. And the Founders Fund offices that Peter Thiel and Keith Raboy and others do, they're all in Moshe Mana's properties down there in Miami. So he's that's sort of the background there. And Moshe Mana is also, and I must say I'm somewhat envious of this, he's also the owner of several paintings by one Hunter Biden. So I find that quite interesting and kind of revealing in a way too. But yes, so Suarez is in some kind of trouble, at least if the Miami Herald is to be believed. And he's been talking about himself, about running for president in his own right. And of course, there's lots of accusations of criminal behavior by Suarez. His own father, Xavier Juarez, he got in quite a lot of trouble back in the day. And he was involved taking bribes and also trying to rig the Miami city elections. So that kind of gives you kind of a backdrop there.
Yeah, that's pretty on brand. It sounds like, especially for
I posted
for Florida politics.
The Jumbotron, the video of all the stuff where he was being paid by a real estate developer at the same time he was taking actions in favor of the real estate developer. So that kind of gives you a flavor of kind of the corruption that he's up to. But go ahead, Sebs. You wanted to tell us about the Sam Bankman-Fried stuff and all of the crypto stuff. Please.
Oh, well, I mean, that's such a large subtopic just in general. But I mean, for me, like the FTX stuff in particular, that just kind of seemed like a red herring for the most part. It seemed like, okay, this is going to be something that it was inevitable. Like it was a bubble that was going to pop sooner or later. And then all these regulations were going to come right after. But to me, it seemed like it was inevitable. Like it had to happen rather than like these kooky kids who were commingling their assets. Um, that's kind of how I see that. But, I guess we could go into
I've talked a lot
detail.
about.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've written about Sam Bankman-Fried and his sort of family connections with Macau and Hong Kong and all of that, and the kind of like, Israeli, Jewish, uh, Chinese angle to him, and kind
Yeah.
of that whole operation, because I think that that's an important thing to appreciate.
No, for sure. I mean, he seems pretty like well connected in that realm. Like it kind of seems like it was bound to happen, because how do you just like not oversee what's happening in that company, and then just with whether it's with Alameda, and I know that they were also connected to the digital currency group, I think through Alameda, and that's Barry Silbert, and he's like big time into he owns like Grayscale, I believe, or yeah, he does own Grayscale, and let me see, he got his start actually way back in the day when Bitcoin was super cheap, and he bought his Bitcoin from the FBI. It was part of this like confiscated Bitcoin stuff, and so I find it interesting that like that, because DSG, which is the digital currency group, or DCG, they tend to show up quite a bit whenever this kind of thing happens. So it's just interesting. And then the guy who was doing the I forgot his name right now, but he was in Congress for the FTX hearing, but he was actually involved in Enron, in the Enron hearings as well. So he goes way back. I can't think of his name right now. I'll find it.
John Ray.
Yeah.
Is his
Yes.
name,
Yes.
and
That fella.
he's the bankruptcy trustee on that. We might at some point do, as the Sam Bankman-Fried trial gets going. I've been saving all my receipts and all my documentation on Sam Bankman-Fried and kind of that whole universe, and I think we'll certainly do a lot of things on that as we get closer to the trial, because I think it's very important that we talk about some of the things that's presented there.
Scam, bank run fraud. And isn't it interesting of David Sachs in relationship to Silicon Valley bank runs and all of that?
Well, as you know, I've written a lot about David Sachs. I mean, he married a mobster's daughter, an Italian mobster's daughter. It's not my opinion. I mean, it's pretty well established if you look at it. And I posted a lot of that stuff on my Substack. People, if they just search David Sachs, they can see all my writings on him. I'm blocked by him, so it was quite challenging to actually listen to the whole discussion today. And thankfully, Khaleesi, was recording it in that other space, and so I was able to hear it as a result. So I'm much obliged to her over that. But yeah, it's very.
Charles, you have no idea of the pressure on me, because I joined that space to listen, and they had two people lined up to stream it. They had one person, and then they had a backup, and both of those failed. So when I had to do it off two phones, I just kept thinking, and the numbers grew to over 200,000 people listening to it on that space where I was streaming. And I was just thinking, this is the only recording, because at that time, Elon Space wasn't showing us recording. The second one that they started, it looked like they hadn't pressed record. And I was thinking, oh my God, if this crashes, if my battery dies, because I was actually streaming it off the web, I couldn't get on the app. And the pressure I was feeling, I couldn't wait for it to finish. And he was so boring as well. I just thought, freaking hell, shut up and let it finish. Honestly, he was so boring. I couldn't wait.
Yeah, it was like watching paint dry, but listening to it. It was something else. I always knew he was boring. I didn't realize he was that boring and that dull. And the Chris Rufo thing is really weird. Like this whole like attack that Chris Rufo is a part of. Rufo's parents, I think, are some kind of like weird Italian Marxists or something. So it's kind of like, what the hell is going on here? Like, why is he entitled to an opinion? I don't know. It was, I don't know. It was just very strange. Penelope, would you like to go ahead and speak? Welcome. By the way, we see your new face.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me. Nice to meet you guys. I'm not self-promoting. I'm just letting you guys know that I have been a podcaster and a broadcaster. I've done radio for 4 years. Worked with several media companies, and anything that I'm going to talk about right now is on my podcast, and you can find it on my Twitter page with along my website will have the notes and everything that I'm talking about. So I'm a little worked up about DeSantis and the things that he said because for the last few years I've actually done some uh, reports on things that he has done or he's been doing, and I feel like his little announcement he did today, pretty much he said all the things a lot of us wanted to hear, but it was contradictory to everything that he's been doing. And I'm shocked that he thinks we're not smart enough to figure it out. And there's receipts everywhere to show it. For example, there's a thing called Local Law 97. So that's on the East Coast. Well, on the West Coast, they have the Climate Agenda 2030, I believe it's called. And what it is they have basically gone into ESG for companies that will provide them with materials in order to rebuild after Hurricane Ian. And then, furthermore, on that, and I'm just going to touch on several things instead of going into further depth because I'm sure you have several hands. The Bitcoin thing, when he brought that up, my ears perked because what they've done with that is in Miami-Dade. So you can go to the Miami-Dade website and it has all sustainabilities and all of the rules and regulations that they're expecting these landlords to follow in order for them to meet the emissions controls for their buildings. And on top of it, I had a friend, and there's a podcast that I did with her, and she was a designer. She did in Miami, and she did mostly Airbnbs for Miami. And all these rules and regulations started to change. And in order for people to remodel or rebuild from natural disasters, they had to use certain companies because only these companies would meet the requirements. And if it involved cement, floor layment, roofing, air conditioning, heating, anything, countertops, cabinets, anything, it had to meet certain regulations. He's already jumped into the World Economic Forum and the sustainability. So all this crap that he just told us is a bunch of
Well,
crap.
this is a bit batty, so we're not going to go on this one. I was hoping we would get to a non-crazy point there. Um, you know, I don't know what to say about that. When people talk about ESG, what they're really talking about is CIA, MI6, trying to basically make the economy not as polluting, not as wild, not as criminal, basically. And I can understand why there are lots of places that don't want that level of insight and auditing, and why many of those people might be from Florida. So, yeah, it's a bit much. It's a bit much on the conspiracy side of it. You have to kind of come with your facts and not just be kind of all over the place. It's much more helpful.
I'd actually say a lot of the ESG stuff is more connected to like social impact finance and how that's like the new way of doing business that I guess after the housing crash and everything in 2008 that we were transitioning to. I think that's what the ESG stuff comes out of, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, well, the ESG stuff is about trying to restructure the economy.
Yeah, but it's been happening since like for over a decade now.
Yes.
It didn't, yeah.
And it's not really that big a deal, all things considered.
Yeah, I think that it's a little bit much, but I don't think that it's the way that they're saying. It's not like this, Chinese social credit score thing that I think a lot of people make it out to be.
No,
Yeah.
I think that's right. Greg, I see you're up here. Welcome. Well, happy to have you. Paul, is there anything you want to say? I've been dying to hear from you all night. I miss you terribly. You used to have the greatest.
Dallas down.
Yeah, he's. They came for you, didn't they, Paul?
Did they ban his account? Because it was Punisher earlier.
It was
Alexei, I was
the
wondering what
greatest
happened to
account.
that.
Yo, man, lots of punishments, man. I had to take that trip. I took that fully funded flight to Israel, and they hooked the nigga up with the job in the DeSantis campaign. So, I got a shill for the campaign. And they got me as an UDA on the books. So, yeah, man, like you saw,
At least
you
you
saw,
got something for selling out. That's more than
right?
I can say for some of them.
Yo, now all I need is some sloppy toppy from Christina Pushaw because, the Georgian boys like Saakashvili, anyone in Williamsburg says she gives the best sloppy toppy. So hopefully that's what I get out of this because I really don't need a bag. But
Yeah, I'm afraid to say how slutty I think Pushaw actually is. I mean, the word on the street is that she was one of those people who put the relations in foreign relations back when
yo,
she was like doing all of that.
Yo,
Yeah.
big facts, dog. Yo, man, she knows how to advertise it too, man. She knows what surgeries you need to get. She knows how much Botox you need on the lips and how plump them shits gotta look. But yo, you really saw the dawning of the startup nation with today's announcement. You saw Gen X really tell the boomers, "Screw you, Dad. I can run the country. I can run the company." And it's just like,
I
man, you
love
got.
you. I love you, Paul. Where have you been? I missed you. Oh, that's good stuff. I mean, you're not wrong. The Gen exploitation, people are just sick of it. And the thing that's going to be funny for them is like, we're going to outnumber them in this coming election, right? So what are they going to do? It's going to be an interesting tell.
Yeah, no doubt on that. And it's like, yo, one of like the funniest things is that like you see like the people that are with them. Like I remember you've done a lot of good work on your Substack, Charles Johnson's thoughts of what was it, David Sachs and his background. You see like that whole crew. It's like they come out of South Africa and Rhodesia, and they're just like very involved with these very sus type of Zio projects, but it's like even more funny of like you even look at who he has formally hired to him. Phil Cox, I believe he's for his communications, and that guy he is chairman of IMGE Media, and then that guy he's been hooked up with Jeffrey Yass for like the longest time, because even way back up in like 2002, he was working for the Mercatus Center at George Mason. Then after that, he was with Americans for Prosperity, and then finally he's the talk digital strategy and then trying to make that a thing for Republican politicians so that way TikTok itself becomes a political tool. And Jeffrey Yass is the biggest investor on the American side for TikTok. The other funny thing too is that like I remember I think it's like an old New York Times article. It was that one of his lobbying clients was Live Golfing. I haven't kept up with golfing in forever, but our Live itself got a Saudi money into it. I forget what they call it, the Saudi sovereign fund. But that portfolio itself is invested into it heavily. I think like over to the tune of over 100 million. So it's just you see like how these groups are like they're invested heavily into it. And then I remember you pointed that out because with what A16Z with their what American Dynamics project, they use a lot of funding from the Saudi sovereign fund. And then we know that what last month DeSantis had Michael Herzog, Israel's ambassador, and then the UAE's ambassador Otaibi come in and what was it? Reflect on Florida's need for trade and how that makes him an expert in dealing with trade relations with Israel and UAE. And everyone knows as part of, I don't know, maybe, who is it? Push what achievement of the Accords was with the UAE and Israel, but which is just an extortion move because
Do we lose dear Paul? Can we hear him?
No, we cannot. I thought that was
I
just
can't
me.
I
hear
think they
him.
put some
Yeah, we
NFL
can't
on
hear
him
him.
or something.
Paul, come back. There we go.
You'll have to bring it back up, Charles.
I did. He's back with a rage.
Yeah, what was it? Yo, man, this new trap phone got me bugging, dog, because I can't let, what was it, Elon and his Zio boys know what I've been up to. But, yo, yeah, I was just going to say that, like, that part of the extortion attempt was that the UAE itself had to invest, I think, I forgot the amount of how many in the hundreds of millions into actually specifically the tech sector of Israel. And as you point out a lot of times, the Israeli tech sector is pretty much part of, they're spying on whatever client states or any nations that they have dealings with, whether it's Poland, whether it's Hungary, or America itself, any other nations that they want to interfere in elections of. So it's just very telling that, like, these are the foreign policy or international trade accomplishments of DeSantis, my employer, who I can only speak positively of on the record.
That's right. We're all DeSantis stands here. He's our dear leader, and he's fantastic. And please don't take away my PayPal. Yeah, my sense basically, I think you're right about all the foreign policy connections. My basic read on it, though, is DeSantis it's really all about the drug corridors, right, and trying to control those, and how essential Florida is to that as the kind of battle goes on in Texas. It's kind of my sense of it, for what it's worth. And I think the DeSantis model doesn't really work unless there's an Abraham Accords, right? Because the Chinese money flows through UAE and then in turn flows into Israel. But we've seen like the Saudis and others basically being like, yeah, we're kind of done with the whole weird Israel thing. So I think that that's a real existential threat that they have. And then, of course, there's the larger question of what happens if Bibi doesn't make it? How does that affect DeSantis' outcomes? It's not a trivial concern, I don't think.
Oh, Dev, big facts. Because I remember one of the guys on his team, Nicholas Ayarasi. He was pretty much he was senior counsel for Wilbur Ross when he was Secretary of Commerce for Trump. But what was it? Ayarasi
by the way, hated me because I was insufficiently pro-Israel.
yeah, because it's telling that he was literally Sheldon Adelson's point man when they were trying to get Sands Las Vegas to be able to get I think it was in Seminole country they wanted to open up their resorts, and it was like for over 10 years. Because you could find like old Reuters articles of legend for Florida pass it through, and then you saw too at the same time that these I think it was Chinese Malaysian or Macau conglomerates were trying to oh no, it's called Genting Berhad, which is based out of Singapore, Malaysia. But they were trying to get gambling to Florida. That's like the direct connection to Miriam Adelson in terms of being their sole lobbyists in trying to push for the Florida legislature to get it through. And yeah, no, you're deaf right on that. And especially the other funny thing was, like, I think the other day, David Reboy, the Fidesz foreign agent, literally had a tweet about how DeSantis appeared at a Claremont thing, and then video was just him lauding Angelo Cadavila's, which as being a Claremont guy. Cadavila's biggest beef was that the CIA was restricting intel that they would supply to Israel. So he believed that Jonathan Pollard that did absolutely nothing wrong by supplying.
Yeah, I spoke to him about that at one point, and I started laughing. I was like, what do you mean he did nothing wrong? And he was like, Israel had a right to have that information. And I was just like, no, they didn't. And he didn't have an answer.
And the Soviet Union definitely did not have the right to that information.
100%. So anyway,
by the way,
he was the head of Senate Intelligence, though, by the way, for those who aren't, paying attention at home. Like, that was his job back in the day before he went to go work for Claremont. And he died in a very suspicious car accident. Purportedly, he was killed by an illegal alien in the car accident. It's never really been established that was what happened. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to say, by the way, Angelo Codvila, I would have to re-find this information, but I was probably a few years ago was I stumbled upon his name as being involved in the think tank that I guess drafted the that was instrumental in drafting the clean break for Netanyahu, something called the IASPS. This is back in the 90s, so I thought I'll have to try to find that, and I'll
Yeah,
send that
definitely
your
find that.
way.
I want to see that 100% because that's
So,
interesting.
yeah, and he's very
Yes,
much with this one
you
more,
used to call me all the time to talk about Obama.
and he's very much involved in this push for like this conservative nationalism that the Israeli, I forget his name, of the Edmund Burke Society is spearheading.
Yeah, Yoram Hazony and the
Ramazoni,
National.
yes,
Yeah.
correct. I just wanted to say that.
Yep. No, I think you're right about all that. And it was weird over the time that I knew Codavilla, he got even more and more pro-Zionist and more like out there in his Zionism. So it's interesting to see the mind virus of these things and how it affects people over time. So make of that what you will. But yeah, Codavilla though was a very lovely man, I've got to say. So it was very disturbing to watch over the years.
Yo,
You know, but
I got a question though on who is it? Like DeSantis' angle, it seems to be that he wants his angle to be that for Heritage Foundation, how they're having their 2025 for them to be able to distil the administrative state. One of the four people like leading that is Ken Cuccinelli, who was like the former Never Trumper guy from the 2016 cycle. He was a Cruz surrogate, I believe, and Cuccinelli himself, like as part of the talk, said that he wants to dismantle DHS specifically, which I find like very odd, since like JINSA itself was very formative in the actual creation of the DHS, as they had their own shadow groups and everything ready to go and the implementation in place at 11. So it's just like, what's the angle there of like with, because I know DeSantis is going to pitch this to the heritage guys and all these people like who want to implement their own reworking of the administrative state and the bureaucrats. So like, what's their angle here with that? I just want to get your opinion on that shit.
I think basically they want to just control it all outright. You know, that's sort of the efforts there. I know Tom may know more about this aspect than I do.
Yeah, so one of the things I picked up listening to Jeremy and Greg's one of their podcasts about like a lot of the decisions that what's his name, Brett Kavanaugh was a part of, like in the Iraq War era of Bush, was legal opinions about using contractors over in Iraq, for military operations, et cetera, et cetera. And I think at the end of the day, what they want to do is privatize as much of this as possible. So you saw a huge push in the 90s, as an example, by Ron Lauder to privatize the World Trade Center and by the Port Authority. And so I think it's having just total, complete control and then making it private by always saying that the government's bad, it's inefficient, et cetera, which there is some truth to that. But I don't think any of us want to live in a world where there's a privatized DHS and we have, Israeli tech as our control mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the case that a lot of the DHS technology is very much in that camp. So I think it's worth raising questions about DHS generally and whether or not we should still have it. I think it's a very interesting question.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I
Almost
just
like
wouldn't want to put it away to pick up a totally privatized, even like probably worse version,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
almost as if the Department of Homeland Security was set up post 9/11 specifically for that kind of operation over the long term. And I've spoken before about that idea of that, 9/11 really does look like a quote unquote privatization operation. It's really a corporatization operation surrounding Ground Zero, the World Trade Center, Ronald Lauder, Frank Lowy, Larry Silverstein, Eisenberg at the Port Authority, all of that, and then boom, and then we get the Department of so-called Homeland Security, which, by the way, is seditious language in terms of the actual American history. We're not, quote unquote, blood and soil people. We are a civic nationalist people. And so, after this whole idea of the big wedding, which is really in the deep aspect about marrying the United States to the Likud party in Israel, we basically got all of our, these sort of upstart departments and the fusion centers and the training of police in Israel and the Palestinification of American free speech. And so I think we're going to have to undo in a legal fashion the entire originating operation behind all of this.
It does seem kind of unlikely that that'll happen anytime soon, though, I've got to say, Jeremy.
It's a vision. It's a vision of the future.
Yeah, I will say, so Gary Lauder, who is Lauder's Gary Lauder, who is Lauder's nephew, is an investor in Clearview AI, which was the company I helped co-found and which I'm currently suing in large measure because of its Israeli compromise. It's Israeli Emirati compromise. And that's sort of working its way through the courts right now, and I should have more about that in the near term. Their lawyer, by the way, is Ronald Giller, and Ronald Giller is the one who did all the background checks, supposedly, of Rudy Giuliani, and who's a very pro-Zionist, attorney based in New York. I want to be somewhat mindful of our time. Do we want to keep going here? Is there anything else people want to address on the DeSantis point? I see Richard's down in the audience. Welcome to come up, Richard. So we have our friend Patrick here as well. I'm going to bring Patrick up. Tomorrow's going to be a very big day for me because there's a huge fight over the future of Illumina, which is the largest genomic sequencing company in the world, and I have a dog in this fight. I'd like to see it removed from Chinese and Israeli Emirati hands and restored to the United States of America, and I have been working accordingly on that project. But it's for those who are curious about it, I've tweeted a little bit about it. Happy to go into it. Richard, welcome. Did you catch the space by any chance, or did you catch DeSantis' speech and all the rest of it, or the interview? Richard? Go ahead, Richard. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
Hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did catch the space, and I unfortunately had to go to a baseball game, so I'm curious to, which is, I guess, is a good obligation to have, but I'm very curious to listen to some other things. I think the technical difficulties, I mean, you can laugh things off, but I don't really think you can. I think it's pretty shocking, actually. And I think that was just a horrible outcome for them. That's how it's probably going to be remembered. The other thing about that whole thing, I was listening to the second space that I guess was hosted by our good friend Jeffrey Sachs, and it was very weird. I got cut off at some point, and I heard an open mic, and then this repeated French voice, and I'm not joking. It was almost kind of unintelligible, but it was just truly odd stuff. I don't know if there's anything to it really, other than just incompetence, and I think that is a very bad look for Elon. I mean, spaces have been around for at least 2 years now. You've got to get this together. In terms of DeSantis himself, I mean, it's just like what I've been saying over and over. He's this very weird character. I mean, they were bragging about how this is so impromptu and we get to hear the real, candidate or something. I would like to hear the real candidate. whatever you want to say about Blake Masters, he would do spaces, and I listened to a few of them just for a little while. They didn't interest me a whole heck of a lot, but he was actually on there talking, answering questions, kind of, shooting the breeze sometimes. I don't know if there's a real Ron DeSantis. I mean, this whole thing was entirely stage managed. I mean, it was almost kind of hilarious, actually, where they had, oh, Chris Rufo, you're in the audience. Why don't you come up? Dana Loesch, like, come up and ask a question. And DeSantis was clearly either reading from a script for his opening announcement, or he had talking points, or he'd memorized it or something. There's just a way you can tell when someone is speaking extemporaneously, or even if prepared and just reading. And I don't know. It's just a very I mean, I guess every politician spends and uses talking points and all that kind of stuff. But with Ron DeSantis, there's just something so kind of crafted about it. And the odd thing is that his crafted persona is exceedingly boring and whiny and just like not, I don't know. There's just something extremely off-putting about him, at least to me. I can see why these conservative, activists and quote unquote intellectuals like him, because he's just like they are. He's this kind of middle person, in all ways.
Oh, be cruel, Richard. Be cruel.
Well,
because
in all
because
ways.
You're totally right. Be as mean as you want about this.
First off, I really do not care that he got into good schools. I mean, I tip my cap, congratulations. But what it means to either be an intellectual, or not to mention, something like to be president or to be a serious person, is that you have serious opinions and ideas. And you can really tell whether someone is truly intelligent after speaking with them for about 10 minutes, or whether they're just a kind of normie. DeSantis, we have hours of testimony on this. He is a boring, tedious, whiny little bitch. There's no other way to describe him. I don't care about this resume. It means nothing. When I was in graduate school, I met tons of people who they weren't that boring, to be honest, but they were often kind of goofy. But it's the guy strikes me as like the intelligence of a high school principal or something. It's just utterly vapid nonsense.
Well, he's a grind. He's not the guy. He's not the guy with the ideas.
He's not the guy for anything. But again, these conservatives love him because he is who they are. I mean, like, let's just be honest when it comes to like ideologues or whatever. If you're really brilliant, then either you're going to be pushed into the left, or you're going to kind of see which way the wind's going. You're going to see more opportunities and do that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Richard. I have no idea what you're saying.
The conservative intellectuals it's like they're relegated to the junior varsity squad or something. It's like, well,
they're the Harlem Globetrotters.
The Washington Generals,
right?
or the whatever Generals.
Yes. The Washington Generals, the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so they all love, like Dana Loesch loves him because they see themselves in him. He really is like someone of their caliber, but trumped up and inflated to this point. And so they love it because they can kind of see themselves in him. Whatever you want to say about Trump, yes, he's massively buffoonish on occasion and so on. He is a larger than life figure. I mean, you almost have to look up to him on some level, despite it all, the J6, the documents and every other scandal. There's still something larger than life about him, even if he is kind of bogus at some level. Like I can understand why he has created as much chaos as he has. He's a master of that, the Leonardo da Vinci of chaos. When you with DeSantis, you're just approaching a fucking mediocrity, and I just find it just infuriating. And secondly, like, at one point listening to this, I got up and I was like, oh, I haven't shaved yet. And I went and shaved. I'm like, this thing is so boring. I'm like, I'm doing like, like
I'll
cleaning
tell
up.
you one time.
I'm cleaning out like
Yeah, one
my
time when we
sock
were
drawer needs rearranging. I mean, I need to,
yeah
he's so
when we
fucking
were
boring.
when I was at the Wall Street Journal editorial page in 2011, we interviewed all these people who were candidates in the 2012 campaign, and Tim Pawlenty spoke, and people literally fell asleep while he was speaking. Like he put them to bed,
Yeah.
like as a politician, and that to me is kind of the tell, right, of whether or not you can keep people's attention.
Yes. And I do think he is. I do think he is a sociopath. I don't think there's any there, and the personality, such as it is this kind of like mimicking of her behaviors. I think a lot of people have caught on to this, and they have discussed this in terms of these weird situations where he's laughing or smiling profusely. It seems to be this strange mask that he's putting on. It's like, this is how you act in this situation. This is what I've seen. And that is how sociopaths will act. They'll see an event like someone's grandmother passes away or something, and they'll see the expression on their face, and they'll go home and practice it before the mirror. They're that disconnected. And
Well, you've never seen him. You've never seen Donald Trump laugh, right? That's just like not a thing that he does.
True.
And I've always found that very interesting about him. There's like no videos of Donald Trump laughing.
That is
wow. I never realized that.
I never thought about that. That is pretty fascinating, actually. I obviously think Trump is a huge, malignant narcissist, but malignant narcissists tend to change the world for better and for worse. It is interesting about the laugh. Do you think there's no there, or he doesn't ever allow?
No,
because when you laugh, you are vulnerable.
he's.
I guess you're.
Yes, I think he's so in control and such a master of his domain and his craft. As much as I don't like him on various points, I have to respect the discipline that takes.
Yeah.
There's a level of discipline to Trump that's actually kind of impressive, just as like sheer force of will.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Big Spence, you bring up a good point on that shit of how a lot of these GOP, whoever they consider intellectual giant, their candidate of choice, has to be scripted in such a way. Do you think that really got to do with who's the prototype? The other Ronald Reagan, how he was literally just a spokesperson for like car companies and stuff like that, was a B-list actor before that. And it's just like, that's the prototype that they be going on. And then they really thought they had something with Ron DeSantis because they thought they had their policy wonk, because that's what they always would cut Reagan for, was that like, oh, he's not all there or whatnot. Now, what if you had that with the guy who knew, like, who would talk about the wonk crap that you want to talk about? Then, like, now they're seeing they could only get you so far.
Yeah, I think there's something to that. There's Ronald Reagan as the actor. And yeah, a bit of a B actor. I think he had a big career as a spokesman for, what was it, General Electric or something, for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I think that there's some ability to appeal to them on that level. I think Ron DeSantis does a lot of, again, like a sociopath, he'll see responses that people get. And so I think that's almost what he means when he was always bragging about, like, I just go, I just go to work. I build a bridge. I did this. I'm working. He's like working all the time. This busybody type is at least how he presents himself. He does these responses. So he sees that there's this concern with wokeness, and he does these just like strange policies on books in the schools. He sees that immigration really gets it conservative viscerally. So he's like, oh, let's human traffic some people. We'll send them over to Martha's Vineyard. I mean, he bragged about that. He was like, we've been dealing with immigration very seriously in Florida. We've relocated some people. See, he's talking about the fucking Martha Vineyard stunt. But everything is this weird, like, mechanical stunt that he performs on behalf of this base. And yeah.
Oh my God! Did you guys see this Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis
Oh yeah,
rocket exploding?
it's
It's like
brilliant.
even the left wingers are like, holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I think this is also an indictment of Elon
Yeah.
too, right? I mean, this is supposed to be some big tech master, and I don't know about you, but I sure as fuck wouldn't get into any product that he controls now. I
Well,
mean,
they were saying like you broke the internet, and it's like okay, but like it's 500,000 people. I mean, I'm sorry, but like there's cable television. You have 1 million or 3 million a night, and it's working. It's not that hard. It's not impossible to do this kind of thing. YouTube is serving videos all around the world constantly. I mean, you can figure this out. It's not like this is 1998 or something, and everyone's downloading the Phantom Menace on their dial-up internet, and it's breaking the internet or something. This is just a total disaster. Yeah.
Yo, that input output like equation that Ron uses really explains why he appeals to like these tech dorks or whatnot. Because if you see, that's how they literally conduct their public personas. Like Elon Musk, that's how he does it. It's just like literally what was the most like upvoted Reddit memes and whatnot, and that's what Elon bases his persona of. Like even so, when David Sachs made his turn as a supposed like based right winger like culture warrior, then it was just like boom. What are people talking about? Input, output. How do you gotta frame it? Boom. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's how it's. Yeah, just that weird imitation stuff because it's like, yo, Rich. I was even telling him like I was telling DeSantis, I was like, yo, my nigga, why you going on Ozempic, dog? Like, even something like that is just like very odd. Of like where it's not like you obese, you just a little hefty, and like I think Chuck could tell you, it's like, yo, real people would respect it if he just let that gut hang and he was just like, yo, I'm a big figure nigga, like, and I just got it like that. But like this whole manicured image of like, oh, I got to do the Ozempic and have the slim down look so I can fit into the tight suit. It just doesn't rock. Meanwhile, like, I remember that's why Chuck was saying, it's like, yo, no matter what, Trump has that redneck vote. Because why? What was it? He eats steak with ketchup. Like I've grown up knowing niggas who do shit like that, and then like, or even his McDonald's orders or whatnot. Like people will flame him for it, but it's like, yo, that's who he is. He's not running from. He's not trying to act as if he's like some couth guy with partition tastes and whatnot.
I
Like,
will tell you, every time that I've met Ron DeSantis, he seemed very uncomfortable. And every time I met Donald Trump, he seemed supremely comfortable.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Biden, by the way. Biden seems extremely comfortable in his skin. And there's something about men of a certain generation or a certain age where they just like, this is what they are, zero fucks given, you know? And my read on DeSantis is he's not a real boy, you know? He's not there yet.
Yeah.
And there are some of us who have this kind of like, dare I say, swagger of how we go about our existence. Like I had the fuck you mindset long before I had the money, right? And there's something about that with like how you live your life. And it's very appealing to people because it suggests a level of sincerity of purpose. With DeSantis,
It has nothing to do with money and power in a way. Like the guy in the black leather jacket who walks into the bar and just, who has, a weird, military tattoo and a criminal record and, won some scars he can tell you some stories about. I guarantee you he is going to get the girl. He could probably get all the girls sitting at the bar because of that, confidence. And Ron just...
Well, it depends on what girls you're talking about, too.
Of course, I'm not referring to someone who is like yourself, who, doesn't fall for those kinds of things. But I'm just saying, there are some women who will. And
Richard, you and I know nothing about such things, right?
Well, yeah, like you're bad. You're bad. I mean, because the alpha kind of stands out from the crowd. That's what it is. So you stand out being a leader. You stand out being a criminal. You're still standing out. You're still an alpha. I mean, it is what it is. It's just
I was saying this earlier that like the greatest gift Trump keeps getting is the lawman cracking down on him.
Yeah.
Because every redneck I know loves a lawbreaker, right?
Yeah.
Like there's There's something very American about that. Of like, he's a criminal, but he's our criminal. He's our Tony Soprano figure, right? And like, fuck you for dealing with him, Alvin Bragg or whatever. And of course, there's the racial subtext of all this, right? Which is like, how dare that black man put away our Donald, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's that aspect of a lot of this as well. The problem with DeSantis is he's a grind, but he like has no real ideas. His ideas are sort of downloaded to him by these wealthier oligarchic folks. And I think it shows. I mean, Matt Gaetz and I worked very hard to build DeSantis in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And Gaetz was, of course, like thrown out the window, right? There was that experience. And I think that, DeSantis is a robot. Like, he's not a real boy. He's still Pinocchio.
It's interesting where there was all of this narcissism. I mean, you certainly see that with Elon. He's a certain type of narcissist, but you have them kind of colluding with each other in this kind of funny way, which actually is not something you would typically see. But his wife as well, like, she wants to be Jackie. She wants to. You can kind of tell that she's a little bit being aspirational in terms of her class and glamour and grace and so on. She also just doesn't have it, but she's kind of pumping it up and she really cares about it. You have this like weird combination of two kind of like mediocre narcissists who work together, and through their collaboration they build something. It's kind of remarkable.
The theory is that all the narcissists get together, and 1 and 1 and 1 is 10.
Yeah.
But it's actually 1 and 1 is like -6.
That's often how it happens. But they've gone pretty far. You have to hand it to them for having such just like a deficit of personality and charisma. It's remarkable.
Yeah, what's your sense now? I mean, does it still seem to you like Trump has it?
I think Trump has it. I mean, look, I agree with the general assessment that the Bragg thing helped Trump, and all of that is very true. It's going to also put everything on this what's the right word here? It's like 9th inning, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Like, you have to win or you might very well go to jail. I mean, I think that's going to make it, he doesn't even have to say it. It's going to make the whole thing seem existential. And
which makes it so much more sexy and fun.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because, they can't throw him in jail as he's president, and, who knows what happens afterward. But I would say the Georgia thing does seem serious. That the phone call, the perfect phone call. So it can start to add up where you're just fighting, battles on all these different fronts and you can't keep it going. The other thing, that Jack Smith, I'm getting some kind of like Mueller vibes from Jack Smith, where it's this, he's like working in secret, and then he never really like throws his pitch. I'm getting a little bit of those vibes, although many people who are more on the left and are, more liberals, that is to say, who are keyed into this, think that something might even happen this summer. We'll see. I mean, I agree with the premise that these indictments help him. At the same time, if you're like indicted multiple times, you're fighting. I mean, at some point, it's going to slow him down. So, it's just kind of like a ticking clock. In that way. But I can tell you, I just don't think DeSantis is not the guy, even if Trump is like actually thrown in prison or something, or it ruins him. It's gonna be.
I promise you, if Trump is thrown in prison and still on the ballot,
that would be just
when
totally
it comes time
insane.
to vote for him for a primary, I'm 100% voting for him just because he's on the ballot as a prisoner, because it's one of those things you can't not do. Right?
Yeah.
If you're
being a part of history.
But
yeah.
even if he raped a teenage girl with Epstein,
do I think he really did that?
Well, I'm saying even if he did, wouldn't that be a disqualifier even to make the statement in terms of
For
for
whom?
voting for
Is
the
that an
fascist
accusation?
Eugene Debs. Well, I believe that's true. I mean, the journalism and the allegations are very well proven out in terms of 1994, aka Katie Johnson, and a girl named Maria, and very brutally raped by Trump at Epstein's place, and then Trump threatened her about ever talking about it, and I believe that is one of the biggest things that's been covered up in terms of the whole Trump movement, because that would be a disqualifier to the good rednecks.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
wouldn't that have been brought up already?
I have a hard time believing it happened. For one, just personally.
Where
And
Maria was kidnapped is very interesting. You should really look into that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it was in Waterbury, Connecticut. So please at least go read. She was stolen and taken by a judge, or I don't know, some high ranking, or the mayor or something, through drug trafficking. And then she was taken to the city of New York and put in. The girl that testified that was in the room when she was raped even made a statement on it. So, I mean, I would look into it before you counter it down.
no, I don't necessarily discount it. I just know that every Israeli spy I've ever encountered brings it up, right? So
Well, that
that's
mayor did go to jail. He went to prison.
sure,
So,
but that to me is the tell that it's probably not accurate.
okay, I'm just saying
Because
that I
they
would look
do
into
this
it.
kind of thing where they sort of threaten you with like the potential blackmail of the thing, which is something that we saw with. By the way, Spirit, I just moved you down because my friend Ed Saul is here, but I can bring you back up if you have something you want to add. Um,
Well, don't you
and
think that Trump had to do something kind of bad in order to be as high up as he is? I mean, you just don't get to be this personality with being a saint.
And Charles, let me just add one thing real quickly in terms of watching out, especially when you're doing open source counterintelligence analysis, of falling into sort of dialectical or divergent logic in terms of reactionary epistemology. Because the Israelis threatened this thing, then it must not be true. And I would say the proof in the pudding that it's very likely true is that the Israelis threatened it because they owned Epstein at that point. And then it was totally suppressed from almost all of the mainstream media, even the alternative media. Like Whitney Webb's been going on all of these big podcast things, and she discounted it in a similar way that Julie Brown discounted it in her book. But I think the investigation is there, and I think the allegations are highly credible.
Interesting. Well, look, if you could present me with some evidence for it, I wouldn't necessarily discount it, but I will tell you that it does strike me that it's talked about so often. Like the Steve Baer character has brought it up to me no fewer than 8 times. Um, can't we produce her? Like, where is she? You know?
Well, she was about to do a press conference and was threatened. We know Michael Cohen threatened probably hundreds of people. We only know about the Stormy Daniels thing because that's the comfortable one. She's a grown woman. She's an adult film star. But there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other people that were threatened in the background that we know nothing about, and very likely many, many payouts of the Michael Cohen modus operandi.
And who her lawyer was.
Whose lawyer?
The girl, Maria.
Yeah, who is her lawyer?
The mother and daughter in California.
Gloria Allred?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so that actually makes me even less inclined to believe it. That makes me believe it's more Israeli.
I can understand
So
that.
here's my theory of the case.
All right.
Michael Cohen is very obviously Russian.
Very.
And I know that he's Russian because I've dealt with him. And he was representing Columbus Nova and Victor Vekselberg and all of that. That's like the network he's a part of. And he himself, in my dealings with him, has complained about the Israelis, and various weird things that they've done. So my guess is there's a number of these people who are looking for payouts of different forms. And I myself am not nearly as famous as Donald Trump. But I've been targeted with extortion claims, with fake women, with all of those things, some of which has come from the Israelis, some of which have come from the French, interestingly enough. And so I'm very sympathetic to these blackmail claims. And what tends to happen is they have a sort of flavor about them. There's certain lawyers that they use that are like the shakedown lawyers. So we saw that with Michael Avenatti, that was kind of like the Italian mob world. And so there are certain, and Allred is the Israeli one. Like that's what she's plugged into. So to me, this idea that she got threatened, she got scared, she whatever, that could all be true. I don't know, maybe, but it could also be the case that it was used as a negotiating tactic to achieve some other thing that the Israelis wanted to achieve.
True.
That's
You're on.
fair.
You're on.
That's fair.
Yeah, you're on to something here, but I think it may be more complex in terms of the way that these lawyers work. And for example, we've seen that so much with the mass representation of the alleged Epstein Maxwell victims in terms of the David Boies network, the Stan Pottinger network. That is a very dirty, dirty network, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the depth of the allegations are untrue. It means that it's being contained and controlled. And I will note that one of the good points that Dershowitz makes in his own book is that it's clear that David Boies and Pottinger made some kind of backroom deal with Les Wexner. And then they basically made Virginia Giuffre shut up on that aspect of it. And so that she, at the very least, it was sort of being forced into a deception in relationship to previous allegations. And I would point out the focus on Prince Andrew in relationship to that network. That's obviously David Boies, Stan Pottinger's attempt to direct the focus onto Andrews and away from people like Ehud Barak and Les Wexner.
Also, Alt-Red and her daughter also represented what most of the girls that were with Tiger Woods.
Yeah, I mean that makes a stronger case for what I'm saying.
I understand, but it also doesn't discount what we're saying either. But it does give you. I see what you're saying, but
yeah, I mean, look, like there are these intelligence ops that you see run a lot, right? Some privately, some never make the press, some of which are not really of interest to people beyond practitioners in the field. And they all have a certain flavor to them. Like the Russians run certain types of money scams. The Chinese do certain kinds of industrial espionage. The Israelis do certain kinds of sex crimes. So that to me is like where we're kind of going on this. Now, in the Virginia Giuffre's question, I mean, David Boies is heavily backed by the Chinese. He's also heavily backed by the, by the Emiratis. So he has a long track record here. And I don't know what I think of Pottinger. I know Pottinger's son, Matt Pottinger, fairly well. I don't know the Stan Pottinger stuff. I couldn't speak to that. But I know Bradley Edwards is very Chinese. He's of that like pro-Chinese Mormon wing. So there's a lot of these lawyers where I think it's way more complicated than it appears at first blush.
you think it was just to money launder to blackmail Tiger Woods, possibly because nobody went to jail. I mean, he didn't break any laws, I guess, right?
I think it was a way of decreasing his value because sometimes these people they have their values decreased so that their contracts can be renegotiated.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Or for whatever. So in my case, when they were defaming me, it was about trying to take away various assets that I had access to.
Right? Do you believe that Michael Jackson raped those boys? Because I do.
I don't know enough, to be honest about it. I can tell you that there are lots of people I know who lived near Neverland Ranch who reported weird things they saw to the authorities up in Santa Ynez Valley. So
I don't know what sick parents would have allowed their child at 5 go spend the night or live. I mean, somewhere in Australia living and let their child, the son, live in his home. I mean, just insane stuff.
People do weird things.
Yeah, they do, but that's just not going to happen.
And remember, the types of people that are selected by these types of people are, oftentimes not very stable people.
So. I never even wanted my son to spend the night out of my house until way later in his life. So, I don't know. It's weird to me.
Yeah. I mean, my wife jokes that she's never had a roommate, or she never not had a roommate. because she lived with her sister and then had a roommate in college and then married me, my ex-wife, and now like our daughter sleeps in the bed with her, so she's never not had a roommate. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about this stuff that's very weird. It's worth pursuing. I know we have Ed Saul here. Welcome, Ed. How are you?
Hey, Charles. How are you? I'm doing well.
Doing all right. Ed and I know each other from True News days, back when Ed was over there. Are you still over there, Ed?
No. We started our own media company, and we have our own show now called Crosstalk News.
And how's it going?
It's going good. I think we're doing quite well. We make movies. I was a producer for Died Suddenly, and we got a movie coming out next week, actually, called Final Days. I asked to call because I did look into the Katie Johnson stuff, and I don't think it's credible. And this is what I'll say to it. So a lot of people know this because they're like new to this. They're like, "Oh, I've seen the video. I've read the stuff." You know that like the video uncensored got leaked, right? Like they jacked up like the masking, and like she just got exposed out there, and then you could just use facial rec to find her. So she ended up being like a stripper or something like that. It was like, I don't know, man. I looked in a lot of stuff. Me and you, Charles. We looked in a lot of those girls that came forward in 2016. A lot of it was not true, and it was that. It was like,
Yeah, I do remember. I do remember when we did that together. Actually, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean that happens. We know so many people from that generation that girls are just claiming rape, man, claiming rape, and that what is the defense, and how much worse is it for someone like President Trump? You know, like for us, you get it claimed against you. What's your defense? Oh, I didn't do it. Okay, well, you're gonna get kicked out of college. You're gonna get kicked out of your job. So for me, the standard of evidence is astronomical. Okay, so I'm not gonna just sit here and kind of rubbish that. And
Well,
this
the
company,
thing is so I have a company that catches a lot of murderers and rapists, and usually there's not just like one example. So they'll catch a rapist or whatever, like a violent rapist, and he'll have a whole track record of having done this like 4 or 5 or 10 times. And the problem I have always had with the Trump story is that there's no example of him like doing this repeatedly. You know what I mean? It's a one
no,
time.
exactly. Like it's just it doesn't add up. And then like the Prince Andrew thing, you made me think about that in a different light when I re-reviewed the evidence. I was always wondering who is taking the photo. There's always the
Yes,
infamous photo.
yes,
It's like
yes,
everyone's like, "Oh, there's the photo." But okay, but who's taking the photo? Who took the photo of Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew walking through the park? I mean, what is
yes.
likely is Prince Andrew, horny guy. He just knows Randy Andy. All that's true. But then is it also possible that he got entrapped? And he got entrapped and then blamed and then blackmailed? Because isn't that what Jeffrey Epstein did? Right? Like everyone wants to like talk about this in a complex manner. Yes, blackmail happens. I mean, we know about blackmail and bribery. I just read about the case in the Bible about bribery. I didn't know about this case, but Matthew 28, the Pharisees bribed the freaking guards in front of the tomb, and it was maybe the first high profile bribery post crucifixion. But bribery and blackmail are as old as time. But then this whole like kind of like a cartoonish version of the story was like, oh, Prince Andrew must have been there with like Jeffrey Epstein raping kids, and it's like it's not that simple, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a deliberate effort to denigrate these people. So what happens is a sort of wild story is told. And like, what was Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, what was Prince Andrew's real mission? It was to be a trade mission for Britain. And so he could go certain places to talk to certain business executives because he was a royal, which would have suited Jeffrey Epstein's purposes just fine, right? Because he would have a pet royal around him. So there doesn't even need to have there be sex for there to be a kind of like user kind of relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I have to tell him, just trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Just trying to get a grasp of this. I mean, I do a lot of reading. I know you do too. I'm intrigued to hear what you think about the DeSantis stuff tonight. Was it a flop? Was it like innovative? What did you think of that? Because I mean,
Oh,
obviously you don't
a
think he's gonna.
non-entity, really. We've been sort of on this tonight, but yeah, my basic read on it is he just didn't have it. He's done, I think, as a serious political figure.
Well, that's pretty serious. What happens for the governor then? The governorship here in this
I
state?
think he's already a lame duck governor. The really interesting question to me is who replaces Ron DeSantis as governor. That to me is like the big question for Florida right now.
Well, if you're wondering it, you're not alone. So that's intriguing. I'll ponder that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, like I have my friends who could be the governor, but I don't know that you want to be the governor. I think it's unclear. Like, do you want to be the king or do you want to be the kingmaker? You know, like very unclear to me.
Do you agree the governorship has quite a lot of power, especially with the decentralization of like trust and especially
I
with all
do
these
think that
state
the
rights?
floor, in terms of Republican statewide officialdom, I think that because the governorship of Texas is relatively weak, I think the Florida governorship is probably the most powerful, attainable Republican position on the state level anywhere in the country. That would be my frame on it. But power resides where people think it resides, right? So are you powerful if you're the governor, or are you powerful if your friend is the chief of staff? Are you powerful if you're the money behind the governor? Are you powerful? It's very unclear to me. But tonight, I saw just a very weak man. And I saw two kind of like beta, not very impressive, supposed alleged billionaires. And I don't see how they get there, like nationwide. There was no compelling vision articulated, at all. Just
Politics is
wasn't
kind
there.
of boring in general right now, I think. I don't find anything that's exciting. I mean, the most exciting thing going on is what Joe Biden is trying to do for this country. That's about it.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden. The problem with Biden is that he has no real ability to cut through, like the way Trump did culturally. So he comes into these things from politics, and he has ideas and he has all this stuff, but he's not able to really like slice through.
But he's cut the noise down more than half.
Yeah, look, I'm a fan of his. I think he's been one of the best presidents of my lifetime, if not the best. But I do think that his problem is the power of the presidency isn't just passing your programs. It's creating linguistic kill shots, defining the ideas, marketing. Like whoever his speechwriter is, I would fire his speechwriter tomorrow. Because there's so many ways, like what I would do if I were he is I'd go find speechwriters from people who are disaffected Republicans, and I would just message to those people. Because those people are ultimately going to be the ones who continue to break ranks for him. All the people who voted for Trump in 2016 and then supported Biden in 2020, those are the people he needs to figure out how to talk to and have a real like mind meld with.
Well, Charles, it's always very intriguing to hear your perspectives on things. What would you say to someone if they ask, like, well, okay, we see this guy and he's obviously marketed through propaganda as being someone who's, competent and old and these other things. What would you say to a Republican or a disenfranchised Trump supporter or even a DeSantis supporter of why you support Biden now as someone who was a big supporter of President Trump in 2016?
Well, I mean, I think Trump's genius was he ran as an independent in 2016, and he didn't pick fights on things like, he was okay with keeping entitlements. He was okay. Like he didn't want to like have these like broad wars about things. He wanted to fix basic bitch problems like our immigration system or how we were like deployed all around the world in the military industrial complex. So I think he had a real vision, and it was very like well thought through and well fleshed out. And I think the way I've explained this to people is that Biden is pursuing a lot of the same policies Trump was talking about. All these people who told me like, oh, Biden's going to get in there and he's going to pass amnesty. That didn't happen. So we have to ask ourselves, like, why didn't it happen?
I don't see where Trump did anything that he talked about doing. I mean, I feel
Yeah, I mean,
Biden's done all of it.
Trump got in there and basically they installed the Cato Institute and the Heritage Institute brain inside him. And then he was like, tax cuts. And you're like, bro, this isn't how this is done.
Yeah, nobody in this room is enjoying those tax cuts. Not one person. So, I mean, maybe you, but
I have
I'm
done
just
very, very
saying,
well under these tax cut
okay,
regimes. But let me
you
just
have a
be clear about
different kind
this.
of life than we do. So,
But not at the cost of the country.
right. Big difference.
I know a lot of rich people who feel the same way I do about this, where it's like, what do? They eliminated the state and local tax deduction. So everybody ran to Florida and Texas and whatever, right? Then that jacked up the real estate values. And what do you know? Trump's biggest supporters are all these real estate Jews. And they benefited tremendously by the run up in all the pricing of the real estate. So it was just like a massive population move.
And all that COVID-free money that they stole.
Yeah, which was a Kushner innovation.
Yep.
So what I always say to people is, I voted for Donald J. Trump. He was my man. I supported him. And I got President Criminal Kushner, which is depressing as all get out.
Be a Democrat and feel that way.
Well, I actually have come to the conclusion that I supported Biden, and I actually got the second term of George Herbert Walker Bush. That's how I feel.
Yo, Chuck does hit at it, like of saying how Biden's messaging does not align where he cuts through, like that discrepancy between the two, because you saw it like when that first debate with Trump, and then Biden's there, and he's like, "Come on, you saw that Trump anyone."
Paul, you're cutting out. Come back and make your excellent point, because you're correct. You're cutting out. I'm catching every third word.
How's this?
Much better.
I was gonna say is that first debate, you saw that Trump's usually able to just steamroll anyone because they get shook, and it's just like whether it's body language, mannerisms, because you saw it in the Republican debates. I remember that one, like the primary one with Rubio and Kasich in like Michigan, and he was in between the both of them, and you saw, man, like it could have been a scene from a prison, bro. Like they were like punks, dude, and he was like pimping them out, and they just would do whatever he wanted. Even like on the second debate against Hillary in the general, when he was just like stalking her like a pure predator dog, and I'm not saying that derogatory. I'm saying that like, yo, that's vicious right there. Like he's got real aggression right there. And then, but you saw with that first debate against Biden, what did Biden do? Biden didn't get shook. Biden didn't waver in his voice. You just saw it was like he was the immovable object. And then you saw like Trump didn't have an answer for that, because what was the whole narrative before that? That, oh man, this nigga asleep, man, no one's showing up. This dude is half awake. And then meanwhile, you saw, like, I don't know what it is. Maybe they just gave him some ice cream. Who knows? Or maybe he just told him, like, fuck off me. I'm Joe Biden. I'm going to handle this. Then you saw it was like, yo, Trump had nothing. It was like when you saw like the come on man, like knowing when, just talk over Trump. Like don't let him talk over you. Don't get shook and don't act like a hoe. And like, man, Biden really ran. It's like you even see it through like just over his career. I remember like some of his like best like soundbite moments was like what? I think like when they had the steroid trials, like for baseball, MLB, and you saw like when he was talking to the MLB players, he was like getting angry because he was saying like, oh, because I know you guys who would take the drugs would take out a player like me from my varsity team. And it's just like you could see like when he's real and he could be aggro, man, that's real. That's a real Biden guy right there. But when they try to do this like whole, like, I don't know, it's like this Obama Bush type messaging of like, I don't know, compassion or weakness or whatnot. It doesn't vibe with him. Like what you see with him is like just that aggro American male that's like really like almost like a dying archetype. You can tell me if I'm wrong, Chuck.
I just think that Biden owns that flag better than any Republican because his children actually serve this country. Just saying.
Look at it. Hunter Biden actually bangs bitches. He bangs baddies, and he can handle a lot of crack. He doesn't do cocaine like a pussy dog. He does real crack rock. Okay? So I got respect for anyone who does that.
No, I mean, look, you and I have talked about this, how impressive it is that he can do crack in his 40s. Right? Like
that's true. Trust me. That's true.
I wake up in my 30s and I have like joints and pain issues just from being like, fucked up genetics. And this guy's like running around fucking hoes that are like half his age.
Yo, exactly. Like doing that much crack rock and laying pipe multiple times a day, dog. Because crack rock does make it harder for you to do that stuff. So he's still doing. That tells you, like, even at 100%, imagine how much damage he could be doing. It's a good thing he wasn't at 100% because you'd be putting the bitches on a stretcher. So then you would have Stephen Bannon saying, "Breaking news: Hunter Biden puts prostitutes in stretchers, dog." And then it's like.
My favorite thing about Hunter Biden is I was talking to one of the Trump people, and they were like, "Oh, well, he knocked up this woman, and like that's so bad or whatever." And I was like, "Hunter has knocked up women he doesn't even remember meeting. Donald Trump Jr. is fucking Gavin Newsom's leftovers."
He also destroyed every tooth in his head and went and bought a new set. So I think that's amazing too.
Yo, that's respect. Yeah. Like he's a real drug user. He's not one of these pussies like who like doesn't do it too much. No. He like let his teeth fall out. That's real.
That's
Real
right.
aggro shit right there. But that like comes back to the point of like when Ed was asking Chuck of like what he thought of the thing. It makes me think like, what if DeSantis like actually was like he just was himself? You know what I mean? Like he didn't try to put on an act. Like that's like what I feel is like, as his employee, I have to say it's like, my nigga, just be you. Stop trying to be somebody else. And like this testing.
Yeah, you just get this impression. You got this impression from Obama too, where you were just getting this fake son of a bitch in front of you. And people can say whatever they want to say about Joe Biden, but that man is who he is. When he's allowed to be himself, he's like not really beatable.
They own the flag. They own it.
Yeah, I mean, look, he'll go up to Obama and be like, "Yo, this is a big fucking deal," right? Or he'll like these hot mic moments where he like actually says what he really thinks. Those are a lot of fun, Whereas
it's just nobody fucks with a Biden.
Every one of Trump's children has fake teeth, and they didn't do what Hunter did to get his new fake teeth.
I've got nothing against him being a patriotic crack user myself. Like I think the crack community needs some role models, and Hunter can do it. But I would just say, just generally speaking, my basic bitch complaint with the Republicans is that there's really no program there. Like there's no vision. There's like, oh, Joe Biden's senile. Well, if he's so senile, how is he kicking your ass all the time on every debate?
I would like to see Hunter run against Ron DeSantis.
Well, that would be great.
Or have a debate. I would love a debate with those two.
I mean, it would be entertaining, would it not? Look.
Yeah, I want T-shirts that have Hunter Biden puts whores on a stretcher. I want that T-shirt.
I mean, Hunter Biden Whore Patrol, I think should be like a big bumper sticker or whatever.
Whores on a stretcher. You can't get better than that.
But I'll just tell you, like, I was there in 2018 when Matt Gaetz was running DeSantis's debate prep. Like, I was there for it. Like, I remember what happened, okay? And no, Jason, you were disrespectful earlier. You're not allowed in the space. We don't have people here who are just like talk nonsense. Unless they're funny, then they can talk nonsense all they want. But you weren't funny. You were annoying. So yeah, I mean, look, my read on this basically, Ed, to answer your question, and like in a sort of serious way, I think the problem with the Democratic Party is that it hates white males. I think the problem with the Republican Party is that it's sold out to the Israelis. Those are like the two big problems I see. And white males get a lot of stuff done. Like we fought in a lot of conflicts. We built a lot of businesses. Like I think we're a very important pillar of the community. And I think when Biden was basically disrespected and treated so shabbily by Obama, where Obama favored Hillary, basically, where Biden buried his son. I mean, he's had like real things happen in his life. This is a serious man, however you feel about his politics. And what is happening with Biden is they're just not letting him be himself in his messaging, in his presidential messaging. So, that speech he gave where he was like, the soul of America, there was like the weird lighting and everything. That speech was so obviously written by a foreigner. It was written by this like Indian American guy. And I have nothing against those people, right? But if your theme is civil war, okay, and like the threat of all this like instability and insurrection and everything, then like have somebody who's like actually been to Gettysburg, who's actually had ancestors who like died in the Civil War, write the speech. Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of my critique. So what happens with Biden is he gets in this situation where he himself is quite normal, but he has all these fucking weirdos around him who want him to speak woke. And it doesn't work. He sort of stumbles over it. But when he's just fucking around and like handing the Korean president the mic to sing American Pie, or he's like walking with that Italian bitch with her hands, and he's just like enjoying himself in his extremely well tailored suit, it's like he's good at this, so just let him be himself. You know what I mean?
It's a very good point, Charles, and I will say this, and I'll bid you farewell until I see you next. Okay, I've always looked at President Trump as kind of being a grandpa. He's a grandpa. He's got grandkids. You can't like say such heinous things about a guy that you realize, okay, he's just a grandpa. I'll say the same thing about Joe, and I it's not popular. I'll get freaking shot for saying this.
No, but I mean, I think actually, like the
he cares about his kids. He cares. I read those freaking. I read the diary. I read the letters. I read the text. And the thing I took away from it, and I'm not allowed to say it often, but I'm like, actually, what these text messages show is a dad who was trying to help his son that he loved and he was troubled about. It doesn't show like freaking Hunter Biden raping kids. It shows a guy who's going through some crazy stuff. And then Hunter Biden does the Billy Bush play, actually. He does the Billy Bush play where he's like, okay, I'm just going to admit to all the crap that like is obviously out here. Yeah, there's some pictures with me of my my genitalia with Skittles on it out there. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to do better. Okay. I mean, he did marry a Jewish lady too, though. But what I'll say is that simply.
No, he married a Jewish South African chick.
Oh, that's right. Okay, Jewish South African.
Plugged in with not the Mossad but British intelligence.
Oh, well, interesting. Okay.
Just as somebody who tracks these things very closely, and by the way, she's attractive, unlike Kimberly Guilfoyle. So, look, here's the way I look at this, because like Ed, two of us, like how we became close is like we like to do the real work, like the real research, and like it has to go through the prism of our respective publications or whatever places where you're working or whatever, and it has to sometimes be fed to the public in a certain way. All of that is fine. Like I think that's just the nature of like the presentation of media in our kind of like very fractious environment. And in a just world, we'd both be able to just work on research all day and just put it out to the public and make a middle class or upper middle class lifestyle. The media business, I've always said, is the hardest business I've ever been in, because it's not really a business. It's a place where you just gradually lose money and hope for people to bail you out. But my basic read on Trump is that Trump genuinely loves the attention and adoration of those giant crowds, and people feel emotionally connected to him. And then when he comes back into the White House, he has all these people around him who fuck him every which way, because that's what they do. Like that's their job, basically. They are the quote unquote adult supervision for Trump. Whereas Biden gets into the White House and he has all these people who try to get him to say like woke bullshit. But he remembers, like, hey, I went to University of Delaware. Hey, I remember, where I went here and there, right? So he's just much more relatable. I mean, he eats ice cream, he drives Corvettes, just much more of a real human being and a real man. And I think when we look back at this period of this history, we'll basically look upon Barack Obama and Donald Trump as much the same phenomenon. And basically, they're basically both parts of the Israeli civil war that's playing out in the world right now. Whereas Obama was kind of blackmailed by the kind of left-wing Israelis, Trump was blackmailed by the right-wing ones. That's kind of my sense of what's really going on in the world. And Joe Biden is just in there doing his thing, 80 years old and counting, and just keeping at it all day, every day.
Well, thanks for answering that stuff, Charles. And of course, let me know when you're next in Florida. All right. Take
We'll
care.
do.
God bless you.
We'll
Okay?
do. Let me know when you're next in DC, and give my best to your wife.
Oh, we'll do. She's actually sitting next to me. She still remembers what she said that night. Now, Charles is such a funny guy. I love him so much. He's like, "Hey, are you pregnant?" And she's like, "No." Oh, okay, good. I can go back to driving 100 miles per hour.
I will occasionally drive with women, and I'll just be like, so do you have baby on board? Yes or no? And they'll be like, no, I don't. I'm like, okay, great. I'm gonna drive how I want to drive, and if this is a problem for you, I could
This
drop you
100%.
off here, and you can get an Uber. But I don't do things. I don't do reckless things when people are in the car that are children. In their mother's wombs. So that's sort of my attitude about these things.
The American dream and Chuck morality. Good stuff. All right. God bless you. Take
See you
care.
soon. See you soon. Good to see you. Bye. Yeah, I know Patrick's been waiting, so let's have Patrick speak. And I know we've got my friend John's in the space.
No.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Patrick.
I raised my hand when you guys were talking about the DHS thing, but you guys started talking about so many things that I found interesting. And I'll circle back around to it because you guys brought up Pinocchio, you brought up Epstein Island, somebody brought up Michael Jackson, which I found interesting. But the first thing I'll get into is like, I hope you don't consider, and I'll connect to the Trump thing, is DeSantis the Pinocchio, because I always considered Kushner as my Pinocchio. Because when I think of what Trump did for us, he got elected by lying to all these rednecks, saying like he's going to build walls and rejuvenate the economy and make America great. But he kind of just did that all for Israel and left us hanging. And in the meantime, sold his daughter to what I say is Pinocchio, because there's a correlation between like his nose growth and lies. And he's a fake Jewish boy, wishes he was real. And I'm assuming he was
your
controlled
argument
by
is that Donald Trump sold his daughter to the criminal Jews. I don't necessarily discount that, but I will say I think she sold herself, which is actually even sadder.
Potentially, yeah. I'm just.
I mean, if you read that Kushner book by Vicky Ward, and Trump is repeatedly trying to stop that marriage. So he clearly.
I wasn't aware of any of that information.
Read that book, Kushner Inc., because I think it's actually, you have to sort of not trust Vicky Ward totally, because she's got all kinds of weird connections herself. But that book is very interesting because it recounts how Trump is like not a fan of Charles Kushner and of the Kushner family generally, and he repeatedly apparently tells her, "Don't get married to him."
No, that's interesting. I do agree with, like you said, how he's like the shadow president, but that's something that I always said about him. And then, what else? Epstein Island, Michael Jackson. Somebody brought up Michael Jackson too. And I used to joke, I said like when this COVID stuff was going on, like because of the masking and then like, the inoculations, that I'd trust David Duke and, Michael Jackson to babysit my daughter more than the public school system that like, masks hope, smile, and opportunities and like inoculates, bodies and minds. But I really don't think Michael Jackson, I'm not like a detective on the case or anything, raped those kids, because I kind of like get the feeling like he was like probably like chemically castrated as a kid by his father to make such banger hits and good music. So I don't really buy the fact that like he like molested all these children like they say he did.
You think he's a castrati, basically?
To some extent, kind of. I mean, I never appreciated him. I never really got on board with like being red pilled by like Michael Jackson until I got a little bit older. I know like I think like the first like encounter I had with him was probably like South Park, how they made fun of him was like one of the most memorable. But like once I got older and realized like when he produced that They Don't Care About Us hit, and then kind of like some of the more things, or some of the things that like happened like with the blackmail that connected to the Epstein thing, like it seems possible that like he's totally innocent. Plus Macaulay Culkin said it too. But no, I just don't think he's like a child molester, and I just think he's like maybe mentally ill and probably like you said, like more chemically castrated than anything. Personally, what do you think of that?
I mean, I think it's pretty hard to defend Michael Jackson on some of the stuff out there. I don't know though. I've not spent enough time on it because I myself had people try and fuck with me when I was a kid. So whenever I see this like child molestation stuff or whatever, it very much makes me very, very mad and very unhappy. And so I can't really be objective when I study it or look at it. I try to avoid the topic generally.
Yeah, I get what
By
you're
the way,
saying.
a
I haven't
major
worked
reason
with
I
them, but
resent the Republicans is that they're constantly talking about it, constantly calling people pedos, constantly this, constantly that. Pedo has become, to the right, applied to everybody else, what racist or whatever was for the left, right? It's a way of like shutting down a conversation.
no, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying. I don't think there was any criminal charges brought against him. I know the standard of evidence, like in a criminal case, is way higher than the civil case. I get what you're
I'll
saying.
just
It's
tell you, I
supposed to make
watched
people
that
listen.
documentary and I had to turn it off. You know, the one that was about like Neverland or whatever. Do I think all those kids are lying? No. Do I think things are more complicated? Do I think that there's money involved? Yes. Do I
But they
think?
didn't get any money. These people came after the fact. They didn't try to sue for
No, no,
money.
no. I
They
didn't
wanted
say. I
to.
didn't say. Dana, listen to what I have to say because I'm not saying they got money. I think what happened was there were a number of these people who were brought forward to reduce the value of Michael Jackson's catalog, which was curiously bought by like the Emiratis or some weird shit after all this stuff
If
broke.
you go back in Michael Jackson's career, things started going downhill for him overall. Like the art, or the kind of after he bought the Beatles
David Geffen
house.
owns his castle, his
Listen.
Neverland.
He pissed Paul McCartney off so badly when he purchased the Beatles catalog. I think that things started going bad for him after that. And I don't know exactly what he did, but it's he was
Tom, you sound like you're underwater, my friend.
I'll go back to sleep. Thanks.
You sound like you're underwater.
Yeah, I can't hear a bunch of people.
No, the other thing I was going to try to connect the Michael Jackson thing to, and you mentioned this earlier, was the Epstein thing. I don't really know much about the details, but like it seems like the biggest story is hidden in plain sight, and a lot of times it is. Sometimes I wish I was like rich enough to be blackmailed like by Epstein because that means like I'd be powerful. But like to me, whenever I think about Epstein, I don't really think about the victims, even though it's a horrible thing to say. I just think about how like no one thinks about how it's like the largest like blackmail ring brought to us by probably the Israelis, one of their intelligence agencies like ever. I know his connection to Leslie Wexner. I'm not sure exactly who he works for. I don't go into details. I was going to ask you that as well, but that kind of connects into the other thing that made me raise my hand to speak anyway, because you guys were talking about the DHS and kind of how like you fear that like it's almost like a privatization of like intelligence companies. But what I was going to say was like I totally don't trust DHS in my own personal experience with them. And another thing that I've noticed is a lot of the guys who I know that like worked for DHS or who obtained like a high level of security, like a TSSCI, end up working for some of these private like companies like Google anyway. And it just always like kind of like makes me curious, like what's the reason for that? And is there like doesn't that already exist though? Like the privatization of like intelligence companies via these like technologies, like these giant like technology media monopolies to some extent. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting question. I think it's kind of maybe beyond the scope of this space tonight. But I do think you might be onto something. I don't know what I think about Homeland Security, to be honest. I think it's very Israeli as an outfit, but it also is seemingly getting better over the last few years. So maybe that's just a contractor issue. I don't know. Maybe the history of it's, I think Jeremy's right about the history of it, but I don't know enough. I haven't had enough dealings with the Department of Homeland Security to speak honestly about it.
No, I was just thinking like the way they kind of like hire for like security purposes. I'm not like a tech guy. I never went to school for that, but like they seem to like target people with military backgrounds or like intelligence or law enforcement backgrounds with high level security clearances to work there for certain positions. And I always thought that was odd, and I didn't know why. I figured since you were in that sector, you might know a little bit more about it. But that's kind of why I raised my hand. I apologize to like circumvent the conversation.
No, I don't know enough to speak intelligently about it. You could well be right about it. It's an area I kind of know a little bit about, but I also want to be, I don't know enough about it. Like I know I've dealt with the FBI, I've dealt with, CIA, I've dealt with certain parts of the government much more closely, much more readily. And I just don't know about Homeland Security. I think I know like one or two people who've worked there.
Well, sorry to hijack the conversation, and like I came in like during a niche portion, I guess. And
That's fine. That's fine. All right, Jeremy, any thoughts you have?
Many. I'll just share a few, but
Go for
yeah, I
it.
think DHS. I think there is an ongoing issue there, as it looks like that, as the Biden administration, which by the way was populated via a lot of the Blinken West exec crew by a lot of people who had these contracts with these different Israeli intelligence fronts. When they finally, did this anti-NSO Pegasus executive order, it looks like one part of the government, or maybe a few different parts of the government, went ahead and used contracted with NSO, and it looks like part of that was in the Department of Homeland Security. So I think you can see it still as a potentially, on the edge of insurrectionist kind of organization that maybe there's some attempt to try to get some control over it. And then in general, and back to sort of DeSantis and Trump and all of that, my sense of it is that I just get the sense that this is a dangerous, destabilizing horseshoe that really runs the gamut from the Kremlin to the Likud, and I think it needs to be exposed and shut down. And I think you got to look at the deeper background of Trump and Roy Cohn. It's pretty clear that Roy Cohn is a long-term, high-level blackmailer that used sex ops, and that it includes like Louis Rosenstein and Roy Cohn, apparently on behalf or in interface with the Meyer Lansky Jewish mob, basically compromising Hoover pretty in the middle of his term, his many decades term. It's very likely why Hoover ran the domestic intelligence operations in terms of both aspects of the logistics, in terms of the assassinations of Kennedy and the Kennedys, maybe, and King, and maybe Malcolm X too, and then definitely the cover up of it, and that Hoover was never able to say the word organized crime. He was denied it, on and on and on. And so I think we have these very high level compromat issues where there is a lot of testimonial evidence pointing to Roy Cohn as a crucial player in that. I would say Roy Cohn also made sure that the whole actual investigation to counterintelligence issues in terms of Soviet intelligence penetration, especially post World War II, were run into almost like something you could see in a modern kind of Fox News ditch in terms of the McCarthy trials and all of that, where it became controversialized and turned into a cartoon, and a lot of focus on Hollywood writers and sort of largely unnamed high-level Pentagon officials. But meanwhile, there were high-level, a bunch of Soviet intelligence rings being run via, things like the Silver Master spy ring. I still think Angleton, the head of counterintelligence at the CIA and the Israel desk, also at the epicenter of the hits on Kennedy's and King, was involved in some kind of compromise in relationship to the Soviet sphere. And so Trump coming in via Cohn and learning a lot of what he knew about how to operate in New York City at high levels, but also in terms of the media, he learned from Cohn. And Cohn was running these kinds of operations where you get somebody at that point, maybe on just a photographic thing. But we also know that this whole Epstein brownstone, which, by the way, was really de-emphasized largely by the Trump people, because Trump did the Roy Cohn thing when he attacked Clinton for the very obvious Epstein connections with the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation and the Lolita Express and all of that. But they then defended by going on the offense, and then also kept the fingers pointing towards things like the Lolita Express and the Lolita Island, and away from Les Wexner's brownstone, which was pre-wired for video and audio when it was passed over to Epstein right around the time that Epstein and Trump were running together. And then final thing I'll say on this Trump question, I think just the open source video evidence we have around Trump and Epstein down at Mar-a-Lago, and the way that they look like sort of sex fiend rats of some sort. Maybe on, at least Trump looks like he's on drugs. We know the sort of background of Trump and his different, prescribed amphetamines kind of usage. But then also the way that Trump seems to treat his daughter in public, where there's a weird lusty thing going on there, and the way that he seems to sort of paint Ivanka onto other women when he's looking at them. So I still think that there are credible allegations about really deep, really disturbing criminal compromise in relationship to Trump Epstein.
Wouldn't you also throw the Bernie Madoff money from 1960 on as part of the story too? What all you just said, Jeremy. Something paid for all of this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the how far back that Madoff money goes, but
1960.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, go watch. Like, Charles is who made me watch that documentary. I will never regret it. Go watch. I've watched it 4 times. It has so much information in there; it'll blow your mind.
Which documentary is this?
The documentary on Netflix, Bernie Madoff.
Oh yeah, it's definitely worth going through.
Because it's going to give you points before 2001. The 2001 towers going down. It's going to give you 1987's Black Monday. And then it ends the same 2008, which that's when Jeffrey Epstein goes to prison. So there's a lot of dots that connect with Meyer Lansky, with the timing of 1960 forward, with Israel becoming a country, with how they've been able to prepare for all of these horrific, tragic shit that continues to happen in our country, to probably lead us to the DHS being compromised and planned, like you said, because all of that makes sense to me. Because I remember when we went from the government controlling some of these things, and then they decided to allow the people to privatize it, which we paid for all that with our tax dollars. So a lot of stuff doesn't make sense that happened, but now we have all this hindsight and all of these people who've taken advantage of this country. We can't deny these things don't connect. You just can't. In some weird way, like a watch, they might not connect like directly, but they are a part of each other's story. That's just my opinion.
Can you put a link to that documentary up?
Yeah, I recommend people watch that documentary. It's very, very good. Welcome, Adam.
Hey, yeah. As far as the Epstein thing, I was gonna say that I think the more interesting question is what you were saying the other day about like basically who's running those types of operations now. I think that's what we should be thinking about. It's like we spend so much time dissecting all of the little details of what happened when obviously all this kind of stuff is still happening, you know? So that was kind of my thought on it.
Maybe more mutated, right? Because these things don't always have the same.
Yeah, right. The tech is changing and operations are changing and the targets and all of that kind of stuff, I'm sure, yeah.
Right, like if we're in a world in which all of our social life takes place on our phones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And by the way, it is very interesting that you remember, like, Wexner, obviously at the core of like the Israel lobby's Republican operation for many, many years, including when he was hiring Frank Luntz to do the Iraq War quote unquote analysis to pose it as an American interest rather than Likud Israeli interest. That there was that moment where he seemed to have met up with Obama and changed parties. And that does come in the wake of the Epstein arrest. So that is a very interesting potential tell.
Who changed parties? I didn't catch that.
Wexner, I think at some point he either said he was going to change his funding in relationship to Obama, or that he actually changed parties?
Oh yes, I do vaguely recall this.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess the other thing is when I first found out I was going to talk about with the DeSantis thing is like I was going to ask you, this thing of like Make America Florida um, is so dumb. And like I've lived here since 2006. And so like the stuff that DeSantis kind of is taking credit for, like that so many people moved there during COVID. And, like he was still talking about COVID stats tonight as though anybody really gives a fuck about like the little details now, let alone next year when he's like really running for president. Is he still going to be talking about like keeping Florida open during COVID? You know what I mean? 4 years later. um and it's just like he can't
Yes, we'll
like
be talking about that.
the idea of making America Florida just makes no sense because all Florida has is tourism. So it's like without tourism, Florida doesn't have an economy. It's just a big swamp, basically. And so I don't understand like how that could work. It seems like kind of a dumb idea.
Well, because it is a dumb idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also not desirable. Like a lot of us go to Florida because it's not exactly
It's fun
America.
for like, yeah. I mean, I happened to find like I moved here and I happened to find a niche and started to do well when I was pretty young, and so it worked out well for me. But in general, like yeah, there's not much going on, and it's really not stable. Like even in terms of like people don't have steady relationships here. Everybody here is from another country or another state, and I just noticed like back home in Philly where I'm from. People just tend to like they stay married, and even like all my parents' friends, some of them get divorced, but they all get together with somebody else and like have kind of a stable family thing. And I don't know, that just doesn't seem to. That's just not really happening here as much. It doesn't seem. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know about making America Florida. Do you think people are going to go for that?
No. And if you wanted, I mean, the reason Florida has done like as well as people say it's done is because of all the other states fucking up their policies
Yeah.
and moving down to this place that has no income tax towards the end of their lives.
Right. And that's what I mean. It's like DeSantis is taking credit for that. He didn't do that. Like that's actually the one thing that Trump really had right is when he says people didn't move here. Like I saw one girl, what's her name? She's on the Patrick David Beck podcast, but she was saying she moved from New York because of DeSantis. And it's like, you moved here because it's Florida and you can live a mile from the beach and it's beautiful. And maybe you like the governor's policies. But if DeSantis was the governor of North Dakota or Montana or wherever, you wouldn't have moved there. You know what I mean? You're a New Yorker moving to Florida. That happens every day, you know?
Yeah. I mean, and you don't want to pay taxes.
Right. So it's not like.
Don't you have some type of protection in Florida when you've broken the law or you've gone to jail? Isn't that why O.J. Simpson made sure that he kept his residency there?
I'm not sure about that. I do know there's a big
I
trend of
think
like
there is.
every retired golfer and like wrestler and many retired athletes all retire here. And I think it's just because you can still in a lot of places get like a big decent sized chunk of land and build out a big ass house and have like a little compound, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look, people don't. I mean, Florida, as we've talked about before, particularly Miami, is just deeply criminal.
Yeah.
A lot of people like that.
Right.
The whole state's criminal.
Well, it's a question of what kind of crime, right?
The houses on the end that I live on are getting as big as Miami, and then the size that they are in
Are they doing a
Jacksonville
lot of high
and
rises and
Sawgrass.
stuff?
They have those too. I
They have
mean,
them too.
earlier, a friend of mine who lives right there next door to Matt Gates's family in Seaside, she has a big old house there. I mean, they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So with surveillance and guards outside. So
Well, it's also striking to me. I mean, I know one of the guys that I worked for that owned a restaurant nightlife group. He also did some real estate development, and so it's amazing. Like they're building up all of these, and I heard like Grant Cardone talking on Spaces about this because I think this is kind of his specialty. Is these like shitty, maybe like 4 or 5 story apartment units that you put in a college town, and they're built to last for maybe like 25 years. You know and he
I used to live in one of
yeah,
those.
he was like trying to get people to invest in like some fund where he builds these and you invest in it and then you get monthly income from it and from the rental. And he was saying he's like, and it's just a fact that the rental is going up, whatever it is, 5% or 10% a year. That's just a fact. And it's like, yeah, you're the one doing it, you fucking asshole. Like, like he was bragging about the rate and how much it goes up every year, because you can make money at it. But it's like, yeah, but you're the one setting that rate. You don't have to do that, you know.
What have you
I
learned?
mean, that's the other thing. Think of how much everything went up while Trump was president. I mean, it was cheaper just 6 years ago, like way cheaper.
Do you think that's as
Maybe
much
not
of?
Miami, but
I'm
around where I live, it
Yeah,
was.
I'm asking. I don't really know. Do you think that that's kind
Depends
of
where
going
you
to
are in the
happen?
country.
Whoever's president, that feels like that would have happened no matter
No,
what.
I don't think so.
No, I think it has a lot to do with how consolidated the economy is.
Hmm.
Yes.
You know.
The
Well,
meatball's gonna run on COVID like Rudy ran on 9/11.
Oh, that's
doesn't he
good,
know
Colin.
how short Americans' attention spans are? I don't understand.
Bro, I don't even think about COVID
Yeah,
anymore unless somebody brings it
and
up.
it's just like a boring, like, who even?
Florida is one hurricane away from some serious catastrophe.
No,
We
they'll
already had the
survive. Florida
catastrophe.
people are like,
Hey,
Hey,
I
I'd be
Laura.
don't want to
back.
say, I don't want to compare them to an
Laura, tell
insect
us.
that survives a nuclear attack, but Florida people will survive. You know what I mean?
They're not going to survive.
Oh yeah, you'll subvert, but it's still gonna be
They
a lot
may
of money.
survive like physically, like they're not going to physically die, some of them, but they're going to lose
Right.
everything because, as I
Yes.
reported, and Trump even shared my article, there's an insolvency crisis, and there's going to be a looming foreclosure crisis with homes in Florida because Governor DeSantis has allowed for the state insurer of last resort, which is Citizens Insurance, to go insolvent. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these other insurance
Pretty
companies here in
fuck.
Florida have already gone insolvent, and a lot of these people from Hurricane Ian haven't had their claims fulfilled yet since Hurricane Ian, and we're just one hurricane away from millions of people losing their homes. And he did it. He turned a blind eye and basically did nothing when they were failing to conduct reserve audits on these insurance companies because all these insurance companies and their lobbyists were supporting his campaign for reelection.
Mm-hmm.
So if you live in Florida and you have Citizens Insurance and you live in a hurricane zone, you might be homeless this next year.
Yeah,
If you live in Florida and there are people who live in Florida whose homeowners insurance increased by $97,000 per year. I
fucking
posted a
insane.
screenshot
Yeah,
of it
yeah,
last week. I know that sounds crazy, but there are some people whose claims went up from $8,000 per year to $105,000 per year. I know it sounds ridiculous and untrue, but it really happened.
yeah. I
Uh,
believe it.
You are
Florida has
But
100%
Florida
what's
has the
crazy
highest
too is he
homeowners
was like
insurance rates in the
bragging
country.
about how well he handled the hurricanes. That's
No,
the
he
crazy
didn't
thing
handle
today.
anything. And then
I
him and his
know, but I'm
stupid
saying
wife,
that's
they're
his
like, "Oh,
talking point is that
we
he,
gave $2 million to
we put a
Hurricane Ian
bridge back
victims."
together in 2 days. But I guess.
Hold on, Adam. Adam, let's let Laura speak.
Oh no, sorry. I was just
Go
saying, like,
ahead.
you're right, Adam, and that Adam's right. Sorry, I didn't. I think there was like a
Yeah, I
Wi-Fi
didn't
lag.
mean
I
to
didn't
talk
mean.
over you.
I
Sorry
didn't
about
mean to speak over you. I didn't realize there was a lag. They lied. Like him and his wife Jill, they go, "Oh yeah, we gave $2 million to all these hurricane victims. $2 million doesn't do shit. Like your home, if you have a home in Fort Myers or like Punta Gorda or one of these areas that, pretty substantial property values there, where the hurricane hit last hurricane season. One home could be worth over $2 million. So when Ron and Jill DeSantis say, oh, yeah, we just gave $2 million to hurricane victims, that's nothing. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
And
not
it's
trying
one
to
person's
sound,
and
house.
the insurance is
I'm
worse
not,
than
yeah,
that, Laura, because it doesn't even have to be a hurricane that hits. They can
exactly.
make rich people can make these claims, get a brand new house. I know this from personal experience, from a family member, and I mean, we're talking serious, $100 million just to get a claim to have a new, part of your
Yeah,
house put on.
it's not like anyone would ever commit insurance fraud in Florida.
That's exactly what it is. Tons of it, but they don't have any money now.
And I was also going to
Yeah,
say, like,
Screwed it.
just how
that's why
unpredictable.
DeSantis has to run for president. By the way, he needs to get the fuck out of there before the hurricane hits.
Well, I was going to say, even I'm going to post up some of the pictures that me and my friends took during those flash floods in Fort Lauderdale a few weeks back. Were so insane they ended up getting used on the NBC like news feed. But
Right.
it's so fucking unpredictable that you guys are right. It's a time bomb waiting to go off. I never thought of it like that. You're 100% right, because we didn't even know, like, if you saw the weather the day before that, they didn't even know. You know what I mean? And then we had like 5 feet of rain and people's cars stranded all over. I'm gonna post them up. It was nuts.
Don't you worry, though. Ron DeSantis will pray at the
On
Western
top of
Wall,
it.
and it will all work itself out, right, Laura? Have you seen that video of him talking about he was praying in front of the Western Wall,
Yeah,
and that's how he
and then
stopped?
he goes, "Oh yeah, and I just prayed. I put a note in the Western Wall and I prayed." And I'm not mocking God, but I'm mocking DeSantis because it's like,
No,
"Oh wait,
no,
so
and
you
like
didn't
four
so
people
he was in
died. Four
Israel,
people
he
died.
couldn't put a note in the wall to stop those flash floods. What is he trying to do? Say that Jews control the weather?" I'm like listening to this. I'm listening to his trip in Israel, and I'm listening to him talk and pander to all these Jewish donors, and he's like, and I know that I stopped that hurricane. I stopped Hurricane Ian by putting a wall. I prayed and I put a note in the Western Wall. Okay, well, people still died. So what? You prayed, but you didn't pray hard enough because what? 6 people still died in Florida. What about all those
Yeah,
people that died in the
imagine
Bahamas?
being.
Like, oh, okay, well, I prayed so hard and I put a note in the wall to make sure all those people in the Bahamas died. And then he says, oh, well, no Floridians ended up dying during Hurricane Ian. 6 Floridians died
By the
during
way,
Hurricane Ian. He's a total liar.
I just want to point out that, Laura, it sounds like you might be trying to start a DeSantis Jewish space harp kind of rumor mill here.
No, I was making a joke because I forget, like a few years ago, if you remember, it was like a huge news story. There was some black representative somewhere, I think it was in Maryland, who gave some speech on the floor of their like state legislature and made some comment about Jews controlling the weather. And so when DeSantis made those comments in Israel, like, oh, I ended up stopping the hurricane by putting a note in the Western Wall. I was just laughing about it. Like being Jewish myself, I was laughing because I thought, well, what's he trying to say? Like Jews control the weather? Because it was just such an absurd act of pandering.
It's good stuff. It's funny. So, what else have you learned, Laura, since you spoke with us? What have you learned walking around talking to people at the
Well, I
Four
grabbed some
Seasons?
food and I don't know, like there's some people at the bar and there's some people that are just hanging out downstairs right now. It's on the 7th floor and then the DeSantis event is on the 6th floor. So I think that there's elevators down there. So some people are, taking elevators up to their room, but then other people, left and went to go have dinner and, had drinks at the bar. But you have all these influencers who are now posting their hats. They gave out these DeSantis for president hats tonight with these really weird name tag badges that on the back of them say Rano Rama. It's kind of bizarre. But tomorrow morning they're going to be bundling all day. So the reason why these donors came today is because they got an investor toolkit. And at 8 a.m. they're having a donor breakfast. And all these bundlers and donors and investors are required apparently to raise at least $3,300 each from what I was told tonight. And so they're just going to try to raise a ton of money. And I'm sure they'll raise more than 3,300, but each person is required to raise at least 3,300. And so you do the math. They're going to be calling all these people. I'm sure there's going to be people pledging to give money to PACs. And if he ends up having an actual kickoff, because I'm sure they're going to say, oh, this was just a test run. We're going to have an actual launch because, look, you have Elon Musk on Twitter tonight talking about how this was supposedly like the biggest event all day. But the general consensus by everybody is that this was a disaster. I understand that Elon has a vested interest financially as the owner of Twitter to, promote Twitter. And I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to increase signups. That's fine. I guess I could respect the hustle. But at the end of the day, nobody in their right mind is saying that this was a successful launch. Even if you are a DeSantis supporter, you have to admit that was a disaster. And actually, disaster spelled with a DE is trending on Twitter right now because it was such a disaster tonight.
Whoever came up with DeSedative, by the way, is a pure genius.
That would be Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz tweeted that. That was funny.
Yeah. No, he put that up in the
Fucking
Jumbotron.
good. That one might stick.
I mean, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
The whole thing is bad. And the way that they just try to justify everything, everybody should be insulted. They're like, oh, he broke Twitter tonight. No, he didn't break Twitter. They had issues, or I don't know, he was late, whatever happened, but they didn't break Twitter. Elon Musk had more people watching his space with the BBC, from my understanding. So what, Twitter all of a sudden doesn't have capability to handle large spaces? They're acting like
It's an amazing spin. He broke the internet, not our tech didn't work. He broke the internet.
Also, too, there's a really big difference between having like 50,000 people, like physical bodies, in a rally for a stadium like Trump does all the time, and then 675,000 people from all around the world like tuning in. These are not all American citizens who can vote.
I don't know if they're even all people.
Are they bots? Are they foreigners? Are they, who knows? Like, how many of the people that were listening tonight are foreigners who can't vote? It doesn't really say much. I understand this whole concept of like,
many of them hate DeSantis. They just happen to.
I saw a lot of Middle Eastern people in there.
There's nothing that says that all the people listening were supporters. I wouldn't assume that either. Yeah. Like,
I was there. Just
everybody there was for Trump, but who knows?
Right. But the news reports tonight, like if you look at the way that the DeSantis team members are trying to spin this and cope with the absolute failure of the space tonight, is, oh, well, 675,000 people and voters turned out to listen. Like, how do you know they're voters? How do you know they're people? How do you know they were excited? How do you know that they weren't just listening? Like, I was listening, but I'm definitely not a DeSantis supporter. I'll never vote for DeSantis, but I was reporting on it and live tweeting about it. But I have no desire to support DeSantis or vote for him, and certainly no.
It's pretty funny to compare it to a rally, especially because a rally means like getting up out of your house, driving somewhere, getting a ticket ahead of time. You know what I mean? It's a big effort, like versus tuning into a Twitter space, which is the pushing one button on your phone. It takes no effort. So comparing one to the other is pretty stupid.
Well, and even then at the end, when they were trying to control, it's pretty obvious, I think we can all admit, and this isn't supposed to be a derogatory comment because, I have nothing against people on the spectrum, but I think we can all admit that DeSantis is on the spectrum. And even tonight, in their biggest attempt to try to control the environment by having him do a space, he still screwed it up at the very end when David Sachs was like, all right, well, thanks for your time. And he was trying to have like a, I guess you could say like a loquacious ending to the Twitter space. And Ron just ended up hanging up on him. If you go back and you listen to the recording, before David Sachs could even finish his sentence, Ron got off and was like, bye. So he's very awkward in dealing with people, and that's not really how you would end a casual conversation with Elon Musk and David Sachs in this Twitter space that was supposed to be your launch. He doesn't have the charisma, and I don't think that he has the skills, like the people skills. And if he is on the spectrum, which I think that's, like I said, pretty undeniable at this point, you're not going to undo, what is he, like 44, 45 years old? You're not going to undo 45 years of that type of behavior and that kind of lifestyle. There's no amount of coaching. There's no amount of media prepping. There's no amount of debate prep. There's no amount of anything that is going to give him personality and charisma and make him normal.
No, that ship has sailed.
I think it's kind of unfortunate to even have him in the autistic community.
Are you going to
Like I
start
said,
to support this, Joe?
I'm not saying it to be derogatory, because look, I have a lot of friends who are autistic, and there are like brilliant people who are on the spectrum. I'm just saying that when you're on the spectrum, a lot of times you have, you know, social handicaps, in the sense that like you could be brilliant in other ways, but you just either you don't have people skills, or I don't know, there's all types. That's why they call it a spectrum. It varies,
But
right? And I think that even his own supporters, like diehard DeSantis influencers, have done interviews where they said, yeah, well, like Rob Smith, for example, right? That gay black guy that supports him. He goes, I posted the video today. He goes, yeah, you know, I support DeSantis, and I had dinner with him a few months ago, and I'll just tell you that one of his weaknesses is interacting with people, because even in the dinner with me, he couldn't really interact. These are people that they have been accused of being paid DeSantis operatives, paid DeSantis influencers, who are, you know, being recruited to talk about DeSantis and influence for Team DeSantis. And even they are publicly admitting on their interviews that he lacks adequate social skills to run a presidential campaign.
Well, aren't both he and Elon autistic? So I mean, you got
I
David
don't know.
Sachs running the room. So
I don't know if Elon is or not. I'm just saying that, like,
seems like it.
it seems like, and again, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just
totally
pointing
agree.
out that you know, it's not just, oh, he's having a bad day and he's bobbling his head, you know, like a bobblehead, or oh, he's, you know, he's tired and that's why he didn't hear the guy who said he drove 12 hours from South Dakota to meet with him. And you know, they have so many excuses, but the reality is there's only so many times you can make excuses for somebody's lack of social skills. And I don't know. I think we should just have the conversation. Like, he's clearly on the spectrum, so why doesn't the campaign just come out on the record and say, this is what it is? There's a reason why they had him in a controlled environment, and it's because he cannot handle large groups of people and interacting with people, wanting to pull you in every direction, asking you for selfies, asking you to sign things. Like, every time Donald Trump goes anywhere, people are running up to him trying to, you know, get him to sign their MAGA hats, their baseballs. They want selfies. And you know, he can handle it. He's from the entertainment business, and he's a real estate mogul. He's a brand in himself, who has years, decades of experience dealing with the media, dealing with the public, dealing with the limelight, and you know, rolling with the punches, as they say. And DeSantis, you can tell that he's out of his element, and that's going to show, especially if they ever get on a debate stage together, and especially once they start having to go to more in-person events in key primary states.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think, Charles, but that's my opinion about it.
Now, my read is that it's he's manufactured, right? He's just not a real player in the game.
Well, and also too, you're on the spectrum. So, like, as somebody who's on the spectrum, do you think DeSantis is on the spectrum?
No, it's not. No, because he's missing a few key aspects, right? So he's missing like really good pattern recognition ability. He makes a lot of mistakes.
But they call it the spectrum. It's not that every single person.
No, I get what you're trying to say, and I agree with it up to a point. I think the problem with him, though, is my contention on him is that he was sexually molested, and that's kind of what I've heard over the years. And that he was.
I don't know. Those are your words, not mine. I don't know.
Yeah. Just to be clear about this, though, but like, so I'll just tell you what I heard when I was researching. I heard that he was sexually molested on his Little League team, and that has stayed with him all these years. And that's why he's so fucked up with women, and like why he's like always so eager to please and all of that. That's like the word on the street, basically.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, those are your words. I'm just listening to
He doesn't. He has a really hard time looking people in the eyes. He has a very hard time like with social conversation.
Yeah, and that can be for a lot of reasons. I don't know if what you're saying is the real reason why, but I'm just pointing it out that I've noticed all of those things about him, which is why I think that, like, eventually they're going to have to just come clean and talk about it if that's what his issue is, because There's only so many. What are they going to do? Have a Biden-esque style campaign where they only interact digitally online with people? I didn't even see DeSantis here tonight. I couldn't even tell you if DeSantis is here at the Four Seasons or if he's in Tallahassee because they didn't let any media in. I didn't see DeSantis walk upstairs. There's no video on Twitter Spaces. Elon Musk wasn't here. David Sachs wasn't here. I mean, it's a very, very weird, awkward
That
kind of
is very
announcement.
But
weird.
what would
Yeah,
it look
it is
like?
very weird.
Like you're saying, he should come out and say he is autistic. Okay. But
No,
what would
I'm
it? Yeah,
saying
what
that
would it
there's
mean that then he has permission to do like a digital style campaign? I'm just curious what it would look.
well, no, they're very obviously trying to conceal something from the public, and that's the
It's a
fact
Yeah,
that
scam.
he's
Ron
terrible at this.
Yeah.
100%.
he
Yeah.
100%.
can't. But it's not just about being terrible. Like there's a lot of people who don't have the magic touch. He cannot. There's something wrong with him.
I agree
Like
with
it's
you.
not.
I agree with you.
There's something. It's not just like, oh, okay, you have a bad day. There's days where everybody wakes up and they don't want to be around people, or sometimes you're not just really connecting with a crowd. Like Hillary Clinton, for example, and the hot sauce comment, right? When she took out the hot sauce with the blacks, and she's like, oh,
Yep.
look, I carry hot sauce in my purse, right? that's a
Iconic
that's
moment
a
That was
on the
hilarious. I
on the
couldn't
break.
believe
that's
that that
a that's a
happened.
likability
Absolutely.
issue. That's a pandering issue. What
But
I'm
she's good
talking
with
about,
people. She's gonna come. If you're running for president, you got to be out with
yeah,
the people.
Yeah,
exactly.
but that
But
wasn't.
that's that's
That was a fail.
that's what you.
The hot sauce was
No, that's an example of a politician who has had years and experience like being around people,
Totally agree.
having a major blunder on the campaign trail. But every single time DeSantis speaks publicly, it's a blunder. Every single time.
Correct.
Where when he goes to Iowa, whether he goes to New Hampshire, and there's a big difference between running for governor and running for president. And I really do believe that when he's under stress and knowing people who have worked with him, like just to remind you, a lot of my former campaign staffers resigned from RPOF and previously had worked for Ron DeSantis.
yeah.
So like I had hired people who used to work for him, and they told me like he's not personable. He's not capable of like adequately communicating with his staff. He's got a raging temper behind closed doors, and he clearly has, I don't know whether it's social anxiety or just a total social handicap,
Well,
but yeah, if we're going to have a presidential candidate in a primary who is on the spectrum or autistic, I think that he should disclose it
mm,
publicly. I'm not trying to be
yeah.
provocative. I think that the people deserve to know.
Well, I think.
Even if he downplays it a little bit, he still needs to say it. I agree with you on that.
Well, autistic or not, my thing is like, I don't know. Number one, have we ever had a president from Florida? I don't think so, right?
No,
Oh,
we have not.
he was doing a rally somewhere in Broward, I remember, and he was wearing. Laura will know what I'm talking about. That's the fishing shirt that alcoholic that have like small boats wear when they go fishing. It's like the official Florida man shirt if you're like 45 years old and you're drinking a beer, going out on the boat for the day. Anyway,
Tommy Bahama.
yeah, well, DeSantis was wearing that shirt and he was campaigning. This was still for governor, but I was like, we're not really going to elect Florida man for president, right? Like, we're not actually going to do that, right? Like, we can't have any Florida man as president, I feel like. I mean, maybe Gates down the line.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know that it works with him totally.
It's just like Florida's
Yeah.
not a real place, like compared to I don't know. It's like being here
Florida
doesn't
only
teach you.
works.
Being here doesn't
The
teach you the
people who
way
run
the
Florida
road
aren't
works
really
at
from
all.
Florida.
Look, all you need to know is this. Look, DeSantis ran for re-election for governor, okay? If he's going to abandon Floridians after taking an oath 4 months ago, okay? The inauguration for his second term was 4 months ago. He hasn't even finished the first year of his second 4-year term, and he's already abandoning you. Okay? If he's going to abandon the Floridian people or the Florida people after taking an oath to serve as their governor, what do you think he's going to do if he ever makes it to the White House?
Right.
Okay? He's going to abandon you as well.
But I think his
He's always
version.
looking to sell. He's willing to sell his base out to the highest bidder, and in this case, the highest bidder aren't the American people, aren't the people of Florida who voted to send him back to office for another 4 years. It's his establishment, neocon, globalist, rhino donors who all view him as a cash cow for their own future investments if he's able to make it to the White House, because he's not a billionaire. I want somebody who's rich, somebody who is a billionaire, somebody who has actual experience in the public and private sector, like Donald Trump, who to be my president. You know why I want that? Because they're not going to owe anybody favors when they get to Washington. Ron DeSantis doesn't have money, okay? And yeah, that may sound like an elitist thing to say, but when you don't owe people money and you're running to be the most powerful person in the world, you're going to become these people's bitch. And that's what he's become. Ron DeSantis is basically like the personal bitch for a
Yeah.
handful of globalist, rhino, establishment,
Who
GOP
are the
billionaire
worst
Like
donors.
ones? Who are the worst ones,
like
Laura?
Well, you have Robert Bigelow, who's kind
Yep.
of an odd figure. He used to from my understanding, he was the owner of the Skinwalker Ranch, and he's the one that committed. He said that he'll spend his entire fortune on Ron DeSantis if he needs to. You have I mean, I'm not like criticizing her. I'm just saying, like, you're talking about people who are going to own him. You have Miriam Adelson, of course, the widow of Sheldon Adelson, who is one of the largest donors to the GOP. She had a private meeting with DeSantis and is reportedly in his inner circle now. They met when he was in Israel for the signing of his hate crime legislation. You have Ken Griffin, who's totally sold out to China. You have David Sachs, who, well, I mean, I think you guys got to see for yourself tonight what David Sachs is all about. I mean, there's more, but are these the people whose financial interests we want tied to potentially, right, the leader of our country, the most powerful man in the world, people who are like heavily invested with China on a financial level, people who view DeSantis as a way for them to get military and government contracts for, like I said, space exploration or their artificial intelligence technologies. It's weird. I think it's very weird that all of a sudden none of these big tech donors were ever interested in supporting a lot of Republicans in the past, maybe the exception of Peter Thiel. And now all of a sudden, all of these big tech guys in Silicon Valley are coming out and hosting, mega $1 million fundraisers for Ron DeSantis.
well, I
Why?
think
Why all of a
he
sudden are these people
specifically
in tech
said
trying to
tonight
support
he was
DeSantis?
pro crypto, so that makes him he's going for the Twitter crypto bro.
He didn't even know, though, what crypto was
I
tonight. He
know.
said, oh, yeah,
I'm
I
saying,
believe people can do
why
Bitcoin.
are this
What do you
right?
mean do Bitcoin? He doesn't even know what
Of
Bitcoin
course,
is.
but why are the Silicon Valley people happy? Because they want that gravy train to keep going, and I think the Biden people certainly seem like they want to put a stop to the crypto thing. So DeSantis is like a lifeline for them. If he's pro crypto, then they can keep the gravy train.
They can keep the
Is that
grift alive.
right? That seems right. Yeah.
They'll keep the grift alive.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Isn't
DeSantis would.
he like a continuation or
They
maybe the
were
puppet
joking
for
around. They were joking around
Senator
on the
Scott?
All In podcast where, David Sachs was talking about how if you get in as like a Treasury Secretary, you can divest all of your investments tax free at once.
Yeah, and you
And,
know who they want?
and
You
so
know
they
who
were
floated the
all like, "Oh
idea?
my God, that's so great!" And so yeah, like I think, yeah,
Adam. You know who floated the idea of being Treasury Secretary? Or was this, I forget, we have to find the article, Chuck, but you texted it to me a few months ago because we were talking about it. Ken Griffin.
mm,
Remember that article
Yep.
about how Ken
Yep.
Griffin wants to be Treasury
Yep.
Secretary?
Yep.
all
And he's totally compromised by China. He's one of DeSantis's biggest donors. Okay. He just gave $300 million to Harvard, and he's one of DeSantis's biggest donors.
right,
And there's articles
because Harvard
like
needs
you,
another 300 million on
it's
top of
not even
their
a
other.
joke. Like what you're saying is not even a joke. You're really on the right path when you say what you just said, because you're right. Like some of these people are viewing their support for DeSantis as a way to get cabinet positions like Treasury
So I was
Secretary.
actually thinking we should have, how they used to have like, okay, there's 10 candidates, so let's have the people polling in like whatever, under 5%. They'll have a debate, like a smaller debate. I was thinking we should have debates only for people that are like trying to get cabinet positions. Like Tim Scott, it knows he's not going to be president, but he won some kind of cushy job in at the head of some agency, right? Like they should have, we should have debates just for people that are trying out, that know they're not going to be president, but are trying to get some other kind of cabinet position.
Actually, on that, Adam, I think that's actually an important idea moving forward about how we could actually break the back of this party system operation that many of the framers said we should not go down the route of becoming more loyal to party than country. And one way to do that would be something in the realm of the way that you're talking, where we actually create, before a presidential candidate, we create a coalition that's very broad in terms of ideological perspectives and different biases and different interests, and then actually sort of name the the coalition cabinet heads, and then have different people debate each other around the ideas and the platform before we then buy into a figurehead. And that would be the way, I think, to unlock this system. But see, the part of the problem, though, in terms of what looks like a really weaponized horseshoe between Trump and DeSantis, is that Trump is not a quote unquote self-made billionaire. He also owes a lot of people for how he came up. And this is where you get into the problem of this much more Russian component rather than this necessarily more Israeli Chinese tech component, right? Because we know who he put in there when he actually got to be president. And we see someone like Wilbur Ross with the epicenter of Cyprus Bank, which is an epicenter of Russian intelligence financial operations in Europe. And there's still a lot of questions in terms of the question of Deutsche Bank, which is the major financial epicenter of the Russian laundromat, dozens of billions of dollars, being the crucial backer of Trump through rough years. So I don't think that it's one sort of like self-made billionaire over some guy who owes a lot of people. They both owe a lot of people that both don't have America's interests in mind, I think.
Yeah, I also, just so you guys know too, because Chuck, you asked me like what I was doing earlier too. I posted a video just like 30 minutes ago. I interviewed the guy who leads Blacks for Trump. He was protesting tonight outside of the DeSantis event. And he said that the Black community knows that Ron DeSantis is, quote, a no good bastard from hell, end quote. So
What's that?
I just think it's kind of interesting, right? Like seeing all these different dynamics. So like Twitter, we have to remember Twitter isn't real life. So yeah, people on Twitter are talking about this and whatnot, and people are going back and forth. But you talk to people, everyday voters, grassroots activists who showed up tonight, and like I said earlier, there were coalitions there. It was the first time I've ever seen the left and the right unite in protest, and I'm talking like trannies, LGBTQ activists, leftists protesting DeSantis, and then Trump supporters chanting all together and singing "All of Us Against DeSantis." I've never seen anything like it, and I go to so many protests all the time. I mean, I think that you're going to see coalitions of leftists and MAGA, America First, Trump supporting Republicans come together to protest and cross party lines to protest Ron DeSantis, because usually it's very polarized, right? Usually it's one side or the other. But I don't think I've ever seen this before, where you have a candidate who is so hotly contested and despised by the most politically active factions within the left and the right. What do you think, Charles?
Hold on one second. I don't know. I think someone's phone is on. I can hear the background.
Adam, maybe?
It was Charles.
Charles, what do you think?
I have a very drunk friend over, so I just
we can tell.
Gonna put her on the couch.
I'm sorry, Laura. I lost track of what you were saying for a second. What were you saying?
Well, no, I was just highlighting the fact that I found it to be rather interesting tonight. Usually when there's protests,
oh yeah, right.
It's one side or the other, right? Like if you ever go to a political event,
well,
it's usually one group protesting, and it was one of the first times I'd ever seen Republicans and Democrats protesting together.
Well,
so usually if you have a Republican event, you'll just have leftists outside.
Yeah.
but
Yeah, the strange thing. Well, I was gonna
kind of
say maybe
interesting.
because he has this weird thing where it's funny that everybody always gets on top of Trump about his tweets, but DeSantis is the one actually governing off of like what's trending on Twitter. Like he thinks like this, like TikTok and stuff, like that they should be taken as part of like how we make public policy. You know what I mean? And that just seems pretty ridiculous. He really is like making legislation and stuff, I think, based off of what's like trending on conservative Twitter, you know?
Yeah, I think though that
And
you
so
know they
maybe,
always
oh,
say
sorry.
you always
So
hear the
maybe that's
critics
why
say
he
that
like,
Trump is divisive.
yeah, maybe
You always hear the
they're
critics
pissing
say
everyone
that, but
off.
I think Trump's going to bring people on the left and the right together because, look, regardless of whether you like Donald Trump or you think he's got a big mouth or whatever people's grievances with President Trump may be, he's still
He's
real,
a
right?
local teddy
And
bear
talking with
compared to
leftists,
DeSantis. That's the funny part. He's
yes,
gonna seem like
and speaking with
the warmest,
leftists and
most
reporters here
fun.
tonight,
Yeah, gonna be amazing. It's gonna be like a robot versus a teddy bear, you know?
yeah, they realize that. Like even the most leftist reporters from CNN and not CNN, sorry, CBS and New York Times tonight, who I was speaking with by the bar, they recognize it. They admitted it to me. They even said themselves that there's no way that DeSantis is going to survive a primary. And these are people who don't even like Donald Trump, but they said that Trump is more like likable and he comes across as more principled than Ron DeSantis. And like I said before, there's people that don't like Trump simply because they don't like how direct he is. They don't like how blunt he is. But I'd rather have somebody like that than somebody like DeSantis who's literally reading a script during his announcement on Twitter because he can't actually speak from the heart. If you're running for president, why do you need to read a speech? If you're running for president, you should know why you're running for president. You should be speaking to the people directly. You shouldn't be reading a script into a Twitter space where nobody can see you talking. It's very weird. It's very bizarre. It's very robotic. And
And
there's no
the
wonder
Trump
why
thing
all
with
of
the
these
personality,
artificial intelligence.
it's like, well, he's a New Yorker, number one. It's also like, yeah, maybe he is. You know, I understand how he comes off to a lot of people. They think he's an asshole, you know. But I forget.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
I think it's great. I personally love
like,
it.
you know, let's say you need a lawyer. You know, people say like, oh, your lawyer is kind of an asshole. It's like, well, yeah, good, because he's my lawyer, and so like I need him to be tough. You know what I mean? I think that's like kind of the best way to look at it. It's like,
Yeah, and I agree. I think that look, I don't have a problem with the way Trump speaks.
yeah, yeah,
I'm just saying that there are some people they
wrong way.
say they can never tell you a reason why they dislike Trump other than the way he talks. They don't necessarily disagree with his policies, they just don't like the way he talks. And I'm just saying that regardless of whether you like the way he speaks or not, he's still more honest and principled than Ron DeSantis will ever be.
I'm too poor to vote, so
Listening
take my
now
opinion with a grain of salt. But I was going to
is
say I love the
sedative.
way Trump talks, especially to women. That's one of the things I like about him.
So I just want like really just like for Trump to have to do like a Tonight Show type thing, like make him do Jimmy Fallon's job. That would be funny. That should be like his sentence for fucking around on January 6th. Make him do a talk show, make us all laugh every night. Somebody else can be president who knows what they're doing.
All right, I put my friend to bed on the couch. I'm back.
Your friend is
Can I
time
inject
of it.
something in here real quick?
I have
Going on over there at Chuck's house.
I have a general policy of open door to all my drunk friends because I used to be that drunk friend.
Right.
So that's sort
You
of how
gotta
I do these things.
Pay the couch forward.
100%.
Yes. And I many an Uber ride, and then you have a sober conversation about that kind of thing with them in the morning. That's typically how it goes. Anyway, was once lost.
Yeah.
Laura used to see me get super smashed, so she knows.
Yes, unfortunately.
It's also nothing ages you faster than drinking. Like really.
Oh my God! But nothing feels better if you're in constant joint pain like I am than getting drunk.
Yeah. Well, also painkillers are a little bit too.
Painkillers are not good. Don't do them.
Exactly.
I wanted to bring in something, if you don't mind, about, and this is actually something that Jeremy and I stumbled upon a couple of years ago, that Dana has done a good job of documenting and chronicling in a series of tweets that I'm sure she would be, if she hasn't already, probably has already, but would share in terms of this angle regarding something called the Joint IMA detachment, which is was once Ivan Reichlin, who is close to General Michael Flynn, among other people, January 6th adjacent, post-election adjacent Trump card pusher, and this thing, this detachment of military veterans within Congress who would, I guess, would have meetings and different people would speak, and some of the members included. Tulsi Gabbard, Ron DeSantis when he was a member of Congress, Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham, and then Representative Michael Waltz from Florida, who was a former close advisor to Vice President Dick Cheney. And so I wanted to bring this in there and mention this with the connections both via Ivan Reichlin would be a connection both to General Michael Flynn, it seems, and to Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as to Tulsi Gabbard. So I wanted to bring that in there, and Dana's done a great job of chronicling this in her in a series of posts and some of the intrigue surrounding this, and Ivan Reichlin and Russia prior to the events in Georgia in 2008, and how that even links into people such, I believe, as Christina Pushaw. Is that correct, Dana?
That is correct.
Okay.
I would like to say one thing. When I was putting all of that together, I was putting it together to connect to something totally different, but does connect to DeSantis and to Florida and the whole South Coast because of Cajun Navy and how, for example, Joshua James, who was the Oath Keeper from Alabama, that how he got started into being involved with this group for January 6th was through disaster relief. And Cajun Navy has a very dark side to them where they're targeting certain people to collect information from them or to prey on them. And along with a lot of religion, religious churches come together with Walmart, with Lowe's and Home Depot, who volunteer and give money because these people lose everything during a catastrophe. And that is, I think, what Ron DeSantis' wife kind of has a backdoor through. So if you remember when these last hurricanes came through, there was some scandal with Cajun Navy that happened in Panama City, Florida. I think that was the Michael hurricane, and then you had when Ivan Rankin was in Houston when the levee and the hurricane happened there. So I was actually taking Ivan Rankin, who kind of has this connection, sort of indirectly, with the Cajun Navy people. And then also, I got in with the Christina Pushaw with the Georgia and all of that, and I just knew that they were connected to a Russian background, because Ivan Rankin's father was born in Russia. All his siblings were born in Russia except for him. He's the only one of his siblings that was actually born in the United States. And his father was a professor at Iowa. So I was just putting all this stuff together to kind of put with other threads and stories that I have. So I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a background of kind of that wasn't the whole complete agenda when I was putting that together. But every time I open up a Pandora's box of, just a person that I'm going to incorporate to another larger story of mine, I just start seeing all these other patterns, and I just have it as research for whatever reason. And then I start then incorporating it into other theories that I have put together. And then sometimes they merge and they blow up to be way bigger, which is the case kind of often sometimes for me. But I always need, like, I'm better when I have someone to collaborate with to kind of, tell me or guide me or say, yeah, there's something bigger here. So I like to just put my stuff out there and just go, this is what I put together. And I was so honored that Jeremy saw that post or that thread. But I need some of y'all's more other people's minds that have gone in different directions too, to see if they come up with the same thing or maybe even something totally different than what I'm seeing. But that's kind of how I research, and I enjoy doing it, with people who are good because it makes me better. But it also, I think, brings in a different perspective because sometimes I am on the out. I do it in a different way, I think, than some people do. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's better, but it's how my brain works. That's all.
Yeah, I like how you organize things, but sometimes it's tough to get an overarching, like, let's boil this down in a sentence.
Right.
I every story needs a who, what, where, when, and why.
Yeah, that's why I need the collaboration. If I had that, I'd do much better. So that's why I'm like always going, God, I need to find a group that I can collaborate with.
Well, I think that one of the things I'm going to be doing too is, and I've been exploring this, is part of my Twitter spaces. I think I'm going to have like an exclusive group that's tied to my Substack where we do collaborative things like this, because a lot of people have asked me, oh, well, how do you come up with all this information, and where do you get it, and what's the best way to convey it? And I think that it would be helpful, right, to kind of like have these collaborative kind of spaces where people can communicate, and you have a code where you can log in and speak, so everybody who's on the chat, and people get to collaborate on investigations and put stories together, because really you don't need a degree to do this. I think it's important for everybody to learn how to do the research and hold these officials accountable. And one thing I do agree with Elon Musk on is his statement this week, and it's a statement that people like James O'Keefe have said before as well, and that's that citizen journalism is the future. I think that individual citizen journalists, and that could be anybody with a cell phone, anybody who knows how to write, are going to replace the mainstream media. And there's a lot of people out there who have very valuable information that it just needs to be transferred from your head onto paper, or from your head onto, some kind of like written format. And so I find what you just said to be really interesting, because I think about that often, right? Like, how many people are out there who don't necessarily have large accounts, or, don't have a large following, but they have really pivotal, important information that could have a big impact on campaigns, or, any political matter. But especially during a political campaign season. And we saw this in 2016, right? Some of the most viral, damning footage that impacted the 2016 presidential race came from citizen journalists. Specifically, the clip that was filmed by, was he Romanian, Chuck? The guy that filmed the video of Hillary Clinton collapsing at the 9/11 memorial?
Yes, I think so. I think he was Eastern European at the
very
least.
And that clip destroyed her campaign. So I think that what you just pointed out, Dana, is very important.
Yeah, I think what's happening now is that there's a whole proliferation of training that's going on, and I think it's not even ideological anymore. Like, it's basically like, hey, let's figure out what the hell's actually going on, and then we can go from there.
Well, I also had people that were coming after me that were trying to get me off track. Remember, that's kind of what happened to me. And they didn't want me to continue. They were like, no, it's more like this. And I could tell that they were wrong, and I could tell that they were lying. And so it's also dangerous to, you got to collaborate with the right people. I mean,
no, it's certainly dangerous. I mean, there's lots of espionage services that are out there that are recruiting people, processing them, causing trouble for them.
Jim Stewart, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's many examples, and we could be here all night talking about that. Yeah. And the way they make up things,
you have to vet your information, but you have to start somewhere. You can't vet information unless you start by speaking with someone. So I'm not advocating just believing anything that anybody says, but I think that
I will say, Laura, like, I've been very impressed that, like, you go places, right? You go and interview people, you go and ask them questions, and I think that there's no substitute for people who are getting started in this kind of work. There's no substitute for just calling people on the phone. It's amazing how few journalists will actually even do that.
I go to places too. I was on Doug Jones' campaign, and I was on television,
No, you
not
do too. You do
speaking.
too. But what I'm saying is like the Jeremy approach or the Laura approach of like taking your camera and asking these people questions on camera is a
Yes,
very,
I don't do that. I don't do that.
very valuable thing because then it can be used in all kinds of other contexts, right? So that's kind of a big reason I support that. And then I try to sprinkle everything I do with lots of primary sources where people can just look it up for themselves, or argue about the original text. So I tend to like much more archival work because I think archives are actually more useful in a lot of ways. Like getting rare documents from government buildings or whatever. That's the kind of stuff I enjoy.
But y'all are like in safe, cities. I'm like at the
No,
place
I'm
where
not though.
Steve
Like
Bannon is, and
I have so many
KKK has
people.
their meetings there. That's where I'm from.
No, I
So
have so many people all around the world increasingly that help me out on things. By the way, if anyone's in New York and wants to work on something, I have something very interesting in New York City. And literally I know exactly where it is in the library. I just need somebody to go and take a bunch of photos of it and fill out a form. So, but yeah, I mean, look, I love this kind of work. I think it's actually already starting to change campaigns. Like you notice, Laura, that when we started talking about the DeSantis birth certificate, or not birth certificate, DeSantis sister death certificate, the DeSantis people are freaked out by that, and that's revealing to me that there's something really there. So
Well, not only that
oftentimes,
too, but when I showed up to the book signing, the first day of the book launch, and he called the cops on, or had his staff called the cops on me and the other Trump supporters. People said, "Oh, Laura Lambert only has 4 people. Look at her in her stupid little group. It's just 4 people." Yeah, it only takes one person to spark outrage. That video was seen like 27 million times if you look at all the different Twitter views. And I'm not making that number up, okay? When you look at all of the different views that it had, because it was retweeted so many times, it was seen over 27 million times. I filmed the video on my cell phone. President Trump saw the video, I know for a fact. And it was the only story that came out of the DeSantis book tour the first day of his book launch, and we co-authored the entire media cycle. So you don't need to have like tons of resources or even tons of people to show up with you to make a difference. Like one viral clip, like highlighting an issue, like, oh wow, that was the first thing that really made people think, wow, DeSantis is really going to run against Trump. Why else would he be calling the cops on Trump supporters at his book signing? And that's what really set it off. So I can't emphasize enough how important it is to just show up to events and take your camera out and start recording people.
yeah, at the very least, they freak the fuck out, which is also entertaining.
Say that again. Sorry.
They freak the fuck out,
Oh
which
yeah.
is also entertaining.
Yeah, it's always great when they like go berserk.
Yeah, what do you think? So, what do you think is next for the DeSantis campaign? Because it honestly seems like it's not off to an official, auspicious start. What do you think's next for him, Laura?
They're going to try to raise money tomorrow. They're going to see how much money they can raise. They're probably going to have, in my opinion,
do they really need that much money to run a modern campaign? I mean, Donald Trump didn't really raise that much money in 2016. Do you think they really need to raise that much money, Laura?
I think they're just going to do what Jeb Bush did. They're going to just spend everybody's money. It's like the Bloomberg style or the. Hold on, somebody's calling me. Where they just spend other people's money and they know that they have no chance of winning, but it's a tactic just to be disruptive. I mean, look how much money Jeb Bush spent in the primary in 2016. He lost. Look how much money Michael Bloomberg spent. Almost $1 billion on his stupid presidential campaign. And where is he today?
Well, I think if you have $100 billion and you spend $1 billion, that's probably not that much.
Right, but all I'm saying is that money doesn't buy likability. And as we've seen in the past with like other candidates, you could have all the money in the world and still not get 5% of the vote.
Yeah. A fool and his money are easily parted, especially in politics. Talk a little bit more about the Kevin McCarthy tie into DeSantis. I don't think people really appreciate this enough.
So one of DeSantis's donors, who's friends with Elon Musk, is a guy named Joe Lonsdale. And Lonsdale has all these different venture capital firms, and he's like one of these Silicon Valley investors who moved to Texas. And Kevin McCarthy's son actually worked, or still works rather, for Joe Lonsdale. And so Lonsdale's been having these events for DeSantis, and I was told tonight he's going to be having another event for DeSantis. Teddy Schleifer told me that. And
What did Schleifer say about me? Because you said that he says hello.
oh, nothing. We were just
What did he
chatting.
say?
We were just talking about like the different tech angles because he was here tonight covering the tech angle too, and we were both approaching it from the angle of big tech. And we were just chatting about everything, and he was like, "Oh, do you know this person? Do you know that person?" And then he's like, "Oh, do you know Chuck?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
He's a weird guy. I don't know what I think about him.
Huh. He was fine tonight.
But
I mean, he was nice. I mean, we chatted, but at least he's like focusing on the right angle, right? The big tech angle.
No, that is true. It's always weird though because some of these guys they focus on the right angle, but they get like the wrong story. So it's kind of frustrating sometimes, you know.
Well, I was able to like we were chatting tonight, and I floated the idea about the whole concept of like DeSantis being backed by like the artificial intelligence community, and I guess he hadn't like thought of that angle yet, but you know, when I mentioned it to him, he goes, "Oh wow, yeah, that's really interesting, actually." So we'll see what happens, but
Yeah, I remember sending Chuck something that Sachs was hosting an event in Wynwood that was looking for like young tech investors, or not investors, young tech entrepreneurs. Um, so yeah, like they're specifically those people. They're specifically the people backing him. Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, because tech is becoming fascist. Like I think.
coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unabashedly, like Chamath, and straight up just like I don't care about slave labor. Like that's cool with me. It's whatever. And I actually kind of appreciate his honesty that he's such a scumbag. Like I appreciated that he's just upfront about it, um, because so many people try and hide it, you know. But yeah,
Yeah,
for
this is
that
below my
for
limit,
that to be your
right?
backers. I mean, I guess nobody has like good backers, but also as far as the money thing, I mean, you know, does it matter? I don't know. Because I saw a headline today that said Biden and the DNC reached some deal that's going to help their fundraising a ton or something. And I don't know. I just think that it's like the DNC machine, like their get out the vote efforts in every city in the country, is just so unstoppable. It's just such like 2016 was like such a long shot win. You know what I mean? That I don't know if it's possible to repeat it again.
No, Trump won in 2016 because he had the element of
Yeah,
surprise and because he had a lot of really smart people helping him. In 2020, a lot of us just like were like, "Fuck this, not interested." It's interesting how many people were pro-Trump in 2016 who were involved in the 2016 campaign, but then weren't there in the 2018 or 2020 campaign.
right. Well,
I mean, if he were smart, he'd hire Laura Loomer, right? Trump,
yeah. I don't
right,
know.
Laura?
Well, we all saw what happened there, so yeah.
So what's going on with Milo lately, Laura? Tell the people.
Oh god, I don't want to talk about it. It's so stupid. It's not worth my time. It's beneath me.
I mean, I love that you think it's beneath you because it's probably beneath you. But give us the rough and ready on it.
It doesn't have anything to do with it right now, aside from the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene set Trump up and was hired Milo while he was actively serving as Ye's campaign manager. And as I proved with my documentation from the FEC reports, it was Marjorie's campaign funds that were used to purchase the Ye 24 domain. So you know, she pretends to be pro-Trump, but I really question her intentions. I don't really truly believe that she's pro-Trump, to be honest with you. I think she's a sleeper cell for DeSantis. I really do.
What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, why would you, if you were truly pro-Trump, hire an intern that publicly stated that they wanted to destroy Trump? And why would you publicly lie and say that this intern was not your intern when they were clearly still working with you and had access to your funds to purchase the domain for a campaign the same day as the dinner at Mar-a-Lago that ended up costing Trump millions of dollars in donations? Like, a lot of these donors, specifically the Jews, if we're being honest, like,
Your words, not mine.
some of them went to DeSantis because of that whole, you know, yay dinner situation. So the fact of the matter is she screwed Trump over, and she was the one that financed it, as we have seen with these FEC reports that I released, and the media has now reported on it after my reporting was too big to ignore. And I also just doubt that, like, somebody who's truly loyal to Trump could actually be friends with Kevin McCarthy. Because Kevin McCarthy has not yet endorsed Donald Trump, and if she's so close with Kevin, like, what, you're going to give the guy $100,000 to buy his disgusting used chapstick that could potentially give you mouth herpes, but you're not going to force him to endorse Donald Trump? Seems a little weird, right?
Well, maybe she already has mouth herpes.
No, but you get my point. Like, it's just very weird. You're going
I
to
do
buy
get your point.
this used chapstick for $100,000. Look the story up. It literally happened this week on the
No, I
House
know. I
floor.
was following it. I was following it. I thought it was a joke when I first heard
No,
about it.
I'm not joking. This
No,
really
I know you're
happened.
telling the truth. I can confirm because I thought it was a joke when I first heard about it, and I was like, that can't be true.
Really
And I
happened.
googled it, and it was real.
I texted you when it happened, and I said, "Can you believe this shit?" And you're like, "It must be fake." But
Yeah, and then I went and checked it.
no, it's real. So you're going to spend that much money, and then you're not going to demand that that same person endorse Trump? It's very weird.
What do you make of Thomas Massey supporting Ron DeSanctimonious?
I just think it's bullshit.
He
Look,
seemed just like starstruck about talking to Elon because he like runs his house off solar power, right? And
Yeah,
I think he was like I think people a big part of it was everybody telling Elon how great he was. Honestly, oh, you're such a free speech warrior. Oh, you really came in and you're so generous. Thank you for spending the money to protect free speech. That's like what everybody in that. I don't even know why. I can't even call it a presidential announcement with a straight face. Like that was such a weird event.
yeah, but think about it. If Elon endorses DeSantis and DeSantis wins the nomination and somehow becomes president, $44 billion is chump change compared to the amount of government contracts somebody like
Oh
Elon
yeah,
Musk would get.
100%.
To
Yeah. No,
you know what I'm
no,
saying?
no. I'm not.
Like people think, oh my God, $44 billion. And I'm not saying that Elon didn't make a sacrifice. Like, I'm grateful that, I got my Twitter account back. But like, let's be honest, like, I'm pretty sure that Elon Musk, and I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm simply saying, like, this isn't just
Oh no.
altruistic, like,
Yeah.
oh, we're just with the Twitter space and whatever. Like, and David Sachs, who I just happened to work with in the past, is just going to,
Moderate.
be
Right.
the
Well.
moderator. No, this is all
Yeah.
being done and
That.
orchestrated
Yeah.
for
I
a
was
reason.
basically making the comment just that it's funny because it's supposed to be DeSantis' big moment. I mean, just to imagine that like Trump or even Obama. Like, remember when Obama did? I think it was in that convention. He had like those giant Roman, what do you call them? Like tower things, It made it look like it was like an old Coliseum, Like Trump and those people understand straight stagecraft. The idea that DeSantis is doing it on a Twitter space, you know what I mean? And then it ends up a lot of it just being people like telling Elon how awesome it was. So it's like even at his own presidential announcement, it wasn't even mostly about him. Pretty fucking funny.
Well, look, I mean, it's just par for the course, right? Just like most of DeSantis's 2018 victory had nothing to do with him. It had to do with
Yeah,
Trump. Like
a thousand
that's what
percent. Yeah,
DeSantis does. He has to. He is deficient in likability. He is deficient in his own accomplishments, and I don't give a shit about what anybody has to say. I live in
right.
Florida, and the governor doesn't have a positive track record. He makes tons of claims nonstop about what he's going to do, and if you actually look at the follow through record, it's weak. I wouldn't say that Ron DeSantis actually has a lot of follow through
Well,
on
he's
what he
trying to
does,
get
specifically
followers.
with
That's
regard.
what it seems like. It's like he's literally
He
legislating
just
off
talks about the
trying to
same
get
thing over
shit
and
that
over
will be
again.
popular on Twitter. It's like he wants to do stuff that will make, the people at the Daily Wire happy, basically. You know what I mean? Like that's
Right.
his.
I don't give credit where credit's due. Like when he does something positive, sure, but this idea that he's the best governor ever and he led the way for COVID and he led the way for the
Yeah,
culture war.
right.
There were states that were open before
Yeah, and I
Florida.
mean, it's like you're like I've been here since 2006, and it's kind of also that like you said about Trump, it's like how many people really they're bragging about how many Republicans they registered, and maybe they did a good job, like maybe they were organized about it, but like Trump was the one that turned everybody from all those Democrats into Republicans, not DeSantis. DeSantis was an after effect, like you're saying, right? Like Trump
Well, not
made
only
Trump
that
made
too,
all
but
those
it
people.
was actually my campaign manager, a woman by the name of Marion Pistilli, who was responsible when she worked at the RPOF for flipping Florida red. So Ron DeSantis actually didn't do anything. He took credit for the work of grassroots activists who all support President Trump, by the way. The people that were responsible for implementing the ground game in Florida that when I say turned Florida red, first of all, Florida is not a red state.
Still
We
not.
have more Republicans currently registered than Democrats, but we're not a deep red state. And those people who were responsible for that surplus in Republican voter registrations, they resigned because they were tired of getting abused at the RPOF and abused by Governor Ron DeSantis and the RPOF. And they came to come work for me, and they all are supporting President Trump. So once again, he takes credit for the work of grassroots strategy that was implemented by employees who are disgusted by his, lack of leadership, who were disgusted by the RPOF, and they resigned and took a pay cut to literally come work for me on my congressional campaign in 2022. And they are all supporting President Trump in 2024. So that's the backstory. Like these are the things that you don't hear unless you talk to people who are directly involved, because the media is never going to say that. They're never going to give you the names of these, staffers who would otherwise be considered low level compared to a state director or whatever, right? But these are the people that are getting things done. These former directors of voter registration initiatives at RPOF who no longer work for them anymore. They're the ones who got this done. The field directors for the RPOF who carried voter registration forms with them and met quotas every single week to make sure that they were registering a certain amount of people every single week. Ron DeSantis never went out in the field with clipboards and registered people. It's just bullshit. He constantly takes credit for other
Yeah,
people's work. And I've seen it on the ground as a candidate in Florida for the last 4 years. I've seen it. I honestly regret helping him with his 2018 recount, because if I knew that he was going to turn around and basically stab everybody in the back, I would have just, I would have been fine with
but
watching
then we
him
would have
lose.
had Gillum, which might have led to some hilarious moments with the prosecutor,
Yeah,
the
but at the
governor's
same
mansion.
time, you put in a lot of work and you put in a lot of effort on the ground, and then these people just turn out to be the
Well,
exact
it's also
opposite.
it's like
Or
what you're talking about is the nitty gritty hard work all the people did, but also the larger cultural movement was Trump. Trump was the one that turned all the people who had voted for Obama and made them want to become Republican. So anyway, it's also both
well, and
things
that's
that are
why
making what
RPOF
we're
too.
on the same bullshit. Both things.
That's why the Republican Party of Florida has such a high turnover rate too, is because they have a very hostile workplace environment. According to the people who resigned from RPOF to come work for my campaign, at least, and they constantly give DeSantis credit for the actions of these staffers. So the people who work for RPOF, like you were to have a candid conversation with them or speak with former RPOF employees, they would tell you.
Laura, I'm being asked to ask you about Ron DeSantis' wife and how she dominates him. You
How
want to
she
talk
what?
about that? How she dominates him?
Oh, yeah, and then I'm going to bed because I have to wake up early. I haven't slept in like 36 hours.
How's your dog,
Well,
by the way?
they're good. Both of them are good, but I'm not home right now, so they're getting watched.
You didn't bring him with you?
No, I don't think they let dogs come to the Four Seasons. Do they?
They do.
Oh.
At least they do the one in LA.
Well, it's too much commotion. I don't want them to be sitting in a hotel room by themselves all day. Well, like with his wife, she's obviously the one that is controlling everything. Look, people don't know about her background because it's almost like her entire internet history has been whitewashed from the internet, okay? She doesn't have a digital footprint. But Jill Black, or Casey as she goes by, that's her middle name. Her real name is Jill Black. That's her maiden name. Like her background's in media, right? So everything about these people is scripted. Like she knows how to work the media. It's known that even as governor, she would help write his speeches and help review talking points with him. And if you work for Ron DeSantis, you're basically working for his wife because she's the one that calls the shots. And if you read articles or you speak with former staffers of Ron DeSantis, they all have the same complaints. His wife is insufferable and she's power hungry. And I would say that she's really the driving force behind him launching this presidential campaign. I'd say she has more political ambition than her own husband, which is why, of course, she's now earned the nickname Lady Macbeth. But I think people will come to see that more on the campaign trail. She's very domineering, and then she gives comments to the New York Post like she did the other day after the article came out from Politico calling her Lady Macbeth. They had the DeSantis influencers who all work for the New York Post, right, owned by Rupert Murdoch, of course, write this glowing puff piece about Jill, in which they said, "Oh, she's just so meek and mild, and she really doesn't like the spotlight." Well, if you don't like the spotlight, why are you trying to dominate the conversation when your husband is, in these key primary states? If you don't like the spotlight, why did you run a campaign commercial where you're sitting there in your sweater talking about how you had cancer? I mean, look, people who don't like the spotlight keep their medical information private. If you don't like the spotlight, you're not going to get like a glamour shot in professional hair and makeup and talk about, "Oh, my husband's so great. He picked me up off the floor when I had cancer." I mean, look, if you're so upset about having cancer, okay, don't be using it for political talking points. And if people are going to call your wife out for being controlling and for influencing your campaign, and you're going to make her front and center on your campaign by running ads where she talks about her cancer, well, don't expect your wife to be off limits. Like, this is what they're doing. They're using her and her former cancer diagnosis as a shield so that all the messaging is going to come from her account. She's the one that's really driving this campaign and controlling Ron's messaging, so that if there's attacks launched against them, it's, "Oh, they're attacking a cancer survivor." Well, what does her having cancer in the past have anything to do with his campaign? She's not on her deathbed. If she's recovered, like, why are we supposed to basically what? So they could go rob a bank today and we'd never be able to criticize them because she's a former cancer survivor? I mean, just this logic that you can't criticize his wife or
Isn't she
call them
from a
out
mob? Isn't she
or
from a
or,
mob
or call
family?
them out because she once had cancer.
She's
Like
from a mob
I don't
family.
remember I don't remember this type of treatment for Roger Stone when his wife was dying from stage 4 cancer and he was being attacked by the government. I recall countless attacks on Roger Stone every single day, even when his wife was on, her deathbed, and thank God she survived. But the fact of the matter is look, Jill is not the only person on this planet to ever have cancer. And as far as I'm concerned, just because you have a health scare in the past doesn't mean that you get to use it as a victim shield for the rest of your life. And look, when you say these things online, they try to pretend like you're some kind of evil person for calling it like it is, but it's a manipulation tactic. She doesn't have cancer anymore. She's a cancer survivor. She didn't lose any of her hair. I mean, look, she couldn't have been that sick if she was on the campaign trail with Ron DeSantis and they were running campaign commercials and doing glamour shots while she was talking about her cancer diagnosis. Like, people who are genuinely like still struggling can't get out of bed. Okay. I know people who have died from cancer. I've had friends who have died from cancer. Like, you don't film campaign
Yeah, I
commercials
mean,
when
look,
you
I'll
truly are
just tell
dying
you.
from cancer.
So my mother's had cancer for most of my life, and she and I were chatting about this cancer thing, and she looks at it as like stolen valor. She's like pretty pissed about it. She's like, Casey DeSantis is taking advantage of this kind of situation, and she was like nowhere near as sick as some other people. What do you think about the mob ties of Casey DeSantis or Jill Black
I
and
don't know.
all
I
this?
have to. We'll talk about that more
We
on
should do
another
that. We should
space.
do the
But
mob stuff with Casey because Jill or whatever, because I think it's important that people understand that, like, when DeSantis talks about all his Pennsylvania connections, that's really what he's doing, is he's making an homage to that network.
right,
You
I
know,
just want people to understand though that they're being manipulated and gaslit in real time.
of
They're being
course.
told they can't attack him because his wife had cancer. Like, how is that logical? How does that make any sense? You can't attack him because his wife had cancer.
Well, you saw them beat the
You
shit out of
can't
us,
post
Laura.
facts
Laura,
about his wife.
you saw
You
them
can't.
beat the shit out of us over talking about his sister and his
Right, but
best
they
friend.
were fixated all week. This Politico article came out, and I swear to God, like, Fox News had every segment back to back. Oh, critics slam this terrible hit piece on Casey DeSantis. Like, what terrible hit piece? It's an accurate piece that talks about how she's so unlikable and how the staff don't like her because she's insufferable and tries to control everything and is known for treating staffers like garbage. Like, why is that? Why are you
Well,
not allowed
she's the
to?
one who put
Why
the
are
hit.
you
She's
just
the one who
because
put the hit
somebody
out on Matt too
just
back in the
just
day.
because somebody had cancer, why are you not allowed to talk about factual elements of their personality and their character and the way they interact with staff? Like, they're two separate issues. And I just want voters to understand, like, you can criticize somebody even if they previously did have a health condition. Like, you're allowed to call people out when they're wrong. And we should be calling the DeSantises out for trying to use a cancer scare as a manipulation tactic to gaslight people into submission. I think it's disgusting. And if I had cancer, thank God I don't, but if I was a cancer survivor, I would be so offended by what they're trying to do. They're trying to use other people's struggles as a way to avoid accountability.
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
So,
I do think it's interesting. It's interesting to me how no one really actually has the real conversation about her.
because they're scared to, because they've been told you're not allowed to talk about her because she's a cancer survivor. They've tried to make it seem like you're attacking a cancer patient if you criticize her. She doesn't have cancer. She's in remission. She doesn't have cancer anymore. Like,
Also,
I don't understand why you're not
also
allowed to talk about her.
if the cancer is so bad, why is he running for president?
If the cancer was so bad, why did he run for re-election as governor when he had no intention of serving? Like, they made this whole thing, oh, she's got cancer. Is Ron going to be able to run for re-election? Like, they made this whole thing out of it to raise money and to, like, gin up support and to gain sympathy from voters. And it's like, you could have just dropped out and actually been a good husband and taken care of your wife if her cancer was really as bad as you claimed it was, and you still could have run for president. Like, he had the legislature change the law. He doesn't want to be governor, so what's the point? Like, remember they made this whole, like, commotion about,
Oh, I
oh,
do.
well, what?
I remember all this. Yep.
And they had constant news stories. Oh, speculation, is the governor going to continue to run? And they really milked it. They really milked it for everything that it was worth. But I'm kind of really doubting the sincerity of it all now, because look, you're either so sick and you're on your deathbed, or you're not sick and you're able to get glammed up and do hair and makeup and go record a TV commercial. It doesn't work both ways. So what is it? Are you sick on your deathbed, or are you just trying to be an opportunist?
So is the whole like her partially having some sort of like mob tie thing, you think tied to the fact that they're trying to not have the cancer conversation, or trying
Yeah,
to say that you can't criticize her
that
because of
I
that?
think
here's the way it
her
works.
her
I'll
whole
explain this, Laura, because this is important. This is an important detail.
they use the cancer as a way so that people can't talk about her background, which has clearly been scrubbed from the internet. But there's been some opposition research that shows that, and Chuck can get into this, but some family ties through a family that lives in Pennsylvania. You can go ahead and explain, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, basically the way they do this, right, is they make certain areas of inquiry like impermissible, right? And so it's kind of like, so I went and found the death certificate of Christina DeSantis' sister, who he never mentions,
And he flew
right?
out to the UK. Like I remember when Chuck did this and he called me, he's like, "Oh, you won't believe what I'm doing." And he had to like fly out there and actually get it. This was before, because we've known that Ron DeSantis is going to run for president since 2021. So Chuck flew
Long
out to
before
the
that. I mean, when I
yeah,
first
well, but
met him,
Chuck
it was
flew
like,
out to the UK and and like hunted down this death certificate. And I remember when he had it, he texted it to me and we're like, "Whoa, like if we release this now, no one's going to understand it because people are still in denial and don't believe that like, that DeSantis is really running for president." So like he was gonna release it, right? And we had talked about this, and then one day the Daily Mail had the death certificate somehow because Chuck had sent it to somebody, and he thinks like they leaked it. But
I think that there's a lot of weird stuff around DeSantis,
Mm-hmm.
particularly with there's like a wing of the Israelis that really support him. There's a wing of the Trump supporting Israelis as well. But I think that there's all this weird stuff that happens. Like, so for instance, there was a guy who was going to run against DeSantis for governor in 2018, who was a very popular Democrat who died in a car accident under very suspicious circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
Then, of course, there's the weird stuff with Andrew Gillum. And for those who are like curious, Joel Greenberg told me repeatedly that they had video and tape and everything of Gillum doing all this like weird sex stuff. And Joel Greenberg ultimately went to jail for like 11 years for all kinds of like weird mob shit that he was doing in, as a tax collector in Orlando area, Florida. Very weird stuff there. So there's like Florida's like a giant mob, okay, and they're all like fighting with each other, and like trying to stab each other in the back and fucking each other's husbands or wives or whatever. And
There's always different factions too, and then they
yeah,
split off, and people have
they
their own
split
interests
off.
as well. So there's more nuance to it for
Yeah,
sure,
they team up, they split off, they intermarry.
as humans tend to do.
Yeah, so it's like it's like a soap opera or telenovela or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what my view is that these people, like, if you're going to run for president of the United States, like, I'm sorry, like, everybody's fair game. Like, your whole family network
exactly, your
around you is
entire
fair game.
family, like your kids, your wife, everybody. Like
Yeah.
this whole idea of, oh, we're not going to go after family members. Like, okay, then let's stop talking about Hunter Biden. You see how that works? So what?
Yeah.
We're gonna give DeSantis a pass, but then we're gonna talk about Hunter Biden. And like, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not saying we should stop talking about Hunter Biden, but like, Republicans don't have principles. Do you understand? Like, I've been a
There's a lot of
Republican.
cognitive dissonance
I've
on
been a
both sides.
Republican my whole life, but like, it goes both ways for Republicans. Like, they want to call out their opposition, but they don't have like principles to hold their own accountable. So as soon as you start attacking like, the spouse or like the kid of somebody on the right, they're like, "Oh, you're crossing the line." But now we're allowed to have like all these impeachment discussions about Joe Biden because of Hunter Biden. So what is it? Like, are we allowed to go after family members or are we not?
I guess whenever it's convenient to your goal, your specific political agenda. I guess that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah,
I think in all the
is like, if the president of the United States is married into the mob, like, which it seems to be the case with Casey DeSantis, then like we should know that, like that's kind of a big deal,
Yeah.
And
I mean, can you even be governor of Florida without being connected to the mob? Like seriously.
There have been examples over time. I mean, I'd argue maybe Jeb Bush isn't a mobster. Maybe, I don't know.
I think their own version of a mob.
Yeah, I mean,
The
maybe
Bushes.
it's the WASP. Maybe the CIA is the mob. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
There may be a fair case
Yeah,
to be made there.
the only rule is you have to be on the spectrum to be the governor of Florida.
Yes. Well, I've often felt that.
That's actually a joke here in Florida. Like, believe it or not, like there's actually like a lot of political reporters, they make that joke because it just seems like all of the governors in the past, like they all have like these weird social quirks. So, like when cameras are off and everything, you'll hear these people all joke about how like, the requirement to be governor of Florida is that you have to be on the spectrum because like if you just look at the personalities of all of our former governors, they all have these like very weird social quirks,
That's true, but
I've got to tell you,
I'm
Charlie
sure that's
Crist
the
is
least of their problem.
Charlie Crist is easily one of the strangest people I've ever met, and I've met a lot of weird people. He's just like a very strange man. There's really no other way to describe him.
But he was
You
right
know?
about DeSantis. Like I don't believe in Charlie Crist policies at all, but he was so spot on during
Neither,
that presidential
neither,
debate.
neither does Charlie. Charlie doesn't really have principles.
Yeah, he's the
I was
only.
about
He's
to
the only.
say, does he even know who he is? I don't think
He's
so.
the only. He's the only one. He's the only politician in Florida to run for office as a Republican, Democrat, and Independent.
I mean, there's something kind of very Florida about that. At least he's not a giant Medicare fraudster like Rick Scott.
Oh God.
No, he's in
Rick
cannabis,
Scott
ain't he?
literally had told a friend of mine that he ran for governor because he realized that if he died, or excuse me, yeah, he ran for governor because he realized if he died, his obituary would say that he was like one of the greatest Medicare fraudsters of all time. So he decided that he had to run for governor and win. The man is just he's deeply hardworking too. Like, I will tell you, like, I saw him one time and he was like trying to learn Spanish on a flight. And then
He speaks Spanish. He's very good at speaking Spanish.
this is what I'm saying, right? So I saw him when he was trying to learn it, and he was like, "Yo habla," like he had like those tapes, those cassettes or whatever. And then I see him again like 2 years later, and he's like giving a press conference in Spanish.
No, he does. He speaks well
Yeah,
because when I was in college, obviously like we didn't realize what a scumbag Mitt Romney was going to turn out to be, but I had volunteered in college because I didn't want Obama to be in the White House, obviously, and I was a field director in Hialeah, and I remember like Rick Scott would sometimes stop by the office in Hialeah. If you've ever been in Florida, it's like mostly Hispanic, only Spanish speakers. Like English is pretty much a second language in
most
Hialeah.
densely Cuban area in all of Florida. Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't that where
and
the arms companies are too?
and so what'd you say?
The arms companies, aren't they there as well? Arms is in gun
I don't know
companies?
actually.
I don't
I
know.
don't
I'm
think I've
not
ever
sure.
heard
I
that.
I
just
think they
know like
pretty much are.
it's a very Cuban area, and so I was
I'm pretty
always
sure of that.
impressed because Rick Scott, whenever he would come, he would, like you said, he wouldn't just say "Hola," like "Yo soy Rick Scott." Like, no, like he would actually give a full blown speech in Spanish. He's fluent in Spanish. It's
Yeah,
quite impressive.
he's one of the legit hardest working people I've ever met. Like, I don't necessarily agree with him on stuff, but he's like a serious person.
I like Rick Scott. Like I've always had like pleasant interactions with him. I don't agree with everything that he's done, but he's actually he has this like really crazy ability to remember everybody's name. Like I met him 12 years ago, right? When I was in college. And I remember I used to get invited to go pick him up at the airport when I was in college, like on the tarmac, right? Because I was very involved with college Republicans. And they had asked me to like staff like a couple of his fundraisers sometimes. And he would always remember my name. Like I would run into him years later at various political events in Florida for Republican candidates. And he has this crazy superpower where he's able to just memorize everybody's name. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean he's
Probably
really
uses some sort of like mnemonic device or something.
I don't know, but he
Associations.
really does have that kind of personal touch about him.
Maybe he was a bartender back in the day.
He'll send you like
you could
he'll send
definitely
you
tell.
notes.
You could definitely tell that he was a bartender. Like this is
They have that vibe.
Yeah, it's weird. Like it's like when you chat with him, you're like, I don't really want to talk to you, and yet I'm talking to you. It's like one of those kind of vibes.
Make you spill all your secrets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically part-time psychologists.
Yeah, well, this is kind
essentially.
of an aside, but it is funny that I keep seeing all this stuff with like all these kids saying that they're incels, and I'm always just like, why don't you guys just go work at a restaurant? That's what everybody else did. That's how you learn how to deal with people. Is that not? Did everybody
That's a good
Get that
point.
job
It's
when they were.
definitely forces you to be social.
Yeah, that's how everybody did it. I thought. I mean, but I guess the kids are jobs.
I don't
That
know.
is one
I'm,
downside of immigration that nobody really talks about. Is that it used to be that everybody would like mow all the lawns in the neighborhood. You know, the neighborhood kids would mow all the lawns and do all of those jobs that wash the dishes. Like I started my first job when I was 13. I was washing dishes in an old folks home. Anyway, now all those jobs are done by immigrants, and so all the kids they don't learn about like having a
yeah,
paycheck.
look, I used to do all those jobs, painting
Yeah, all that
houses,
stuff
mowing
is
lawns,
gone
whatever,
now. Yeah.
paper routes, and then you get super jacked from it, right? So then you would get you get your money, and then you could go take women out on dates or whatever. It was a good thing. It was a
Yeah.
good lifestyle, gotta say. But anyway,
Back
back
to
to
the
the
point.
point,
Yeah.
back to the task at hand.
We solved the cell
It
problem.
seems
Now
to
back to
me,
the real things. Anyway.
that like when we talk about politicians, right? We also need to talk about their families because many of them are part of political families. So like Jill, Casey DeSantis, she is very much a part of like all these decisions. She's hiring people, firing people.
Exactly.
She's calling out hits on people. Like she told Ron DeSantis that Matt Gaetz was quote unquote dead to her. I mean, this is not like normal. This is like mob boss behavior. Like when you call these kind of shots, right? So if she's from a mob
And they
family,
even described in the Politico piece that they wrote about her, they said that Ron DeSantis is vindictive, but Casey DeSantis is the scorekeeper. So like,
think about this.
when you have somebody that is that involved in their husband's career and they're running for president, like yeah, they're gonna be fair game to go after. But anyway, I can continue this conversation another time, but I have to get some sleep. I have to wake up early because I have to go report on this event.
All right, have fun. Give my best to your dogs.
They're not with me right now. I'm
No,
still
when you
here.
see them, when you see them next,
All right, we'll do.
and
We'll do
and
another show.
run for Congress because it was deeply entertaining, and
Good
we have to
night,
get
Laura.
rid of Kevin McCarthy. Do you know what we have to do?
Oh yeah, I just that's another scandal right there, right? All the FTX money that was used against Republicans like myself.
Well, they won't be able to do it twice, Laura.
Well,
They only needed to do it one time.
Well, they'll find. If she runs again, there's a whole new wave of. They'll have to go get other criminal money against her.
yeah, if we even have an election in 2024, I'm not really so hopeful these days.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I just think that look, they locked our country down. They realize that Biden is a absolute dementia patient, and I think that there's going to be some kind of catastrophic event or some kind of catastrophic. I don't know if it's going to be a terrorist
I love this.
attack, a health
I love
scare,
this optimism, Laura. This is what the people come here for.
but I think that they're going to try to do something to disrupt the 2024 election to keep people locked down.
You know what's funny? Actually, you say that is
Mm.
that I was thinking. I actually went back and I was listening to on archive.org. They have all the old Rogan episodes that were deleted. They actually, Chuck, they have your episode on there too.
Oh yeah, send me that. I want to
It
watch
doesn't have
that.
the video; it just has the audio. But
Oh, yeah, send it
I'll
to me.
find it.
Send it to
You
me.
and Milo, Gavin. But anyway, Trump win.
That's like one of my top 4 regrets in my life is going
Oh,
on Joe
really?
Rogan's show. By the way, yeah, I actually have all my regrets in a notebook. Whenever I get like really upset about something, I write one of my regrets down, and that's like I'm like looking at my regret notebook right now, and sure enough, it's like right there. Anyway,
What do you think about all of the, like, not just Republicans, but it seemed to be on that side of the aisle who are pushing for blockchain voting as far as like using that as a way to get everybody to vote through
I've never believed elections were legitimate, so I don't
yeah.
really like.
But as far as
believe,
like more manipulation though.
no, I mean like I
Yeah.
believe John Kerry won the 2004 election. I don't really know about the 2000 election.
Mm-hmm.
So like I just think that there's all kinds of fraud that goes on in voting, and I think
Mm-hmm.
people get obsessed about voting and less about their other rights and
Mm-hmm.
civil participation. And so I think that that's kind of like when you make a fetish of something like voting, you're not focusing on other things like your right to jury trial, your right to participate, and all kinds of like your right to have books in your library that aren't like being censored by whoever weird person DeSantis appointed to whatever board, right?
Yeah, certainly, I agree.
So my kind of criticism of a lot of this stuff is
There's this attitude that we're going to like vote our way out of our problems generally, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think the way we're going to like actually have civil government is by being civil with one another and talking to each other in these kind of spaces and in public gatherings and whatnot. That we'll persuade each other, and that's in my mind what we need to do is we need to be sort of more focused. So I don't have
I
Laura's view
agree.
on this. I think so. My view just generally is I think Biden's going to be reelected, whether it's
Hmm.
Trump or DeSantis. And I favor Trump in the primary, but I think that I'll probably support Biden in the general.
Okay. No, well, I just bring that up because
Kind of my
Laura was saying that they might be locking everybody down again in order to kind of like not have some sort of
yeah.
election. I'm like,
I
well,
mean,
maybe that would be they'll use that opportunity as a way to transition to this different type of mechanism in voting.
well, you
So,
saw in Israel, like Laura and I've talked about this, but like you saw in Israel, like how Netanyahu used the COVID pretext as a way of like locking down the whole country, and you
yeah.
certainly saw that in other countries. Now, I'm not going to go out there and predict that there's going to be some major calamity because that seems kind of sad and everything. But I will tell you, like, who had COVID, on their list, going into 2020, right?
Well, well, it
That's
would
a big
also
thing,
be.
I'm going to bed, Chuck. I'm going to log off, but
See,
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
I was gonna say, yeah, back to the 2015 thing too. Is that a lot of stuff you guys were talking about was terrorism. That as far as Trump getting elected and like whether it's possible, like when you go back and listen to what everybody was talking about in 2015, it was a lot of like all of the Islamic stuff that was happening, terror attacks in France and in all of those countries, and then we had like Orlando, and there's like a Central Park thing, remember? And so like that was really in the air back then, and now that's like pretty much gone. Like nobody is talking about terrorism anymore. So it's interesting she said that something big is going to happen before 2024. Um, but I do know that also in 2015 was the start of Black Lives Matter and riot season, and we've pretty much had riot season coincide with election season. I think every time, at least 2016 and 2020 was definitely a lot of like race riots. So I wonder if that's gonna break out again because
I mean, my view is
we
that a
already
lot of
had
those.
this Jordan Neely thing. That's
Yeah, I mean, my view is that most of those riots are kind of egged on by foreign
yes, right,
powers. That they're not exclusively
yeah,
a domestic thing. Some of them are gang
and
affiliated too, like we saw with God's
and
Disciple and
wasn't the
all that.
2015 one a lot of it was like Facebook Live, like that tech was kind of so out of control that it led to a lot of instability, right? Because it showed, I don't know, I just remember like it showed it was like bringing everybody to riots live, and then everybody kind of got egged on.
Mm.
I think that's an element of it, but I also think that lots of foreign actors recruit mass shooters, recruit mentally disturbed people to cause disturbances in our society through Facebook, through Instagram, social media generally. And that's something that people are very uncomfortable talking about, but there's a
Yeah.
lot of evidence for it.
That's true. That happens in the Middle East too, as far as they
Of
take
course.
mentally,
Yeah.
ill people and
And
they strap the suicide bombs on them. And
yeah, when I
so
was in
that's,
Turkey, this Turkish intelligence official was telling me that the Israelis in particular like to recruit diabetics because
mm,
they can basically promise them like insulin, or they can promise them like life-saving drugs, or they like to recruit people who have like life basically issues where they can basically control the access to medicine for them because they're
that's
like
dark.
those people will work harder than anything, for them.
Hmm.
And so this guy was telling me as a counterintelligence professional, he looks for people who have radical politics or extreme politics, but also some like life-threatening illness or some kind of like debilitating condition. He looks
Yeah.
for those people as like people to watch.
And that would make sense why they collect all that psychometric, psychographic data online as far as like trying to find people to recruit, like you were saying.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
written about this on my Substack, just
Oh,
like,
okay.
yeah, I've written about this topic if people are interested in it.
Yeah.
Like how many mass shootings are caused by foreign governments. We do know that like there's a great book called The Wasp by Eric Frank Russell, who was he was a British intelligence officer and a science fiction writer, and he wrote all about basically how to destabilize societies using um, basically recruiting malcontents, socially disruptive people. And then
Yeah.
years later, I read America Against America by Wang Huning, which is basically about how to trigger a civil war in the United States through like active measures, through campaigns about social issues. He talks a lot
Yeah.
about that in the book. It's really cool.
Weaponizing resentment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. And
Straight up.
you look at you look at Elon interviewing like libs of TikTok, by a right chick, and she's like a Chabad
She's
daughter.
a Habadist, yeah.
Yeah,
Or yeah.
yeah. So like I don't know why we're not allowed to talk about this, but it's
Didn't
like
she
pretty
make her
obvious.
debut on the Tucker Carlson show? Like his little like funky little podcast,
She
not
did.
his Fox
Yeah,
News.
yeah. So
Yeah.
the Tucker Fox Nation project was something that Lachlan was supposed to run, and then he
Hmm.
just fucked it all up. That's sort of like the word.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's unfortunate. I think though, my view basically is the Gen Xers are basically all being forced into retirement right now across our economy, and I think that this is a positive thing in a lot of ways because I think a lot of them can't really handle the responsibilities of some of this stuff. So Tucker's kind of forced retirement is an example of this. A lot of the kind of blowups of various venture funds
Hmm.
are a part of this. And then also like bringing back the old guys, the old hands, like bringing back, you know, the once and future CEO of Disney is an example of that. Joe Biden himself is an example.
Yeah.
So I don't think a lot of us like Gen Xers, running our country and our
Jeremy
politics.
resents that statement. He's
I mean, Jeremy's
Same.
the
I'm a Gen
exception
Xer.
that proves the rule. But I actually think that Jeremy would admit that he probably couldn't handle like the responsibilities of being engaged in this high level. Because I think what happens is when you're a small generation relative to other generations, you kind of middleman and you kind of observe the world rather than feel like you could be a participant in it. So you
hmm
don't build the skills to actually be like a good leader or a good business executive or what have you. You just sort of bitch and complain. So like if you look at like a lot of like the tech companies that have come about, there have been like a CEO that was millennial, or a leadership team that was millennial that maybe had a COO that was Gen X, but mostly the money came from venture funds connected to Gen Xers.
yeah, like A16Z and that
Yeah,
bunch.
yeah, and I think a lot of those groups are predatory. And
Oh yeah.
I've written about this whole like Gen exploitation argument, and I've written most recently about like A16Z and all the weird history there. That was kind of my piece for today.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
think Substack was actually originally, well, it was saved by Anderson Horowitz, I believe,
yeah,
when it
I
was
don't
tanking.
I don't trust them at all. I don't like them at all. But I'm very
Yeah, it's a good
grateful to
tool.
have a
Yeah,
Substack. Yeah,
yeah.
and I met a lot of the Andreessen Horowitz people, and they really are loathsome. Just for those
Really.
who are curious, yeah. I think the Founders Fund people are kind of worse in a way, but the Andreessen people are really bad.
Mm. Do you know anything about Balaji?
Yeah, I hear that Balaji is basically barred from coming back to the U.S. Or if he comes
Really?
back, he'll be arrested. That's what I hear for securities fraud. Yeah.
The network
Yeah.
state
Yeah, I
is not
mean,
kosher.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you that when Peter put him up for FDA, I was like, this is a really bad idea. And people
Hmm.
are like, why is this a bad idea? And I was like, well, he's not a U.S. citizen, and he's like vaguely a criminal. So like, we probably shouldn't have that guy be the head of the FDA. There's
Hmm.
that. But fortunately, when he met with Trump, Trump was like, absolutely not. So Trump like vetoed him right away. But there's a lot of these guys where their reform of the FDA is basically treating us all like lab rats, and it's
Yeah,
like that's
he's
not
got a
really a reform.
technocrat kind of feel to him, in
Well,
my
he's
opinion.
technocratic without actually being
Yeah,
competent, which is like just being a criminal. You know?
that's even scarier. I don't know if I want a competent technocrat or an incompetent one. I don't know.
No, you want a
I don't want to
competent one.
choose.
If you had to have a technocrat, you want a competent one because at least they could actually get done the things they say they're going to get done.
But it depends
But
on what they say they're going to get done. That's the
well, this
scary
is the
part.
issue. This is the issue. It's
Yeah,
precisely that.
yeah. That's the
But
core of it.
yeah. Now, I mean, do think the technocracy question, like, I mean, my view is basically like organized crime, billionaire oligarchs. These are all connected to foreign intelligence and foreign intelligence services. A lot of our tech companies. So, we have to do de-oligarchification of the United States. And in much the same way that like the Ukrainians are like taking the assets of their oligarchs and forcing them into the state, control of the state, I think we may have to start doing similar things maybe in a more subtle way here in the United States too.
Yeah, I think they're using that war as a way to actually restructure their entire like government apparatus, to kind of
Yeah,
changing it to like a digital sort of governance
and
model.
I think we should try that as well.
Hopefully without. Sorry.
But like, it is weird to me that we live in a world in which we have these oligarchs that like don't pay people all that much, live like lavish, kingly lives, regal lives, where they treat us all as peasants.
Yeah, I guess it annoys me that it's always been that way. That people let it
Well,
happen.
I don't think it has always been that way. I think in the 1950s, 1960s, when we had like a real middle class in this country, it was very
I
different.
guess maybe it depends for certain
Like,
people. I don't think it was all dandy for everybody. I think there's probably select.
Well,
sure,
it is
There are people
interesting
who are being.
that DeSantis used like 100% aligned himself with Silicon Valley tonight. To use Elon's thing with David Sachs to do his announcement made him like 100% on their side.
Look, 1980s U.S. government basically just didn't enforce antitrust.
Yeah.
And that basically created the world that we're in now. Like, I agree with that analysis from Stoller and from others. Like, I think that's
And
basically
Matt Stoller.
right.
Yeah, he
I
makes
think
some
Matt Stoller
interesting,
is basically
interesting arguments about that for sure.
Yeah, he and I had lunch like a few weeks ago, and we sort of talked about the FTC and other sort of things, but it's sort of off the record, so I don't want to go into too much detail about it. But basically, my read on it is that we basically allowed the criminal world to take over the Republican Party in the 1980s, and that has basically been where we are now. That's kind of like where the situation is. But whereas we used to have a bunch of like deep state friendly Republicans that would kind of ballast them, I think all of those people have become Democrats or are supporters of Joe Biden now.
Well, I do remember with Bush Sr., he was one of the only Republicans that actually pushed back with Israel, if you remember that. When I don't know exactly the details, but I remember that he had told them that they have to abide by certain rules or something in order for America to continue, like, being friendly. And they obviously didn't take that very well, but maybe that's why he only had one term.
What he tried to do is he tried to tie settlement money, or basically the money that Israel was getting in military aid, to reform on the settlements.
Yeah.
And what they did was they supported what's his face, Ross Perot, who of course ran the data systems for the Shah of Iran's government, and who was kind of a mentally ill guy, and they supported him. And he basically took away just enough of the vote so that Bill Clinton could get in. And Bill Clinton was, of course, like the governor of Iran-Contra, right? He had all these sort of like weird connections in Arkansas and all the rest of it. So he was sort of like CIA adjacent, but also friendly with the Likud Iran-Contra types.
Yeah.
Am I getting that mostly right, Jeremy? Am I missing some things? I know he was also, by the way, there was also an attempted assassination plot against George Herbert Walker Bush over all this stuff. And I actually talked to George P. Bush about it when I last saw him. And he was like, oh, yeah, like the family believed that there was an assassination plot by the Israelis to do that.
That doesn't surprise me. There's an interesting thread that runs like kind of between the Likud factions and then also certain factions in Iran as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that there is a lot of collusion there that they don't really talk about as much, where it's just kind of like, oh, it's just Israel against Iran. It's like, I don't know, especially since the fact that, I mean, Israel and Russia are, two peas in a pod. So
people love, there's so many people who love a good black bloc, right? So if you sanction a country, like they are in pig's heaven when the country's sanctioned, because
but they're sanctioned, but they're still doing deals with like Germany and Switzerland and stuff. They're in text, like because they go through, around SWIFT. So
yes, and of course there are lots of people who love being outside of SWIFT because they can do all kinds of wild shit outside of SWIFT.
Which was the original thing that they liked about Bitcoin and stuff before, or before that, I guess it was Digit Gold or whatever, that other obscure cryptocurrency from Costa Rica that that ended up being like a fraud before Bitcoin. I forgot the name, but
Eagle.
It was like E-money, something like that. It was, or B-money. Was it B-money?
Yeah.
It might have been B-money. Yeah.
I don't remember now. It's now been so long.
My read basically is the U.S. government wants to strengthen the dollar, and I think that's all to the good. I see Richard's here. Welcome, Richard. Richard's here. We have a lot of people in here. Hannah, Michael, you're welcome. You're welcome to come up and chat. Happy to have you. So we have some other people here. Yeah, I mean, basically, my read on this is that DeSantis is actually the last gasp of kind of like the Reagan era Republican. And I don't really see a constituency for those people outside of Florida. So here's the way I kind of look at it. Florida is a penitentiary. It's a sort of like criminal state. It's where all the people, all the criminal corporate America, it's white collar crime mostly. There's some drug trafficking, there's some other stuff. Basically, it's white collar.
But there's also parts of it that are literally look like they're locked in 1986, like Hollywood, Florida. If you go there, it's like it literally is still 1986. So
yeah, it's a form of cosplaying that people do for sure. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that that's a big part. That's sort of like an untold history there. And so what happens is, you know, there's all these old people who retire there, so they get all their government benefits. They sort of live down there. Then they're the rich people who kind of own the various real estate.
A lot of people are on their second pension too. Like a lot of cops do 20 years up there.
Yeah, the double
come down
dipping
do
and all of
another
that.
10, 15 here, get another pension. Yeah. They're living
Yeah,
good,
they get the
right?
double dipping. Yeah, and then of course it's a very cash heavy place, which is I think a big part of the culture there as well. So yeah, I mean it's a very kind of like low grade criminal place. And I think the other reason a lot of people move there is they don't want to pay taxes in the states where they made the money. So that's why they go down there. Now, you don't say that, like you say, oh, it's the weather, it's the vibrant community or whatever. But like, come on, like we know Keith Raboy is there because there's a shitload of gay men that he wants to have sex with, and he wants to keep as much of his money down there. Like, absolutely, that's like what's really going on.
Yeah, it's such a wild lifestyle too.
People,
like, it's kind of funny that like I do an event every month down in Wynwood, which is like the art district. This guy owns a couple galleries across Florida, and he's like an older gay guy, and he's the way he talks about like the 80s and stuff. It's almost funny that like gay men get a reputation for being like soft or kind of sissy, you know, because they live like a hard lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like if you're out night after night doing meth in like big group, like they call them circuit parties, you know what I mean? These giant like dance music events and partying like from Friday night until Monday morning, you know what I mean? It's a pretty wild lifestyle, you know what I mean? And it's kind of funny because
no, I gotta say, I don't know what you mean,
yeah,
but I can imagine.
Obviously, we haven't done it, but anyway, it's just funny because this guy's like around like 50 years old, and it's just funny, like you can kind of see like when it's like he's really like he's seen a lot of shit. He's seen a lot of wild times since the 80s in Miami. And sometimes my joke about like it's not even a joke, but like the reason DeSantis and those people are like so serious about the gay thing is like they know that if you're gay in Florida, like it's a pretty intense lifestyle. It's really no joke, so you should be careful, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I mean, I do think Florida is a wild
like,
place.
it's funny the idea that it's anti-gay is actually like ridiculous because there's
that's a good point actually, because culturally,
like it's completely part of like Fort Lauderdale. I think outside of San Francisco has like the most gay people per capita. There's a neighborhood here, and like the mayor is gay, the chief of police is gay, everybody's gay, and been like that for like 30 years. It's like nothing. It's been like that forever. It's not even an issue, you know. Never has been.
Yeah, it's practically compulsory in some parts of the state.
In the jails,
you know,
maybe.
Like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Florida's a weird place. I mean, frankly,
that's
I think
what DeSantis is going to make America Florida.
Well, not if
the
we have
whole
anything
thing
to say about it.
Like this whole state is like teetering on. It's literally like teetering on the edge of a reef. It's like barely. It's going to get swallowed back and turned back into swamp any day now.
I just think it's really interesting to me that we live in a society where we basically tell all of our mega rich people, okay, you can move to this place and pay no taxes, but there are these things called hurricanes, and they might come and kill you. And there's a lot of rich people who are like, all right, I'll take that trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
like,
we leave. We know
Yeah,
when to
get out
stay,
in
when to
time if you
leave.
know it's going to be that bad. It's not a big deal.
And maybe they know something that like they, you know, how they had the whole scare about how like in Malibu and California on the coast and stuff, like there was going to be this huge storm or, you know, things were sinking in, but then like all these rich people were buying up the homes there. So it's like, what's actually really happening?
Yeah, I mean, Floridians take it as a badge of honor. Like when they think a hurricane
Yeah.
is coming, they're going to Publix to buy cases of beer so they can have hurricane parties. Like that's how people in Florida treat it. You know,
Yeah.
they're like, we're gonna fucking make party our ass off. I mean, you know, people in Florida will take
If
any
you're
excuse to party and drink. It's like it doesn't matter. It's
I mean,
like
it's the spring break destination. That's why I don't understand this, like, don't say gay. That's kind of like, I don't know, anti-partying, anti-woke, anti-whatever the hell that he's doing there. Because it's like people literally go to Florida to party. Like, what are you
yeah,
talking
he
about?
knows it, and he knows.
I got to
About
tell
being
you,
in
if you had
Florida.
told me like 10 years ago that Florida was going to be the scene of some like great, like
Like
right wing
dominionist,
shit
like
show,
And
awakening. I don't know.
and it's
yeah,
not.
yeah, I would
Like,
have been like,
what?
what the fuck are you
Yeah, and that's the
talking about?
It
funniest
doesn't
thing.
make
Like
sense.
that's why I literally don't even believe in red state, blue state. It's the stupidest thing. It's like at best you could maybe get like red and blue counties. I guess that makes sense. But
Sure.
the
Yeah.
idea that like yeah, like
Or
Orlando,
districts or something.
Tampa, all of
Hmm.
these places are wild as shit. Every spring break, every year they get wild as shit. You know, and
Yeah. That's the whole
that
point.
right exactly, and that's what it runs on. And
Like, you go there to get
the
shitty.
whole
Like,
thing,
that's
yeah,
literally.
the whole thing literally exists online, and that's why people don't think about it. People don't realize it, but DeSantis really is just like maybe like everyone is saying. I mean, I do think we overuse the autistic thing. I think lately every time we see somebody that's smart, people just say, "Oh, you know, they must be autistic." I think that's overused, but anyway, maybe DeSantis really is like that, and I do think he just like computes the info of like what's trending on right wing Twitter, and he's like, okay, I guess we're gonna like write laws about that today, and
Yeah.
then I'll get
Well,
news stories
I,
about
I
it,
was just
and
going to ask a
like
question.
then they'll like me, and I'll get votes, and it's like it's a computation that he's doing in his head. It's
Yeah. It's like a mathematical computation rather than like trying to understand human psyche.
I think
Well,
it's really,
Charles
I
brought
think
up
it's actually much darker than that, which
Hmm.
is, you know, like I've talked to a lot of people who are of the view that DeSantis was abused as a kid, like it probably happened in the little league
Yeah.
stuff. And he does have a lot of the mannerisms of people, you know, that I've seen who've been sexually molested. Um, and I know people are not like comfortable having that conversation, but it seems to me that seems to me what's rather obviously going on. And I've talked to other people in Florida, you know, who also have that view.
Hmm.
Like he marries this one woman, who basically runs his life. He's, you know, very socially avoidant, eager to please, kind of a grind, doesn't have a close relationship at all with his family. Right? There's like no photos out there with DeSantis with his parents.
Hmm.
Right? It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Right?
What I was going to say was you kind of convinced me, like, and I was thinking about this last DeSantis Trump space I was in. It was nothing to do with you, but I was listening in on it. That, like, it doesn't really matter because I think you're right about the Biden thing. Like, he's going to win, you know, the re-election. But what I was thinking about was, like, I don't understand why or how he came to be like this, like, because you mentioned the COVID thing. It's like, weren't there 7 other states that, like, didn't implement a lockdown or way
Yeah,
harder than
I'll
him?
tell you what actually happened because I was involved at the time because Matt Gaetz and DeSantis were still friendly. This was like before the April, I think it was like April 1st, 2021, when the story came out uh, about Gaetz in the New York Times. But what happened was DeSantis was like freaking out about how the economy of Florida is basically all tourism. And he was trying to figure out like, what do I do in this situation? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And that was driving a lot of his impulse. That was like governing a lot of what he was up to.
It
And
just seems weird how they painted him to me. Like it doesn't make much sense. Like I can't tell if like he's actually like a serious candidate or like he's just like designed kind of like Jeb Bush to divert like any threat they might see to me. And I'm just speculating, from above. Not that I have like any insight. And sorry to interrupt you.
No, I mean I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think that's basically correct. I mean, look, the story on DeSantis is not terribly complicated. Like he basically went to a whole lot of like the right wing Jewish crowd, which he's broadly sympathetic to because of his religious impulse and because he gravitates towards power. He essentially cut a deal with them where he would be like one of their guys on the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem. And in exchange for doing that, many of them kind of offered their support for his run for governor. He defeats Putnam with the help of Matt Gaetz and Trump. And then he essentially wins a statistical tie. Maybe there's some election interference, by the, Bill Barr admin. But basically, there was a criminal investigation opened up and made public about Gillum. And he gets in. Um, he gets in and he proceeds to move after the transition is done by Gates and by all these people who have expertise with Florida. He proceeds to like install all these like super right wing people that he gets through the Federalist Society and through Leonard Leo. And he basically decides he's going to go full culture war all the time. And that's where we are right now. The fact that all of the Republican delegation supports Donald Trump for re-election should tell you everything you need to know. He doesn't have a single congressional supporter in his home state. Not a one. So that's telling to me personally.
Yeah. What made you?
Hey, Charles.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No, you finish your. Oh yeah.
No, well, my question's kind of not related to this. So you go ahead, Richard. My apologies.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, I've noted as well that this Make America Florida, it's a big aspect of the super PAC, which has some corporation called like Digitally Commerce or something like that, based out of Wyoming or some crazy thing. I just Googled it, but they're promoting this Make America Florida as this new meme, and many have joked.
It sounds like a threat, doesn't it?
I was about to say I'm about to steal everyone's joke, and then you stole it. Yeah, it's a threat. He's holding us hostage. But in many ways, like you guys were getting at this a few minutes ago, like Florida does. It's a very odd place, and I went there. I went there a little bit. My grandparents on my father's side had a condominium in Destin, and I went to the beaches there. So, and I've been to Disney World a couple of times. So I have, that kind of experience of Florida. I guess I had some ill-fated speaking event a few years ago at the University of Florida.
Happen.
That was something.
These things happen. I'm just shocked that they have universities in Florida.
Yeah. Well, they major in keg drinking. I believe, as you can.
My favorite thing I've said about it's like everyone's freaking out about there being books confiscated in Florida, but everyone knows that no one can read in Florida, so it doesn't really matter what books are in the library or not. But this is like needlessly cruel on my part.
I don't know how to put something in the Jumbotron, but I posted something, a picture from, I was at a party a couple weeks ago in Florida, and with some very rich people at the building next to mine, like young professionals. Anyway, if you go down, you see like beautiful place, young people, all make good money. There's still a sign on the door, somebody's birthday party, that says, "Please don't do coke in the bathroom." It's just like, no matter what, like there's so few people here with class. It's so funny. Even people that like make good money, they're lawyers, they're pharmaceutical reps, like whatever, they're doing well, but it's still like
money can't buy class, and you're surrounded by Florida. You are the sum of your 20 best friends or something like that. And if you live in Florida, it's going to rub off on you.
My problem
But
of Florida generally is that everyone there's a criminal.
Yeah. Well,
right.
it's funny because
You know?
my girlfriend is Persian, she's Iranian, and then she was also raised in Germany after that for a while before she came here. And we were watching some movies about New York City where they were playing chess in the park. And at the park by my apartments, they have like these chess boards. And she was like, "How come nobody plays here?" I was like,
You're like,
"Yes,
it's Florida."
yeah,
but
Florida."
what I was going to say, like DeSantis was saying, like we're the number one state. I can't get my DeSantis impression down yet. It's so boring.
It's
like
fucking hard. It's too nasally.
You can't
It's
do
like
it.
so
Yeah.
nasally that you feel like your nose is gonna hurt.
You need
Like
some
it's like
helium.
Florida, you got to get the like Florida is the number one state in the country. What he means is that it's the number one state for ingress. Basically, people are moving to Florida, and so it is kind of it is an expression in a way of America. So you have this like largest retirement community on earth where everyone's moving down from the East Coast or wherever to go and die in the villages,
Right.
Among
Well, a
golf
big thing was
carts.
always like, do you make your money? People always used to say here, you should make your money before you get here. You don't come here really to make money.
Right.
no, you
Well,
come there to die. Like that's
But
the point.
die of a drug overdose or in a
Whatever.
hospice
Like it's
bed.
God's
Yeah.
waiting room.
However
you get into God's waiting room is fine.
it is many people's
That's the
last
point
stop.
of saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but even like the tourism industry. I mean, I was when I was younger, I was probably kind of a snob about these things. I've mellowed out when I'm old age. I mean, I kind of like Disney World. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Go
Yeah.
enjoy yourself. But what I mean is like we traveled when I was there. We traveled to Orlando for a little bit, and it is this like postmodern hellscape.
Yeah,
I mean, there
seems
is
like
no other way of describing it. There's no center. There's no meaning. Everything is a chain store or a theme restaurant. I mean, it is horrible. And you can see this in other places. But I mean, it makes Dallas, Texas, where I grew up, it makes Dallas, Texas seem like Paris.
Yeah, it is.
Or something. I mean,
don't go that far, Richard.
It is
Come
like
on.
I will go that far. But it's just horrible.
It makes it
and
look
then,
like Texas is Leave It to
well,
Beaver.
it's definitely a triumph
well,
of
that's also true.
of like the
Yeah.
corporatism, like you're saying. And I was thinking about this the other night that like, is the boomers' legacy going to end up being like the corporatization of everything, like the turning of everything into a theme restaurant in every town,
Y'all, be
having the same
honest. Florida
shopping
is South
center,
America.
and
It's not
everybody
Florida. It's
living
not
in the
America.
same tract housing, like houses on golf courses. Like, is that going to be their legacy of just like sucking soul out of?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
It's
But then
cartel
also,
central.
but it's this weird. I agree with all this stuff, but there's this weird aspect because it's like even DeSantis doesn't quite have the courage of his convictions because he said something. He was like, like no ban. This is a liberal narrative. Like no books have been banned in Florida. Ugh. And what he's saying basically is that like the government has not officially banned, Engels and Marx or something. You can still go buy that at Books A Million, at least theoretically. I'm sure if you walk in there, it's a bunch of romance novels and novelty gifts and a Starbucks or something. But theoretically, you could go read Nietzsche's Will to Power at Books A Million, which is kind of hilarious to think about. But so he doesn't even really have the courage of his convictions. I mean, he's basically apologizing for the fact that like what he's doing is singling out books about gay stuff and Black identity, etc., in the public school system and getting rid of them. I mean, that's what he's doing, and he won't even own that, because that's what all he's playing to, that kind of like Christian nationalist or theocratic part of the party. And look, I'm pretty conservative on a lot of these issues involving parenting or whatever. But, you know, putting that aside, he's playing to those people who genuinely do want to ban that stuff, or at the very least are unhealthily obsessed with this notion that young people are going to be exposed to something and be turned gay or whatever, or there's going to be a black nationalist revival due to reading some, you know, coloring book about Rosa Parks or whatever. But he doesn't even have the courage of his conviction. So it's like he's this weird figure who's kind of like, it's kind of a new Southern strategy in a way. He's like playing to those audiences. And he's definitely, as many people have pointed out, he's definitely playing to right-wing Twitter. And this probably is a lot of like the Christina Pushaw or whatever, this like heavily Botoxed weird girl in his comms office. But they're kind of like playing to right-wing Twitter and then doing these, what are in a kind of sort of political stunts to appease them. But DeSantis himself, as this, you know, I would say sociopath, other people have suggested autism, but just as this specter, this like cipher, you don't know who he is or what he's really about, other than like putting out stimulants to get a response from the people who wants to get a response from. It's a very weird thing. And I would say, again, I can't believe this because I turned on Trump so hard, but whatever you want to say about Trump, and I have plenty to say about him that is extremely critical, he led the alternative media. He came into the room and changed the conversation and forced everyone to basically make him into a meme god.
Well, no, I mean, look,
DeSantis
the way this
follows.
worked, Richard, is Trump ran as an independent voice. He was going to say whatever had to be said on any topic. He was going to say, yeah, I like national health care. Go fuck yourself. Right? Like, he was good at that. And then he got in and he basically cut a deal with the RNC and Jared and all the rest of it. And that was the end. Right? And Biden, similarly, Biden is successful at this strategy because Biden campaigned as an independent and has actually governed as an independent. You know, I mean, he's basically taken a lot of the Trumpist ideas and actually made them workable.
Yeah, there's no question. The other thing, I think you mentioned this, and I'll just rehearse what you said and maybe even put a bow on it. There's this interesting, curious aspect of Joe Biden saying, I was inspired to run for president after the events at Charlottesville in 2017. And, you know, first off,
yes, Richard, you saved the country.
I say you're welcome, Amir. But, okay, now, first off, let's just say I don't really believe that. The guy's been running for president for 30 years. Okay, but putting that
he's been running for president for 35 years, as long as I've been alive.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Before you were alive.
Before I was alive. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you know, and there's also a way of reading that as just saying like he's a shrill, hysterical liberal, like, you know, the Midas touch people, or he's playing to the left, like saying like, you know, oh my gosh, in our country, they were walking around, you know, they're white nationalists, blah. Like, okay, I can see that. But I think for him, he might actually have been genuine in the sense that he, you know, whatever Charlottesville was, and, you know, and it was many things, I think he did see that as like a potential vector of many young people, in this case, young white men who are kind of dispossessed and they don't feel like they have a future, and they're angry, maybe justifiably, maybe not justifiably in many cases. And he said, like, we can't have this. Like, this actually was something that, you know, not that it was criminal in itself, but it kind of expressed some like inner secession of people, you know, in the country. And I have to change that. And in a weird way, me as this old Cold War centrist, and the person to do it. And I find that, I don't know, I think that's a very generous reading, granted, but I think it might kind of be the right reading of
Yeah, I
Biden.
think it is too. And he did say it to friends of mine at the time. So I can speak to that. I mean, he said to one of my friends who's on the board of UVA, he said, "Do you understand that UVA trains the most number of intelligence officers in the United States?" That's what he said. And he's like,
Mm-hmm.
they're bringing a conflict to Thomas Jefferson's school and Thomas Jefferson's town. It's pretty clear, like it's not lost on me what was going on there.
Well, do you think Kessler was,
Well, I can just tell you,
promoted? I mean, it's
there were
easier to
clearly a
explain
bunch
that
of
whole thing
people.
as
Look, there were a bunch of
this
people there who
loner
were
guy who.
sincere. There's a bunch of people there who were cynical, but I think it was actually like an active measures campaign to get us all fighting with each other and beating the shit out of each other. I think there was on all sides there was a kind of violence that was encouraged there, and it was ostensibly over symbolic politics of the statues. But I think what it was really about was about getting large groups of people to basically fight openly and then film all those images. That's my read of it. But my basic sense of it, the reason it's interesting to me isn't so much what happened in Charlottesville, depressing and deplorable though it is. But what's interesting to me is that Joe Biden seems to have correctly intuited that he alone was capable of getting a whole bunch of disaffected whites to come back from Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And that ability to basically like make it okay to be a white male in the Democratic Party again is extremely powerful and extremely important, I think, for calming down a lot of the problems we have in the country.
I think
Well,
after
what we're
Biden kicks
go ahead.
Joe Biden kicks Trump's ass, I think Trump should run for governor of Florida.
No, I was going to say,
I'm serious.
They deserve each other. They deserve each other.
I would say this:
he might make Florida great again.
Yeah, just to tie a bow on this. So, Charlottesville, it was kind of an end of its kind. Like, we haven't seen any kind of rally of that scale that could properly be described as white nationalist. And so there actually were many people in January 6th who participated in January 6th who were at Charlottesville. There were a handful, but a significant handful. But and those were ironically the ones who were kind of promoting like so-called optics and we need to be American nationalist and we need to embrace Trump, never criticize Trump, all that kind of stuff, like Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska, etc. But J6 was also kind of like a last gasp. I'm not sure that Trump could get that many people together again. And so, how do I say this? Because I'm kind of like thinking these thoughts for the first time in a way. What we've seen now in terms of what's called, like what could properly be called white nationalism is lone wolf terrorists who are in many ways like far more deplorable than anyone at Charlottesville, maybe with a couple of exceptions, but and then we see this kind of weird trend, and I think these reports, I know they're difficult to believe, but I do believe them. This weird trend of Hispanic loners, becoming Nazis, and an Indian guy becoming a Nazi. And this is a serious problem, and it's a serious issue with like internet radicalization and so on. But I don't think another Charlottesville is going to happen. I think that time has passed, and I do think it's been neutralized to some extent, and I think that's a good thing, actually.
I was going to mention it'll kind of tie in because it had me thinking. But like when I think of like the Charlottesville, the Black Lives Matters thing, like the January 6th thing, even like this Jordan Neely thing, like it kind of seems to me like it's like more of like a Machiavellian like general tactic to divide and conquer. I wouldn't say like specific, but it gets me thinking because I always thought like, these race issues were just designed to like keep us confused and keep us stupid and kind of just dumb, to be honest. But like when you mentioned like the foreign influence portion, I wonder like what percentage of that is actually like targeted to specific individuals as like opposed to like hidden in plain sight. And when I say that, like, because the shooting that just occurred like happened right after that Jordan Alien incident, and to me, I'm probably not like on the right side of this take, but like I kind of look at it like two psychopaths just like cross paths on a train, and one guy was murdered by another like aggressive person. And to me, what kind of blew my mind was the way like, because I'm from Connecticut, so like if somebody breaks in your house and you shoot them, you're getting arrested, you're going to jail, you're going to civil court. Like I've never seen like somebody like choke somebody out to death and not at least get charged that day. It just seems so odd, like it was almost like planned to kind of like cause like this division. But it was really weird to me. And then I heard you talk about like the satanic terrorism thing when it came to like that shooting in Texas. And when I first heard about it, and I kind of caught it on the internet, and like it looked to me like all the victims were white, but I was wrong. So what kind of blew my mind, even though I was incorrect, was the fact that they were like saying it was like a white nationalist and that he was a racist. But it turned out, I guess, like I don't know like the what type of victims there were, but at first when I was thinking about it, I just thought it was weird because of the I thought when I saw the pictures that they were all like white people, but just the whole thing just seems strange. But I wonder like what percentages.
If you think about it like this, if there's a concerted effort to identify and process mentally ill people and to encourage them through their suggestibility to go and kill a bunch of people, you could think about like, how would you identify such people, right? You would look for people who are malcontents in your society, and you would look for them in certain parts of the internet. And then you would egg them on and encourage them to be massively violent. Because the purpose isn't so much to have their violence like directed, right? The purpose is to have them cause chaos, right? So however that cause chaos, that's what you're after. Because what you're trying to do is distract or take the eye off the ball or whatever from these larger macroeconomic things that are going on. So for instance, we saw the other day, there's like a hacking thing in Guam or something like that. There's all this hacking that's taken place of our train infrastructure, all of which runs on Microsoft, which is deeply compromised by the Chinese, these Russians, and the Israelis for that matter. And so there's this sort of like effort to attack America by causing as much chaos and disruption. And what I think is interesting about the January 6th stuff, the Charlottesville stuff, parts of Black Lives Matter, is sort of like they're just looking for these gatherings that we have as a people, and they're looking for ways in which they can get us to fight each other to cause chaos. And we can't really have like peaceful social demonstrations anymore because there's always agents provocateurs in the mix. So we are sort of not allowed to have conversations except online. And those conversations are kind of processed and analyzed. And we have all these like weird foreigners and weird foreign spies like monitoring our conversations in spaces or, in other kind of vehicles or venues. So anyway, my just sort of takeaway on this is I think Joe Biden really understands the importance of like getting people together. And he would like repeatedly throughout his senatorial career, he was always cutting deals with like the most loathsome Republicans. That was just kind of how he approached the job of being a senator.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I see, there's all this politics of symbolism, right? You saw the fight over the NFL, you've seen the fight over the statues, the kneeling, all the rest of it. This politics of symbolism is very important because a lot of our population doesn't really read, right? It's very image focused, it's very image based. And I think what drew people to Charlottesville was the kind of loss of symbols, the kind of destruction of those symbols in a kind of wanton way. And I think what Joe Biden was responding to is like, hey, there's another way of moving forward in our politics. We don't need to fight each other in the streets. We can actually like come together and fix some of these problems. And
Anyway, I think that's why he's so dangerous. But go ahead, Ace.
Yeah, so would you say like sure? I mean, Rich, if correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're saying like summer of 2017 was still pre deplatforming in a lot of ways. Obviously, people got taken off of Twitter, but like where it's taken to this level of like political terrorism, it seemed like you could still mobilize people from like sites like 4chan to go to a place, whereas today that's like unheard of because of the like levels of deplatforming and political initiative that's been taken. But so I guess
That might be the case, but I don't think that might be the case to some extent, but I don't buy that as the full story. I do think that Charlottesville was a demoralizing event, and ultimately, and I don't think, I mean, all this kind of like Patriot Front stuff or whatever. I mean, it's just not much of anything really, and it doesn't have much legitimacy. Like it's not. It's like they're putting themselves out there saying, like we stand for the people or whatever, and the people are either ignoring them or call them feds or dislike them. I mean, it's just Charlottesville was a unique thing that there was a lot of coming together of a lot of different people, and I just think that moment has passed. Even if everyone were platformed or something, um, uh, I don't think it would happen. And I mean, in my case, I was deplatformed pretty severely, but I've kind of, I don't know, moved on and focused on things that I care about. I mean, I would say the big thing about it is this, and a lot of people listening to this, you can hate me or think that I'm engaging in revisionist history or whatever. That's you're free to do that. Um, I genuinely wanted that 2016 moment to eventuate into an idealistic ideological movement, and it certainly didn't do that, and that made me kind of rethink a lot of things. But at
What do you
this
think your
point,
biggest error from that period was?
I mean, my biggest error.
Yeah, what did you get like wildly wrong here?
I thought that the kids were all right. God, this sounds very self-serving, but I guess here I am. If I can't defend myself, then no one can. Um, I thought the movement of kind of young people from the internet could be a positive thing that could, like, through alchemy or something, eventuate into something better. And I just don't think it can. And
Right.
I
Maybe the
just
types of people that show up at these kind of events are actually like
exactly.
kind of fucked up to begin with.
Well, exactly. I mean, this was kind of what I was getting at. And look, I made plenty of mistakes, but those, everyone makes mistakes. That's not. It's really like that fundamental like misapprehension. I misjudged that. I also thought that a lot of ideas could be kind of mainstreamed very quickly through something like the Trump movement, and if they were framed in the right way. And I don't think that. I kind of recognize myself as I still am a radical. I can't get away from that. It's who I am. But my spiritual, theological, meta-political ideas are going to be very shocking and unappetizing to most Americans. And I kind of knew that 15 years ago, and I guess I forgot what I knew for a time, and I thought we were like in this moment where it could be mainstreamed, and now I recognize that reality again. You're not going to be popular in your time if you're doing something that is genuinely radical in the best sense of the word. I mean, again, I knew that like 10 years ago, and then I forgot it, and then I learned it again.
well,
But
was it trying to be an optimistic event, even if like a lot of you would say demoralized people
well,
were there?
I was trying. I thought it was going to be like yet another event for like the Richard Spencer tour. and I'll just jump on this thing and it will be, amazing and fun and spectacular. There's no doubt that many people went there with bad intentions. They're attracted. This is kind of the question. I did a monologue on this on my Substack, but it's like, does white nationalism make you a bad person, or are bad people attracted to white nationalism or Nazism? And I think it kind of can be a little of both, but it's not mathematics. It's not like 1 + 1 = 2, but there are a lot of people who are attracted to, say, Nazism or white nationalism precisely because it is toxic and is going to harm people. And you can't, it's very hard.
Including themselves, by the way.
Yeah, including themselves. And I think it's very interesting where, like, Nazism, because of the society we live in, where we live in a liberal society, so in some ways, like, our morality is don't be Hitler, like, can you assert, Christian morality? Well, kind of, sort of. You have to go to the cafeteria and pick out certain Christian things and leave others. But the one thing you can assert in the society is don't be Hitler, basically.
Unless you're Kanye.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kanye that was a fascinating moment there, and he reframed it as Christianity, which is curious. Obviously, not how I would reframe it. But so it's like, I think a lot of this is that mental illness, which is certainly present in our society, it's increasing due to some biological factors, I would suggest, but clearly due to, like, social and economic and technological factors. The Buffalo shooter, for instance, he laid it out in his manifesto, if you want to call it that, which is a copy paste from 4chan. We went into lockdown, and I didn't have anything to do, and I went to 4chan, is basically sums it up. But what I think is interesting is that, like, extreme mental illness, like nihilism or extreme antisocial behavior, is expressed through Nazism. So, like, for instance, the guy who drove the U-Haul truck into the White House the night before last, what do you make of this person? I mean, I think on some level we should feel a great deal of sympathy for someone who's just clearly out of his mind. If, like, you can be Mishima if you're super smart and romantic. You can go and, like, declare yourself emperor or something, and that's romantic. But if you're not smart and interesting, you look like a complete fool, and which this guy does. But if it's true that he was spouting off, like, neo-Nazi stuff to the police, what's interesting is that, like, because we live in a liberal society, the ultimate anti-liberal thing, like Satan himself, basically Hitler, is how mental illness gets expressed. And that is so I think we will see more. I don't think we're going to see another Charlottesville, but I think we're going to see more, like, curious cases like what we saw in Allen, Texas, and what we saw the other night in DC, where someone who's, like, non-white, or at least how that's usually defined. This guy, he was Indian, obviously. You could kind of argue that he's Indo-European or something, but you get my point. Or someone who's Hispanic, mestizo type, not usually considered white, but and we'll see white people do it as well. But I think we're going to see more of this, like, deeply unhealthy fascination with white nationalism and Nazism as the kind of, like, way that mental illness is expressed. Like, previously, it could be expressed in other ways. The mentally ill could, imagine that they're Jesus Christ, or imagine, whatever. But I think now it's going to express itself in this form. I think in a similar way that people who might be mentally ill or might be just kind of going through something in their life are going to explore that via gender identity. Whereas 20 years ago, they would not have done that. They would have expressed that through, say, an eating disorder or whatever. And I think that's going to be the vector. So I think we're going to sadly see much more of this kind of crazy nonsense. And again, the conservative response to this is, it's a Fed. Oh, Biden did this or whatever, which is they were all saying, I saw on Twitter, last
Well,
night.
they have no arguments really because
Exactly.
They don't want to address the real thing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's something I said in that last interview I gave to that guy in California. It's like we're talking about banning books from like a middle school or something. This is just, and look,
we
again,
live in a world in which we ban middle school or elementary school books, but not a world in which we ban means of communication of foreign adversaries to our mentally ill.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like,
that's the frame. I mean, it's really that simple.
Right. Because look, I too don't want middle schoolers reading about hardcore sex stuff. Okay, just to be overly. Let me finish, Chuck.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to be overly fair, I kind of more or less or kind of agree basically with this. But like, this is just so fucking irrelevant. I can't even describe it. Like, the problem is a kid on TikTok, like, developing some kind of dysphoria of some kind due to this kind of stuff. The problem is someone on 4chan who is deeply mentally ill and has bloodlust deciding that he's now a neo-Nazi or something and he needs to go do that. I mean, those are the things that are just so radically more important. And the conservatives are like, oh, wow, a fifth grader read something about gays or so, it's just so deeply irrelevant. The conservatives can't address the problem. I'm not sure the liberals are like much better at addressing it, but at least they're kind of like onto it in a way. But yeah.
What was that Substack about the white nationalist makes you a bad person or vice versa? What was?
Well, it's my Substack. If you just Google, if you go to my Twitter account, it's called Alexandria.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Is the kind of group I have, but yeah. It's rated. I think it's still rated.
What is this deal with this Catherine D woman?
Yeah. Well, I cited that because Richard was talking about that those connections with the shooters, but yeah, that article kind of gets into some of what Richard was talking about.
I find her really obnoxious because she's basically does all this analysis of like Adam Lanza or whatever, and she does the whole like game of like, oh, we're just analyzing what he has to say. He doesn't strike me as all that weird or whatever, and it's like, no, what's happening is he's a deeply disturbed individual who is identified, processed, and encouraged to go murder children on the same day that President Obama signed the sanctions against the Russians.
Yeah.
Like, that's what happens.
Catherine Dees is defending Tim Pool, basically, in this?
Yes, well, there's this sort of thing where she's like, she's very like, I think she lives in Cambodia or some like weird shit like that.
A lot of traveling. No, she was making a point that Richard was saying about how you can't classify it as like conventional white nationalist radicalization. It's more so a mental illness personality that's separate from politics. So it's kind of like
I think that's true to some extent. I do think that's fundamentally true. But that being said, like, there is a lot of rhetoric on the right. Like, I've said this before in other Chuck Spaces. Like, if you see something called like the Great Replacement theory, and the person the French author who developed that is actually much more subtle about it and much more kind of culturally concerned than.
It's also very French too. Let's be honest.
It's very French. It's like reading theory and all that kind of. But he's much more nuanced than like Tucker. But like, what I would say is all of these kind of like the white nationalist right or the white nationalist adjacent right. If all they're doing is talking about how, like, and Tim Pool is kind of like this, to be honest. But I would definitely associate it with like I don't know, VDare or whatever, that kind of stuff.
By the way, Richard, did you see the VDares or the story today of the SPLC about VDare and all the weird like tax crimes they're committing?
That's interesting. I will go read that. I've read the filings by the state of New York on VDARE, and it just seems pretty well. It seems like they've got him dead to rights, to be honest. They're doing things that are just kind of obviously illegal, self-dealing. But anyway,
don't crime
The
people.
castle's getting
People who are in
seized.
the space, don't crime.
But what I mean is that, like, if all you basically say is that, you know, the establishment hates you, you're being replaced or whatever. Now you can say, like, that's rhetoric, of course, but, like, unless you're offering some alternative view or, like, some way of solving it or some, like, idealism that can bring us out of it, what do you really expect to happen? You know, like 0.001% of the readers are going to, like, say, oh, so it's just a demographic game. It's a numbers game. I'm going to go kill people and then we'll win this game. You know, like,
Yes,
what do you
that's
expect
precisely
from
the
them?
argument that they
Because,
make. Yes.
because I'm sorry, like, I really don't, I've never liked Peter Brimelo's nonsense. Obviously Tim Pool is just heinously stupid.
True.
But, like, what are you offering them outside of that? You're offering them either depression or become a spree shooter.
Yes,
You know,
but you see, they will make money. They will make money off of the spree shootings, right?
Mhm.
Right? There's a sort of, like, disgusting logic to it, which is that the more there are these content-rich environments where people are beating the shit out of each other at Charlottesville, or the Proud Boys are getting arrested, or whatever, that's great content, right? Because you can talk about it, you can get people fired up, outraged, whatever. You know, you want all these groups pitted against each other rather than actually, like, having a joint conversation about what it means to be American or to focus on things that are core American issues.
Right.
That's what you want. And if you're a foreign intelligence agency, this is the most important thing you can do, is to have the Americans fighting amongst each other.
Right. Right. No, look, I think there's reason. I mean, particularly the Russian website that the Garcia, I guess his name, the Hispanic fellow who engaged in the spree shooting in Allen, Texas. I mean, look, that does make me wonder, at least, that it's stochastic terrorism.
I mean,
but
Richard, haven't you had this happen to you? I mean, I've had it happen to me, where you have, like, a weird Israeli or Chinese or Russian person strongly encourage you to commit a crime.
Well, not exactly. I mean,
but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, you and I have both been assessed by these networks.
I've been assessed by the networks, and I've rubbed shoulders with them. They've never suggested that I commit a crime, but they've definitely, like, I've rubbed, not anymore really, because I've bunkered down away from it all. But during the heyday, there's absolutely, I was rubbing shoulders with people who had ulterior motives that I see now in retrospect.
Yes, and
I was never, like, given a prostitute.
Right, but you and I are, like, pretty smart, right? Like, it's fair to say, right? Like, I mean, not to be braggadocious about it, but, like, it's true.
Yeah.
And, like,
I mean, true for me, but I understand your point.
Yes, you take my point. Yes, of course. But, you know, like, we're pretty on the ball mostly, but, like, we struggled to see the level of sophistication being run on us, right? At a time when we were, you know, each vulnerable in our own way. I was going through a traumatic divorce. You know, I think you were having, you know, issues or whatever. And, like, what hope do people who are, like, you know, not so bright, living in the trailer park, living in the barrio, whatever, like, what hope do those people face?
They face no hope, and they are increasingly the target of it. Like, I think it's less. I think I was viewed as an unrecruitable asset by a lot of these people because I rubbed shoulders with many, and I don't think I was ever really chosen or something. And but I think they're not choosing, like, Richard Spencers, who are basically narcissistic egomaniacs who want to make it all about them and who are always having these, you know, contrarian hot takes and making people reframing things and making everything too complicated or something. I say that as like in some ways jokingly, but in some ways not. Like that kind of is the type of person I am. That's not who they want. Like there was no like grand, radical intellectual of J6. It was a bunch of normies, and normies that might have been in financial distress. That's the recruitable asset. Like they want to reach the normie who can be pushed over the edge, and they don't. And yeah, they'll have their like media personalities or whatever. Obviously, like Jackson Hinkle is clearly a Russian asset or something like that. I mean, it's just kind of like over the top obvious. But they'll have those people, but those people aren't really that important. Like it's the normie, it's the nobody who can be pushed over the edge, who can go kinetic. I think those are the people they can target, and they can kind of like target them en masse. I think it's very different than in the Cold War, where you would gain access to someone who's either influential or in power. And you would, hold a little Marxist reading group at a university, or go talk to someone about, say, art history in London or something like that. And you'd kind of get, work on them for years, maybe get a little compromise, maybe, but maybe you don't need it. Maybe just kind of seduce them. That's not what they're going to do now. They're going to blast out. They're going to have a huge net that is basically going to capture nobodies, and 1% of those nobodies are going to do something. Like Teixeira, a nobody in Massachusetts, who I think was probably a patsy of some kind for releasing high-level security information on the internet.
Pretty clear that he was identified and processed through those Discord servers.
Yeah, and they found a right-wing kind of maniac. Like there are these videos of him like dropping the N-word or whatever.
By the way, there's a number of Israeli agents that I've run into over the years have tried to get me to say racial slurs in front of them, which is something I've often wondered about.
Interesting. Like they want to get him to, he's some gamer kid who drops the N-word or whatever. It's kind of typical, if fairly rare, probably pretty typical for someone that age and maturity level. And so they find him. They're like, this is the type of patsy we want. This is the type who will go too far. This is the type of person who might very well be a bit deranged. And they locate that person, and they'll locate thousands of them. They'll aggregate them, and then they'll start to push them. So that's what I think stochastic terrorism really is. I think it's more complicated than like Trump tweeting out like Baltimore is a cesspool. There are all of these rats everywhere, and it's kind of quasi. It's true on some level. It's also clearly kind of quasi racist and whatever. That's not it. It's not stochastic terrorism, but like someone making a bold, outrageous claim and then someone taking action. I think it's more nuanced. Like it is basically intelligence in foreign countries locating people who are mentally ill or feel dispossessed and targeting them and then starting to press on them. And 1% of these people, or less than that, will actually take action. But you can kind of do it on a mass scale. And I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, I don't actually think I don't buy the stochastic terrorism argument. Mm-hmm. I think it's actually much more sophisticated about identifying people, processing them, encouraging them, working them, analyzing them, getting them to do things that they shouldn't do. Mm-hmm. I think it's much more individualized. Okay. Let's go to Kaiser and Patrick.
Yeah. Good morning, Charles. How are you, my friend?
Good morning.
Good morning. I was listening now for the last. Is this the real Richard Spencer, like the real one? Okay.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't have the fake one.
So, okay. Just asking. Just wanted to make it sure. The thing is, I was listening like the last half an hour about a lot of stuff. Yeah, about a lot of stuff which is actually correct.
But then I'm asking myself, I mean, Richard, aren't you part of the problem? Because I remember very well how you were LARPing as some kind of SR Sturmbannführer, and now you're giving this monologue about how politics isn't serious anymore and all that stuff. But I mean, okay, you got an epiphany, I don't know. But aren't you actually part of the problem that policies aren't serious anymore? People LARPing, play rolling some stuff. I mean, that's actually what I like about Charles. I didn't know Charles beforehand, and I don't know your past. But actually, I mean, you are what you are. You say what you think. So, Richard, I have I have a huge problem. I mean, processing all of what you have been saying right now.
Well, I think Kaiser, it might be easier for you if you've spent more time with Richard as I have, kind of on his journey. I've had him in a number of these spaces over time, but I think there's like a lot of us actually who went through this like very strange process of being early to Trump and then seeing all this weird stuff happen to us by different countries, entities, whatever. And I think Richard, part of the reason I have Richard in these spaces, and I've had other friends in spaces like this who have had a similar kind of weird radicalization done to them, but from the left. So things like encouraging way crazier behavior in Black Lives Matter, for instance. Part of the reason I have people in this space is because I think these processes have happened to many different people. And having everyone together who are all different political stripes from all around the world, we can get much better at spotting the techniques that are used. Because I think they're used irrespective of people's ideologies or religious traditions or what have you. So that's kind of why I do it,
No,
if
no,
that
it
makes
makes
sense.
sense, Charles. And I mean, it's totally, people can change their opinions, they can learn. I mean, absolutely. That wasn't an attack now on Richard the person. But what I'm asking myself is what we are seeing, and you're totally right. There are LARPers on the left side as well who are play acting some kind of hardcore Marxists, but they have no clue actually what they're talking about. The thing though is, isn't that actually the problem here? The infantilization of Western policies. Like we are all, I mean, we are not teenagers. I get it when we are 13, 14, 15, 16 years old.
No, I think it's different actually. I think that there's a certain type of person that is drawn to radical extremist politics and ideas, like just like seductively. Like it's like that. Like I find myself attracted to very strange things at the frontiers of knowledge, information, social relationships, and I think people like us are kind of easy marks for this kind of system because they encourage. It's like we kind of all know that like the Bitcoin thing is going to end in tragedy, right? Like we all kind of know it. Like we're not allowed to talk about it yet in a loud way, unless we're in like certain circles. But we all kind of know it. But there were a number of us in the early days of it who were very attracted to this idea of like a one world global currency that could work, right? And obviously it didn't work. It's led to all these problems. But there's something about the kind of dreamer aspect of life that I think Richard and I have in common. I know other people in the space have in common, where you just kind of like the Weltschmerz, the difficulty of the world as it is versus how you want it to be. And that's where you're kind of most vulnerable, is when you give over to these ideas that are kind of small r romantic, you know? That's kind of my sense of it. That's sort of how it happens. And then before long, you're meeting with people that are like kind of strange. They're encouraging you to do things that are kind of strange, and then you're not sure if that's a good idea, but whatever. That's sort of how it goes.
I mean, Charles, I fully agree with you. But isn't this more okay? But you are focusing more on the external factors. I would always go into introspection, like, okay, what was it that drove me towards it? Not any, let's say, external agents whatsoever. But anyway, you're not wrong. Um, but isn't this, let's say, a general problem of all of Western societies, the complete and utter meaninglessness of our
Well,
lives?
I think it's a problem of human society
In
generally.
general, but especially because we are living in Western countries where we actually.
I think it's something about modernity where you have enough you basically have enough to
Exactly,
eat, enough
exactly.
to like,
We
yeah,
have everything what we ever
yeah,
needed, ever wanted, but we don't have, let's say, the oh God, how I sound now. We don't have spiritual guidance anymore. And don't get
yeah.
me
Well,
wrong.
we don't have a meaning. We don't have a
Exactly.
meaning or purpose in
I'm
our
an
lives. Yeah.
agnostic, so don't get me wrong. I don't say, oh, find God whatsoever. But the thing is, what you see, and then you can see the same with the Fridays for Future movement. It's the same kind of radicalization. People, actually very affluent people, coming from actually very privileged background, mostly. This is not a workers class movement. The whole climate change movement. It's a very, let's say, upper middle class movement, so to speak. But they're driven by meaninglessness. Their lives are meaningless, so they need to create meaning. But isn't this actually a sign of a huge weakness, a character weakness in the West? Like so you cannot create a meaning by yourself, and so you have to externalize it. You have to jump onto some movements. And be it, let's say, you play act as some kind of hardcore Trotskyist, Marxist, whatsoever, without even understanding the stuff, or you play acting a Nazi, or play acting some Mother Gaia, world climate savior, whatsoever. But if you're talking about seeing the forest for the woods, shouldn't we address actually the underlying problem that we in the West, we have basically everything we ever wanted, material wise, but we don't have, let's say our spirits, our souls are empty, and they are hungry, so to speak. We don't have families anymore. We only consume, and all that stuff. I mean, um, I would think it would be much more productive to address these issues, to go into introspection. Okay.
Oh no, no doubt, no doubt. I agree with you that we should address the question of meaning. Question of meaning, though, is deeply personal, right? And it's much harder to have that question with everybody. That's sort of something I think that takes place one on one, less so in a kind of group setting. Um, I myself have a code that I follow very closely, which is is it good for my soul? Is it good for my country? Is it good for my family? And if whatever I'm doing can't answer those three questions, I just try to stay away from it. Um, Easier said than done in some cases, but I mean, look, I think the problem in general is the lack of seriousness in our society that comes from this lack of meaning. And one of the problems I think we have is that we don't have very many leaders that have a vision of where they want to take our society. And this is, I think, actually what drew me to Biden. Actually, was that he actually was making arguments about a post-oil American economy. He was making arguments about the structure of capitalism. Capitalism without competition is exploitation. That's one of his lines that he uses often, which I think is true. So for me, the problem I have with a lot of politics these days and a lot of mass movements is that there's not really a lot of content there. They sort of all seem very sloganeering, not really put together all that well. It's kind of telling in a way. But I don't know. What are your thoughts, Richard?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two different things going on with what Kaiser was talking about. He's talking about the lack of seriousness in politics and accusing me of LARPing like an essay person or
In the
something.
past, Richard, come on, let's be honest. You were a little bit LARPing. Come on, Richard.
Okay. I in the spirit of full honesty and self-deprecation, I can agree with you there. But yeah, I mean, I just think the lack of seriousness of our politics and the lack of meaning that you're describing is, yeah, it's something a little bit else. But I mean, I think it kind of demonstrates the problem. I think you can get excited about something and jump on the bandwagon of a movement due to the fact that we are living in a passively nihilistic environment. I mean, there's nothing.
I
I
think
mean,
this is a major reason people join cults, by the way.
yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, everyone's in some sort of cult with some sort of influencer these days, whether it's completely benign like housekeeping or hobbies or whatever, or it's a neo-Nazi incel group on 4chan. Everyone is in one of these tribes at this point, and they're not. I mean, we're bowling alone, to use that old cliche from Robert Putnam's book from the 90s. I mean, it's like there's 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 very little meaning coming out of community outside of like sports teams. I think America as a vision for the world is failing, particularly among the young, who declare themselves socialist or think America's bad or evil or whatever. Um, it's just, yeah, we're living through a general demoralization of America and the West in general. I mean, this is just a huge issue, and I think this is in a way a kind of defense of the silly LARPing guy who put on the a uniform and held up a shield at Charlottesville. I mean, they don't have anything in their life that can give them meaning in that way, and they grasp onto something that might very well be, silly or futile.
But
But
Richard, you're spot
I would
on.
kind of
It's
defend them a little
community.
bit.
I mean, when you break it down, every, let's say, radicalization, and when you look at the profile of these people who getting radicalized, it's the lack of community, social cohesion, the feeling of not belonging. And I'm totally blasé about it. Today, you can, let's say, this person would convert and become a radical jihadist. Next day, this person becomes a fighter for climate protection, Mother Gaia. The next day, Marxist, Nazi, whatsoever. But the underlying problem is always the same: meaninglessness in their personal lives. I would always suggest introspection, and the lack and the let's say really the need to belong to something greater than themselves. And here we and
Right.
now we can actually, if we really want to address one problem, and I don't want to go, let's say, oh, capitalism bad, whatsoever. But what you're seeing is we have commodified everything in our lives. Everything is a money value. And you were mentioning sports. Even sports today, I mean, football, I'm a football fan. Soccer, okay, for you guys. Everything
Yeah.
of that has been, it's a business. It's completely corporate. It's driven by big corporations, by oil states, whatsoever. It's big, huge money. The love of the game is gone. And you see, even that doesn't work anymore. Even sports, as this, let's say, the opium for the people, so to speak, doesn't work anymore, because you can see through it. And when you read like the figures that someone like Lionel Messi at PSG, okay, that's football, guys, is getting 200 million euros per year so that he plays 10 games. Come on, that's ridiculous. So this is,
Yeah, I get it. I would push back a little on what Chuck said, where it's like meaning is very personal. I I think it is very personal on some level, but I think fundamentally meaning is collective and it is religious. I mean, we're a religious being, a species, and we do religion is the way that you can connect and talk to people and channel people without using force or money. It's a way of getting people to herd in that sense, and to herd in the right direction or in a direction. And so I think that lack of meaning. I mean, I think I'm designated to be an atheist. That's not incorrect, I guess. But maybe it's technically right, but kind of fundamentally wrong. But like when I see the rise of atheism or something in our society or even in church, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think it's not like you can break out of religion and start thinking critically or whatever new atheist bullshit they said. You break out of these former collective and theological structures and you go on 4chan or you go shopping or whatever. And so I do think there's like a desperate need for a religion in our society, and it's something that is productive and meaning. I mean, even like Americanism is a religion of some kind. We've become, I mean, politicians have become less overtly, or excuse me, they've become more overtly religious as actual religion has declined. Eisenhower didn't need to say, God bless America after every speech. In a way he didn't need to say it because there was a general assumption that this is a Protestant country, basically. And oh, sorry, my headphones. But I think we're in desperate need of that collective meaning now, and even the kind of Christian nationalism, if that's the right word, of Ron DeSantis is a kind of expression of that. They're grasping at something. They're flailing around in the dark, reaching for something.
Who do you think is really more Christian, Joe Biden or
Joe
Ron
Biden,
DeSantis?
yes. Ron, again, that's an easy one because Ron DeSantis has no soul. So
No,
there's
but
no soul to say.
Well, as a ginger, I'm always disquieted when people talk about people having no souls. Given the whole South
Right,
Park episode.
right.
But
You mean that accurate documentary on involving gingers not having souls? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, exactly.
Yes. It was formative on me. It said, the marry an Asian girl, right? If you want to get rid of ginger stuff, and I, of course, did that. So
Yeah.
there's that.
No, Biden's a man of the 20th century. I mean, he's this. He's like that Eisenhower, type that I mentioned, where it's like he doesn't have to say it because he is. It's just assumed that everyone's basically Protestant. And yes, I'm aware that he's technically a Catholic, but I see him as a kind of American Protestant of the type of the 20th century, something that is increasingly irrelevant and vanished. But again, we disagree on this. You have a certain sort of optimism for the future. I think what we are seeing in terms of, I think we are seeing the beginnings of what will be a extremely stupid Christian backlash as Christianity declines, and as
I think I
as
think it won't even
Christianity
work.
declines, it will become more intense in a weird way, like as
Yeah, but it'll be performative, not
I
real.
think it will at some point be real, and I think it's already kind of becoming.
Oh, really? How will that happen? How will that happen?
It will happen in kinetic action in the world. Like at some point, they're now complaining about Target or harassing Target employees. At some point, they're going to be killing these people. I'm not saying that it's like going to work or in the long run, or it's sustainable, or it's like whatever. I think we are seeing the first glimpses of this country losing its mind collectively, but in certain segments, real intense segments, engaging in violence and of a religious like quality. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I think it's all performative.
Performative of what? What are they gaining by it? They don't actually believe this?
No, they don't actually believe it, but it's a way in which they can form community by saying ridiculous shit to each other. It's kind of like when I lived in the
part of that.
Well, like when I lived in the South, right? When I lived in like Texas or, I've lived in, I guess, Kansas City. I don't know if you count those South or whatever, but when I've lived in these areas that are like deeply evangelical, deeply religious, they all just wanted to be seen going to church. And they were like going to go about their business, like, sleeping with their boyfriends and, drinking too much and doing all those things that like Southerners do. And so what I started to realize more and more is that it was like actually the Puritan atheists that I knew growing up, they were actually like in a weird way more religious than the rednecks who would go to church in, the Woodlands, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But they would all talk this kind of like gobbledygook nonsense about like, oh, I pray for you and I saw like, do you have Jesus in your heart? Like, so this like weird shit that they say to each other about the sky god, right? And or their sky friend or whatever. And I would pick this up just being in the area
of like all these weird religious people, and I could speak the way they could speak, right? And I would talk the way they talked just so I could like fit in with my neighbors, right? And I don't
Hmm.
know, like, is this how you get converted? Or is this just like how you're a good neighbor? You know? I don't
But
know. And
Charles,
it's
you're
sort of
spot on
unclear
here.
to me.
You're absolutely spot on. You're spot on.
Yeah.
It's a difference between, let's say, a society. Okay, I generalize now. Let's say like Italy, where a lot of, let's say, the Catholicism is very performative, and let's say a really deeply, let's say, religious on a personal level society, like which you can still find in a lot of Eastern countries, for example. There's a difference.
Yeah, but hold well, hold it. Let's hold that off for a second because I know what you're trying to say about that. But what I'm talking about is I'm talking about your habitus, right? Like your actual habits of how you go about your life. And there's a lot of this stuff where I don't think it really matters what people believe. I think it matters what they actually do. So in a weird way, by like trying to be like my neighbors and talking about like, I had Jesus in my heart and all this other like weird stuff that I would say to all my evangelical friends just to fit in with them, I was becoming like them. And in a weird way, I was like an evangelical, at least for the purposes. I didn't believe a word of it, right? But did it matter? Probably not, right? And I think that there's a lot of life that's like this, where like there's certain things, like when I wear my government contractor hat, where I will say all this like government contractors speak. That's all
But it
nonsense.
Yeah,
does matter,
Charles.
And everyone
Charles.
knows
It
that.
does
Charles,
matter.
remember
What's that?
remember when we spoke to that woman on your space like 3 months ago,
Yes.
and
Yes.
she went like a zombie to J6. She
Yes.
was not very wealthy. She didn't she had her life
Yes.
to get more together than it was previously, but it wasn't quite whole.
I will
And
admit, I mean, look,
she
a
just
woman
went
who,
along with it. So you have to look at, where is the arrow pointing? Like, what is the
no, I'll
trajectory?
tell you
And
this.
she voted for Obama.
Like, I
Yeah.
had a lot of friends who showed up on January 6th, including a woman who's been outed as somebody who was there in the building. Uh, I guess I'll just say her name, Karen Jones. Okay, and Karen Jones is like a 70-year-old woman. She got knocked up early with her first kid. Who's now in his 40s. She's like, I think she's probably like 71, 72 now, and she showed up on January 6th simply because she wanted some excitement in her life. And her husband, who'd been kind of laid off from working in the oil industry in Ventura County, also wanted some excitement. So they went together and they found themselves in the crowd, and then they found themselves in the building, and then all their credit cards and all the rest of their stuff didn't start not working. And eventually somebody spotted them. So they tried to get her fired from her community service board or whatever. And it's really quite simple, like how these things happen. You feel a need to show up for something, and then you conform to the behavior of the people around you.
Right.
And I think that this is actually how like mass politics, mass life actually works.
I
Whether
agree.
it's
And they're going to conform to the behavior of extreme, like, religious violence at some point.
Yeah, I mean, so this is your pessimistic streak, right? Um,
Yes.
I am not persuaded by that because I find that the work I've done, like in my writings and my thinkings and whatever, have had a countervailing force, like identifying people who would be susceptible to this kind of stuff, pushing them in other directions, and then they do their research, they run their little podcast, they do their thing, whatever, and then we reach more and more and more people, right? And of course, talk to journalists, talk to politicians, talk to people at the FTC, whatever. There are all these ways in which you can kind of like be a hopeful message and spread out to the world. So I don't really have the view that you have of it. Now, I do think there may well be dark times in the future. Don't get me wrong, because I think these forces are very powerful. I think they're state supported in a lot of ways by different entities and different billionaires and the whole bit. But I do think that there is going to be a moment where people are like, all right, enough is enough. Fuck this Ben Shapiro guy. Just like how the whole media world kind of like turned on you and the whole alt right and just basically turned you off, right? I think they like fucked with your credit cards. They did all kinds of weird stuff to you, if I recall this right. And I think that same thing is going to happen to a lot of these other networks that are out there operating.
And the question really becomes, how do we get the state to do this for us? And I think the best way to do it is to just lay out the case. Like, hey, Peter Brimelow is like doing some weird money shit with this weird castle in the middle of West Virginia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, like just doing the basic bitch homework of like the research, explaining the networks, explaining how they work, all the rest of it. I think all of that really works over time. It's just a question of like, will you actually put in the hours to do it? Does that make sense?
It does, but like, look, feelings don't care about your facts.
Well, I mean, if I had an oligarch family of like weird, evangelical cultists who got billions of dollars from the Chinese, I guarantee you I could build a countervailing force against Ben Shapiro, right? But like,
Yeah.
I put that shit out there into the world, and there's all these journalists who are writing about it. Somebody's writing a book about Ben Shapiro and is including some of my research in that book, right? Like, you can push back against this bullshit. You really can. The question is just like, do you want to? You know? And the problem I think most people have is that most people are actually very comfortable, like basically either making fun of Ben Shapiro, which is a whole lot of us, like, let's be real. Then there's a whole group
Mm-hmm.
of people that want to debate him on his terms. It's like, we're not having a debate. Like, you are backed by a hostile foreign power in my country, and you are deliberately propagandizing and radicalizing all these people, and you're a threat to our way of life, right? Like, that requires a level of civilizational confidence, and it requires a level of like understanding your enemy and understanding the scale and the scope of the problem, you know?
Look, I hear you, but like, I think you are being grandiose and thinking that like research can save us or something
Oh, I
like
think it's the
that.
only thing that has thus far, you know?
Well, we just fundamentally disagree. I think
You're
what you're
probably more
saying with,
pessimistic by nature than I am,
well,
just in
I am
general.
more pessimistic, but I think I see things, almost like Hegel would see things. Like I see these big, massive forces of collective energy moving in a direction, and you can't research your way out of that.
I agree with you. Like, you have to be within the context of the macro econ for sure, right? Like,
Yeah.
there are going to be periods in which like oil prices are super high. The weird, cultists down in Texas have a lot of cash. They're going to splash that cash over Shapiro, and then that in turn is going to be given to the weird Jordan Peterson who's going to tell you to make your bed while you fuck the lobster or whatever, right? Like, I think all of that is gonna
Is that what he
is
does?
yeah, something about lobsters. I don't even know the whole
Something like
story
that.
about this. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. He's like a rambling old man who's like crazy weird Canadian, so it doesn't even matter. Um, but like, I do think, yeah, there are times in which these networks are very powerful, very strong, whatever. But there's always a moment when they're like not so strong, right? Like, nobody wants to buy the Proud Boys stock. Nobody wants to like really invest with Alex Jones. Like, things are changing. And
Hmm.
these things changed because people started being like, hey, how the fuck does Alex Jones make a buck? Right? Hey, what's really going on here with like this Gavin McInnes character and like, this Proud Boy cult thing? So I think actually, like, you look at the January 6th moment, and like, there have been thousands of arrests and convictions and whatever. Some of that's happened because of facial recognition, but some of that's happened because a whole bunch of grandmas and like stay-at-home moms like got together and they're like, hey, we're gonna figure out who all these fucking people are, and they set about doing the research in like these small little groups, and this is how they like I keep identifying some of these nutbags. And I think that does have an effect over time, you know?
But Charles, I mean, Charles, you're an intelligent guy. You're very intelligent. But what I don't understand is why do you always externalize then at the end? It's I would rather see it as a systemic structural issue, and you make a lot of valid points, but then you always at the end you externalize. It's the this group or that group. Why not start with ourselves? And we had this discussion.
Oh, I do start
But
with myself. I do.
absolutely, but look,
But my point
but
is,
Charles, we talked
no,
about it yesterday. Look, when we talked about it as an example, the pharmaceutical industry, and let's say the value set which we had 100 years ago, where when you went into science, there was like something like scientific honor was a thing. So nowadays, when you go into research and development, it's basically the first thought is, okay, how can I maximize the profit out of this, let's say, new progress? And that's a huge difference. So we must start with ourselves to recalibrate our own value
well,
sets.
no. We're changing the entire economics of the pharmaceutical industry because we have a new FTC chair who has a vision of how mergers and acquisitions should take place in the pharmaceutical industry. And, she is supported and encouraged by people writing articles and writing books and defending her to the Wall Street Journal, which is attacking her, and so on and so forth. But, like, that's an example of this, like, leadership gap, right? Like, we could live in a world in which basically, like, we have all these monopolies around us that gouge us and fuck us and raise prices on us, even more than they currently do. Or we can live in a different world where we don't put up with this shit anymore. And we stick a smart Pakistani American woman on the problem, which is basically where we are now. So, like, my point, Kaiser, is like these things are all choices, right? Like, you don't have to accept the structure of these things. You may not win, right? But you can certainly do damage either through like passive non-compliance, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of policies that I don't agree to, right? Like, I didn't agree to the vaccine policy. My company, we were encouraged because we were federal contractors to all get vaxxed. I said no, and like we pushed that all the way through. Not a single one of my employees got vaxxed who didn't want to get vaxxed. You can make choices about how you're going to respond to these things all day, every day, if you want to. And what I find interesting is this kind of despairing thing that I see among a lot of my older friends, predominantly my Gen X friends, which is interesting and curious to me because I think Gen Xers are, I think, uniquely predisposed to depression and despair. I think there's something that happened to them as they were growing up as children. Maybe their parents got divorced or they were latchkey kids. Maybe it was their propaganda when they were growing up, like the Star Wars films, the ET stuff, all the rest of it. I don't know, but there was sort of something about like encouraging them to be kind of like lone warriors doing their own thing. And of course, when they were off doing their own thing, they were easily picked off by these other networks. And that's sort of why they're so depressed about how things haven't quite worked out. Whereas like the millennials we just seem to want to like always create these social institutions and organizations, which may or may not work and may or may not be criminal scams like the Sam Bankman-Frieds of the world. So, it's a mixed bag. But the point I was going to make is like, look, we can actually change a lot of things in our country. We can. We have before, and we'll do it again. Um, you know, Richard, like, why bother with any of these spaces? Why bother to explain to people why DeSantis is fucking terrible if we don't believe that we can actually change and affect the world around us?
You have to, but you have to have a certain degree of awareness of things that are bigger than yourself. I mean, Charles, I love you, man, but like, you're not going to take down all these people, and
Oh, I
all
don't
these
agree
people
with you.
aren't even people. I mean, they're just like epiphenomena, like expressions of much bigger structures. And if you
No, so
take
I
down
don't.
David Sachs, God
Yeah,
bless you, but like, there's going to be another David Sachs who
yeah,
crops
and then
up.
we'll take
It's
them
a much
out too.
bigger. Well, okay, you're playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah, no, listen. This is maybe self government is whack a mole. You know,
Well,
maybe.
I
But
mean,
that works for you, Charles. I mean, and works for
yeah,
everyone.
I
Are very
mean,
aggressive, and
it is a kind
you
of
like the constant
contradiction. I
fight.
don't think
Yeah.
I'm someone who's prone to despair, but like, I don't know. I mean, millennials are just some of the most hopelessly naive and kind of myopic
No, I think
generation. They think
No,
these
they're
things can be
practical.
like solved with like one weird
no,
trick.
no, no. I don't believe that. Like, I think that these fights are very hard and they're very structural, and they require lots and lots and lots of energy. And we may not even win most of them, but we will win some of them. And like, you look at the pushback against Facebook. I mean, there's been a lot of pushback against a lot of the excesses of the tech companies. And we haven't yet won, but we have changed like management in some of these companies. We've changed certain policies they've pursued. I mean, there's lots of ways that we can really roll some of this stuff back if we want to. I mean, David Sachs just painted a giant fucking target on his forehead, right? I've already gotten all these people reading my Substack about all the pieces I wrote about David Sachs's weird ties to organized crime, David Sachs's involvement in like looting Africa for all these rare earths. Like, there's lots of people that like are looking for reasons to hate these people, and if we just keep supplying them, they will, filter. You know how it is. I mean, you and I will say shit, and then like 6 months later, it'll be conventional basic bitch Republican wisdom, right?
Yeah.
So like we clearly generate these ideas. They go out and they take host of people, and then they in turn get like and that's not even talking about like the speeches, the books, the articles, and things that we write, that we put out there, that we give to people. So yeah, like absolutely. Like I mean, you of all people. I mean, I don't say this like in a way to like fillet you or whatever, but like I do believe that like
Go on.
because Charlottesville happened, we got a Joe Biden presidency.
Mm-hmm.
Like that may not
Richard, I
be.
think you underestimate when you're in a room, like, you a lot of people want to hear what you have to say. And I think that you have a lot more power and you don't realize that
Hell yeah.
your voice, we can't know who you are if we go by the past unless you tell us. And you've been correcting a lot of the history of what some was true and what wasn't true and how you evolved. And
Yeah, dude. I mean,
so
like,
we
like
spread that word for
you've told
you.
me about things that I was present for or knew a little bit about, and you gave me an entirely new way of seeing them. Like the Charlottesville event, all the weird stuff that took place, all the weird people that were there, all the weird efforts to like sue anyone who participated by Reid Hoffman and other characters, which is its own weird thing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you and Trump have in common that you were both targeted with the frivolous lawsuits by Reid Hoffman, right? Which is like really weird, right? This like guy who's married to a Chinese woman. It's like all very strange, the whole like LinkedIn whatever thing. But the point I'm making is like, had Charlottesville not happened, it's very possible that Joe Biden would never have entered the presidential race in 2020, and he would not be president now, affecting some of the best policies that we've ever seen.
Do you know
You
how many
know?
people DM me on you and Charles and go, how the hell are you in there, those rooms? I get attacked a lot, like over the last 4 months. And I go,
Yes.
you know what? All I can say is get in there, listen to them. They're highly intelligent. They're not exactly what we've been told. And I think that you have to hear it from them. And I defend you. I'm like, I'm going to stay in there. I don't want anybody telling me who I can listen to and who I can
Well, I
think,
will say
how to think.
I
I appreciate
enjoy
that.
how the Israelis and others, expose themselves by trying to police the ability of Americans to talk freely with each other.
100%. 100%.
That is actually quite telling to me, and I actually enjoy when they do it because I think it actually raises all sorts of questions in people's minds about how free they are to associate and to think what they want to think and live
What
how they want
was
to
the
live.
first thing that Kaiser said? Is this the Richard Spencer?
Yes, yes.
It's like, yeah, that's the Richard Spencer.
And Richard, like you and I've seen this where like you and
You
I will
have
talk
power,
about
sir.
things. You and I will talk about things on like your podcast or your Zoom or whatever, and then Laura Loomer will pick it up, and then fucking Donald Trump is talking about it like 3 days later. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we've seen this now happen like 10, 15, 20 times, right? Like these are not accidents, right? They happen because we get together in community and like participate in the whack-a-mole of self-government, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, like I'm
Well,
sorry, like
I appreciate all the exfoliation. Let's say that. I do
It's
appreciate
true,
it.
Richard. I have no
No,
reason to say it to you. So
I
honestly,
know you don't have any other reason. I really do appreciate it, Dana. I guess what I'm saying, and I'm just encouraging us to be properly critical. Like, I want you to take down David Sachs. Like, I absolutely do. I
No,
will buy you a
but the thing
bottle of
is that
champagne.
like
But there needs to be a bigger, and I don't have it yet. I don't have the key to unlock the safe. And but it's like there needs to be a bigger movement towards something better for the world. Like it
well
has to be
first
that
first
big, because otherwise we're playing whack-a-mole and we're
no
slowly descending.
first we stopped drinking the poison, right? So like that's step one.
Oh, right, I forgot you swore up alcohol. Yeah.
You know, not
I
just
don't want to
alcohol,
get.
but you know what I mean. Like we stopped drinking the poison of like this bullshit that David Sachs and Elon Musk and all these other people. Oh, they're
Yeah.
billionaires. They're so smart. They're so like we see them every day clown themselves by making stupid fucking decisions. And
Yeah.
like I don't know, like you know, do you guys want to get in a Tesla after it took them like 30 minutes to launch a fucking Twitter space? I don't. You know, like I'll just be honest with you. You know. So
Oh
Just
my God, that
we need.
parody Twitter space with George Soros, Elon Musk, Dick Cheney, and Hitler. That is one of the funniest things I've
I've seen that. I've seen that. People have been sending me that meme all night, and it's so good.
But what you're doing, Charles, and all the people
Yeah.
here, like
No, I
he's
agree.
trying
You got to
to
get negative,
clarify.
but there has to be that positive, and I think that's something that's really missing. And
Yeah, but
you know,
Richard, you
fighting.
can Richard, you can be okay. Let's say I take it. I give credit where credit is due. People change. You saw the errors of your ways, but you can be then go around if you want to do a good job. Tell the people dogmatism and fanaticism is never the answer. Like it will only lead you to a very very dark place, and it doesn't even matter which kind of ideology. I'm talking, let's say that's a broad brand statement here. So if you said, okay, you saw that this is not the way, and you were actually missing something else, wouldn't it be, let's say, helpful if you go out there and say, okay, look, guys, I know you're feeling an emptiness. I know that you need community. You need something larger than yourself, you know. I know it. But dogmatism and fanaticism will only lead you down to a very dark place, and it will never give you the answers you need.
Yeah, but that's a lecture.
Well,
People don't respond to
Kaiser.
lectures.
No. Kaiser. When I was in Germany, this is many years ago, Germany was celebrating itself. I forgot what the occasion was. And they had these books stacked up. It was a big sculpture, and it said Deutschland, Land der Ideen. So Germany, land of ideas. And I think that is a accurate understanding of the German genius. It's not a land of natural resources. It's not a wide open frontier like the United States is, and like Russia is in many ways. It's something else, and you can change the world with ideas and through spirituality. I mean, Germany has affected the world through someone like Martin Luther in a way that is incalculable. So I would just make a rejoinder. You do need dogmatism and doctrine. You need bold, crazy ideas that people are willing to die for in order to affect history and give people meaning. I don't want to delve or descend into some kind of Gen X black leather jacket, cigarette smoking mentality of, you know, like, oh, it's just all a bunch of lies, man. You know, just like, you know, I don't go for that. You need to give people dogma and doctrine. You need to tell them what to think. You need to get into their heads and into their soul,
and give them prejudices too.
I mean, I don't disagree with
exactly.
you, Richard. I think it's a balancing act. But you know what's also very important? Land of ideas. Yeah, that was that was nice. But you know what's actually, when we talk about Germany, actually we talk about the Prussian spirit, and that was the strive for excellence. Being self-critical, never be satisfied with what you have achieved, and always like criticize yourself.
That's so that you can grow above yourself. And that's what I'm calling introspection, you know. And then you can even create meaning for yourself without external factors. So you can be agnostic, for example, or an atheist. Okay, I'm not an atheist. I don't know how that works, but you can be agnostic whatsoever, but you can still create meaning within yourself. And you can have a very balanced, satisfying life. And you can still strive for excellence. And I don't know, just food for thought here. And Charles was saying it. We are living in a reality nowadays where perception beats reality. It's all performative. I think this is what Charles.
I don't know actually. My view is that that may have been true for a while, but reality is starting to rear its ugly head, which
Exactly,
is why
it's
we're seeing.
changing, and you see it in the spaces. And I love this.
I mean, the no malarkey. I mean, I was in a space like a year ago with Eric Weinstein where I called him a fucking traitor to his face, and that was the end of him. He just he's done now. He ran away, and he got fired from Teal World and all the rest of it. And I've had a number of these spaces where I will just call these people out to their proverbial face, or at least to their avatar, and that's it. They're down for the count.
We've all watched it.
And I've done it a few times now, and I'll keep doing it so long as they keep letting me. They won't even let me into the Mario space anymore because they know that I'll do that to people.
Yeah, but this is a grifter space anyway. Come on, Mario Naval spaces are bullshit.
I'm not. Yeah, of course they're bullshit, but that's why they're fun. If you go into if you go into a bullshit space and you bring high level cleaning supplies, they run for the hills. You have your full field of full field. You take over you win. You force the enemy on retreat.
Charles, why that kind of thing don't go mainstream? In the Cold War, when a traitor was discovered, I don't know the couple that was.
Let me lower the conversation to just a little bit here. Have you guys seen this Christina Pushaw woman?
Oh yes. Speaking of traitors, I mean, she was banging Saakashvili for a while.
Yeah.
She's hideous looking. She's so
What is
weird.
going on with that woman? She looks like this insane, botched plastic surgery stripper, but she's quite young. I think she's 30 or something. I mean,
She's a cartoon caricature.
It is. It's did she have really bad plastic surgery, or was she
horrible
born like that?
Go look at what she looked like when she was at Pepperdine compared to what she looks like
now.
now.
Interesting. So they have before photos out there. Yeah, that is just
Dana, go find that shit for us because I think that's useful here.
Charles, but why what you do?
Kimber, I mean, what's happening with her? She looks like a fish.
Yeah. Well, all of these conservative chicks get all of this work done. There's the Tommy Lauren situation. I know Faith Goldie's kind of old news at this point, but she had a lot of work done. It's a weird thing.
It's the mouth. It's those lips. Everybody thinks
I know, but this is the worst I've ever seen. I've never seen anything
totally
this bad
agree. Hers
on
is
someone who's 30 years old or something.
But here we are, guys. The worshipping of eternal youth. It's such a statement how weak we are, mentally weak.
I'm not anti this kind of stuff. I just think that some people don't know how to stop, and that's the scary part.
I'm not against it either. I just find it interesting as fuck. For me, it's not so much the fact that they do these things. It's the why that they do them, which is the thing that I find most weird about it.
Well, they need to get therapy and fix what's really broken.
Yeah, but if they were getting therapy, they wouldn't be in politics.
Oh, well, that's true.
I mean, the concept of aging in dignity. This is something which is almost lost.
Kaiser, when have you met a politician that?
Okay, there were in the past. I have to say, the generation after World War II, there were people in there. Okay, some of them were bastards for sure, but they had a lot of integrity still going on, and you can say.
Well, I think a lot of it too is they didn't have Twitter. They didn't have all these things that would clown them.
Oh, absolutely. This social media, I mean, it's a tool, but it's fueling our narcissistic selves, and it's not good for society in general. I have to say, it's a net loss, to be honest.
Well, she obviously doesn't have any good friends, because if I were her friend, I would have already told her, your face looks fucked up and you need
Yeah, but
help.
then
Like, it's
you wouldn't
awful.
be her friend anymore because she would say, "Oh, how dare you," and then
Look,
you're gone.
Well, I would let her know everybody's talking about it, because
look,
everybody
look,
is
look,
talking about it. It's
look,
awful.
look, look, look. She worked for Stand Together, okay, which is this like weird Coke outfit. Okay, she's like doing the coctopus thing. She then jumps from that, weirdly, to going to work for Mikhail Saakashvili, okay, where she's like banging him while also working for him, as one does, just totally normal behavior. And then she's working for Ron DeSantis. And she was forced. Yeah, this was a story that I worked on, by the way, like with my friend Isaac Stanley Becker at the Washington Post. She was forced to retroactively register as a foreign agent.
Yeah.
After we started doing all this investigations into the fact that she was like living for free in an apartment owned by Saakashvili. I think it was either owned by Saakashvili or like one of Saakashvili's donors, I think. She lied like repeatedly, said she wasn't getting paid by Saakashvili, and like she was being paid by Saakashvili. So I don't know, like that's kind of significant stuff, because like he was president of Georgia when the Russian kind of invasion took place in 2008, which led to Joe Biden becoming the running mate of one Barack Obama. So there's that.
Well, she
Now
blocked
her face
me
is also
because
fucked up, no doubt. But I'm way more interested in the fact that she's like doing all this weird stuff with Saakashvili, and now she's advising the governor of arguably the most powerful Republican state in the country, certainly the most powerful Republican governor. She's advising him, and we don't really know anything about her.
Well, maybe she's fucked up looking in the face because she's a spy, and they keep messing with her face so it looks different.
Well, that's a good question, right? Like we saw Yair Netanyahu had all this work done on his face, and it is true that.
But he looks good.
He does look better now, that's for sure.
To be fair, he looks good. So, if you do stuff and you look good, that's fine. But when you start warping into something that's just not natural looking, then there's a problem. And that to me just says that she's trying to disguise something maybe with a camera lens.
And why that kind of thing doesn't go like mainstream, Charles? What you're doing is great. Like
I don't want to be mainstream. I don't ever want to be mainstream.
No, not you, but
no.
The idea that we have all these operatives or all these.
No. These things are going mainstream. Like we are winning these things. Like, I mean, you look at the growth of some of our Substacks, some of the people who read them, the influence that they have, and like this stuff is real. It's having a huge bearing.
I see it.
I mean, I wrote some shit about Illumina, the largest genomic sequencing company, and like the stuff I wrote about is being brought up in the massive board meeting fight that's going tomorrow. Now, that's kind of something, I'm not saying it's necessarily the best thing, all right? Like the best thing would be like to not fuck these things up in the first place.
Yeah. Probably what I'm doing. I'm going back to the Cold War, and when something like that happened,
Christina Pushaw used to be hot. What the fuck happened? Somebody just sent me that photo. Hold up, I'm putting this up.
I don't know if she was
put it in
hot.
the jumbotron. I just googled around. I haven't seen the.
Yeah, there it is. Holy shit! Thanks, Lisa.
I don't know if she's ever hot. Where's that picture?
She's 100% hot.
Well, I got to see the picture because she wasn't at Pepperdine. So let me see this picture.
All right, hold on. Relax.
Charles, but other than exposing that this kind of treason that is going on, we also need to have a place where we are going. I think liberalism is under a lot of criticism for all places, all sides. But I think it's the best we have.
She was a. If that picture is true, she was a very attractive young woman, very natural looking. I mean, she looks like some horrifying 55-year-old stripper in Florida.
She had some. Pepperdine. She's as pretty as she does in that. It's prettier there than now, but I've seen her.
Yeah, Dana, get us the photos. Go find us the
I'll go
better
try to find.
photos.
All right, black and white that I have of her somewhere. All right.
Yeah, I know you've got them because you told me about them before.
Yeah, so because I didn't find y'all till way later, I had so much stuff. It's in my phone. It's just somewhere in my phone.
Yeah, one of the things that being able to build really good research files is a skill set that I want to encourage in everyone. I do think, like, when we think about this stuff more and more, it seems to me that there is a lot to be pessimistic about, but there's a lot to be optimistic about too. And the fact that so many people are just giving the finger to DeSantis the very day that he's announcing his run for president, that it's uniting Trumpists and Biden fans in like an FU to the tech oligarchy, which can't even get their own tech to work. Like, that is a very like beautiful thing. We should like take stock of that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, I don't think anyone would say it went well if they were honest. You know?
What's going to become of all these right-wing influencer types who are clearly getting paid or likely getting paid by DeSantis? Ian Michael Chong and Pedro Gonzalez or whatever. Are they? Do you think they're
There's
going to go
clearly
down
going to be a
hard, or is
moment where
that
they
wishful
can't.
thinking?
There's clearly going to be a moment in the future where they can't keep doing the shit that they've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't know when that moment is, but doesn't that seem obvious to you that there's going to be this?
Well, I hope so, but I'm afraid they're going to be like cockroaches and survive a nuclear bomb or something.
I mean, it could well be the case that many of them survive in different ways, but I don't think so. Actually, I mean, I don't know. The Ian Miles Chong thing is weird to me because like you have to really think. Oh yeah, look at that photo. Lisa's got it. Man, time is cruel. Plastic surgery is cruel.
I have that.
Oh wow, yeah, gosh.
That's still not it.
I don't think it's time is cruel. I think it's really plastic surgery is cruel. She would, if she had just stayed like that, she would be normal looking. An attractive 30-year-old or something.
That's
There's nothing
still
wrong with
okay.
that.
Hold on, you might have one. Yeah, that might be one.
God, she is just a nightmare. She is really just Florida incarnate. Like Florida, the essence of Florida.
Just to take something beautiful and fuck it up.
Well, yeah, but like the essence of Florida kind of like went into someone's body and created her.
I know. It's grotesque.
So what's Lauren Sanchez's issue?
Who the hell's she?
Well, what the woman that's the fiance of Jeff Bezos?
Oh God. Don't even depress me. The thing that depressed me the most about all these oligarchs is that like none of them have good taste. Like I would have thought that you get rich enough and you find like your artsy friend and then you just steal their taste. But it seems like what happens is they get rich enough and then they just get really bad taste in women, in food, in yachts. Like in their houses.
That's
None
why
of
they
the,
hire stylists to help them.
Yeah, but their stylists don't even work. Like I'd fire my stylist. I mean, the mistress should be hotter than the wife. Okay? Like this is an ironclad law
The
of
pecker picks. So I mean, if his pecker picks it, he picks it. That's just how it works. It's chemistry.
I'm sorry, but everybody knows that the richest man in the world
could have any woman he wants. He could even make one probably from a robot real person. He didn't pick one, did he?
No, I think what happened was it was a crime of opportunity. And you don't that's what I think happened. I think his missus wasn't getting it done at home, and this other woman was around and available and fun and Hispanic, and this is what happens, you know, which is really depressing when you think about it.
When
You know, I don't know. It's depressing as all get out.
He was
Say what you will about Donald Trump, but at least he had attractive women that he got after.
Yeah. All right, guys. I am going to sign off and get to bed on time.
Very good. Let's go to Polly and then Patrick. Good night, Richard. I think we'll do this
Good
like
night.
20 more
good
minutes or
night,
so.
Richard.
Good night.
Hey everyone. I was just gonna say actually that I kind of agree with this is from a while back, but I kind of agree with Richard on the negative outlook, and a lot of that is because of his past. I think he's been so in it and experienced in it that he sees where things are.
No, he was always a sourpuss. It's just a friend. You know, you have these friends in your life, which Richard's been a friend of my life. And he's just always been a dour guy who believes that there's going to be like some final battle between good and evil is going to win. This is like basically his worldview, if he's honest about it.
Well, I think you're both right with the Christian fanaticism stuff. Like, I think you are going to see a pickup in people who like really, really believe it because of their desperation to believe in something. But then you do have the people who are also, like it's a swindle, basically. They don't mean it, they don't feel it, but I think, and the ones who do believe it, unfortunately, have perverted it so much that they use it for the wrong reasons. So you're essentially having two groups that are basically motivated by dark reasons. And I do think we are going to see a pickup in, like Target employees being actually killed. Because we're already, kind of seeing that. It's concerning. So I'm in the concerned camp.
I think the people, no offense to Trump supporters, but it feels like that I think are depressed because he's not, going to be on the top again, and that they not sure what they feel about what Biden's doing. And I understand that because when the roles were reversed, I didn't like it.
Look, there's been a long history of people being pissed off about products and goods that merchants have sold, right? Arguably, you could argue that like dumping all the tea in the Boston, harbor was like a kind of consumer revolt, right? And there's all these people pissed off about what Target's selling. Now, I'm not here to defend Target. I don't give a fuck. I shop at Walmart like a true American. But there's something about like maybe selling products that don't lead to this kind of like needless provocation or whatever. Maybe that's a better way of going about life. I don't know. But it does seem to me that, we're not seeing people like assassinating Target employees. We're not seeing people firebomb Target properties. Maybe a lot of this is just a performative politics where people film themselves destroying these like whatever pride things at Target. And maybe this is just like a TikTok challenge or something. I don't know. It's the whole thing is very strange to me. I don't really have a handle on it.
In the age of social media, though, I think that's part of the risk. Is there's it's the one-upmanship. This person burned this thing that they purchased at Target. Well, the next person's going to what? burn a target down, and then the next person is, well, I executed a target employee on.
Yeah, I mean, look, the slippery slope thing isn't an argument; it's an observation, right?
Yeah, I get
And
that. And I'm
not
very.
everything leads to the other thing, right?
No, it doesn't. But unfortunately, with observation, and I was a history major. I studied a lot of these things. Culturally, um, I don't know. I think we are in a concerning time, and I think every 75 to 100 years, the world kind of loses its shit a little bit, and the last time it happened, we had Nazi Germany. Um, but I think we also have social media that is really escalating things at this point, and I think even as people realize that they're being lied to by so many various forces, um, like I think if a bunch of Trump supporters were to learn, like, no, he's lying to us, um, I don't think that would mean they go, oh, okay, well, let's go back to being like, let's elect Asa Hutchinson. I think it would make things worse, frankly. Um, and I don't know. I think there's a lot going on at the right time that could not necessarily going to happen, but I think there's enough going on at the same time that could very easily result in an increase in violence. Like when Laura Loomer was saying earlier, she's worried about 2024 being disrupted, by the left doing something. I could almost more honestly see the right doing something insane. And I've been a conservative my whole life, but
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I don't think. Again, I think these things are observations. They don't necessarily follow logically from one to the other. But let's go to Patrick real quick, and then we'll maybe close it out in a second.
Oh, sorry, man. Lots been said before, when I raised my hand. Richard's gone. I was gonna say I kind of agree with him on the and you both, even though you guys disagreed on like this stochastic materialism thing initially. I was just gonna say like the one thing that really blows my mind is the way like the media and the government can like synergistically like portray it to like give us like this destructive result in the end. But Kaiser, did he leave? I know he's here. He brought up a good point too. It was kind of interesting, and I appreciated his space with you like last week in Zag's Twitter space. That was interesting. But one thing I thought about what he said, which was interesting, was like he was mentioning like the West's issue with like not having like spirituality, I guess, or the sense of community. And I don't particularly see that. And I kind of agree with you, Charles. Like, maybe not in that order. Like, I guess the point of life for me is like to find God, make the world a better place for my children, even though I like struggle to do that like every day and then help my country. But like the one thing that Kaiser said that was interesting to me was like the fact that a lot of our issues and problems stem from like, I guess like, I can't recall what he said exactly. He said it was like more of like a nihilistic view because we don't have like a sense of longing. And I just thought that was weird because he said he was atheist, no offense, but I was thinking like something that might be more true is like, and maybe it was something Richard said about white supremacy that made me think of this is like maybe like, and I'm not stereotyping, like he's been like kind of trained as a German, I guess. I think he's from Germany to like kind of like hate these ideas where like groups get together, like almost programmed to some extent. I don't know if that's fair to say.
Sorry, Patrick, I was a little bit distracted. So no, I'm not. I'm not hated to be against any group. I'm just very blasé about it. The thing is, and yes, so I'm not atheist. I said I'm agnostic. So I'm baptized, all that things. So I'm not atheist. I'm agnostic. So I think there's a difference. But I do think, but Patrick, let's say, where I'm coming from is, I think the objective, or let's say the end goal of a society should be that its citizens that you create strong, oh God, how can I formulate it? That you create strong-minded, steadfast citizens who have the inner strength to create meaning out of themselves. And if if they want to be religious, they can be religious whatsoever. That's not the thing, but they don't need it. So basically, as a crutch, so to speak. That's the difference where I'm coming from, and that's actually very German. This is actually, I would say, that's the quintessential German spirit. That everything that you actually should always strive to better yourselves to the maximum possible. And obviously, but you need community. You need something. You must admit you are nothing in this universe. You are just a speck of dust. And that's the first, let's say, but that goes totally against how we are now being, let's say, not educated, let's say, brought up in the West, where we are all the kings of our own little universe, or the queens of our own little universe. And you see it how people behave, the entitlement. And this is the thing. So I think it goes very, very deep. It's a very fundamental issue here. But I don't know if it's the right space to discuss it, but that's up to Charles.
No, I apologize. I might have misinterpreted what you said or forgot it because there's so much time lapse. But one thing I did agree with what you said, and I do agree with what you're saying, is like all our problems are mainly our fault. But the one thing you mentioned was like externalization. And like after I like look at the cause of all my problems in the mirror, like I could pretty much like make a list of who's most likely to be at fault after me. So I think there's like a validity in both. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Daniel, did you want to say something?
Sorry.
Yeah, just quickly, can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Near you, go ahead.
Okay, just quickly to Kaiser. Yes, a stream reduction. America is extremely practical, not idealistic, very much, and Germany is very much idealistic, practical also, but shines on the practical side. I think now in Scandinavian, they have like a good balance. I like this idea of a meta-modernism that is like a self criticizing modernity that is more aware of the issues it has intrinsically, and it's not as optimistic. It's still optimistic, but it's not naive as it was in the 20th century. Are you aware of that? Is something that resonates to you? Metamodernism?
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with this. I don't know that I'd necessarily put myself in that category, though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I think one of the problems of thinking philosophically first about these things is that it's very hard to think philosophically in a society as dynamic as the United States of 330 million people. One is sort of kind of like constantly, mixing and matching, weighing and probing all of these different aspects of the society. So it's always very hard to get. It's like being like a conductor, really, not so much a kind of like lone musical practitioner. But I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I know it was kind of a long space.
Thank
Obviously,
you.
it's recorded, and my DMs are open. Happy to, have my Substack on some of these topics we've written about. People can free to search, and particularly on the stuff I've done about David Sachs, Elon Musk, and Ron DeSantis for that matter. And hope to hear from you all at some later juncture. I know we've got a lot of interesting comments in the DMs, and sorry we couldn't get to everyone in terms of requesting to speak, but we will do more of these spaces in the near term, probably maybe even tomorrow night or certainly on Friday night. So hope you all have a lovely rest of your week. And for those who are following the Illumina fight, do wish me luck tomorrow because it's going to be a very big day. Hopefully we will win the genomics fight. Fingers crossed and prayers sent. And hope everybody has a lovely rest of your week. Take care.
Goodbye, Charles.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Good night. Auf Wiedersehen.